ஹலோ.
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வைப்பு
பூரா போக்கு. ஓகே. சாதிச்சிருக்கேன். கைப்பற்றிட்டு இருக்கேன்.
जीवन रेडी जी
பிங் ஏதோ 250 வச்சிருக்கேன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
நான் பாப்போம்.
ஃபைண்ட் ஆகுமா?
நாங்களும் ஏத்துறோம்.
ஓகே. அது நிறைய நாள் ஆகுது. பிராக்டிஸ் இல்லாம கொஞ்சம் மோசமா ஆடுவேன், கண்டுக்காதீங்க.
இருந்தா மட்டும் புடிக்கிறாரு ஒரு புண்டை.
நான் தான்டா 115 வச்சிருக்கேன். நான் மட்டும் ஏத்தட்டா எவ்வளவு வைக்கிறது?
நீ 115 வச்சிருக்கியா?
எனக்கு ரீசெட் ஆயிடுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
இல்ல 250 வைக்கணும்டா நீ.
ஓகே
250 வைக்கணும். நம்ம 120 வச்சுக்கலாம் எல்லாரும்.
250 ஆங்கி செட் ஆக மாட்டேன். ட்ரை நவ ப்ளீஸ். ஏதாச்சும் செட்டிங்ஸ் மாற்றினா நல்லா சுடுற மாதிரி செட்டிங் இருக்கா?
இதுக்கு நான் என்ன பதில் சொல்றதா?
தெரிஞ்சா சொல்லு, எல்லாத்தையும் மூடிட்டு.
அவங்க விளையாட தெரிஞ்சவங்க, அவங்க கேட்கணும் ஒருத்தருக்கு. பென்னி ப்ரோ
ம்
உங்ககிட்ட நைஃப் இருக்கா?
ம்
ஒன்று தான் இருக்கு.
1,00,000 என்னமோ அது.
பா
ம் டூ மச்
எவ்வளோடா அது இப்போ?
இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்.
இப்போ ஏறி இருக்கும்ல?
ஏறி இருந்துச்சு.
எவ்வளோ பேருக்கு இப்ப?
தெரியலையே. இரு ஸ்டீம்ல தான் பா.
டென்னி ப்ரொஃபைல்.
நான் ப்ரைவேட்ல வச்சிருக்க மாட்டேன்.
நீ ஏன்டா பிரைவேட்ல வச்சிருக்க போற? இன்வென்டரி பிரைவேட்ல வச்சிருக்கியா? கத்தி பேர் என்ன?
அர்பன் கராம்பட் அர்பன்
பாத்துக்கிறேன் விட. என்ன பேரு?
அதுவும் ஞாபகம் இல்லை. இந்தோ இங்க இருக்கு. அர்பன் மாஸ்க் ஃபீல்ட் டெஸ்டட்.
ஃபீல்ட் டெஸ்டட்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஒரு 28க்கு வந்திருக்கா இப்போது. நைஸ்டா. $100 நீ வாங்கினப்போ அது?
இல்ல 200
ஏய்
இல்லையா?
இருடா. என்னடா பிங்கு இன்னும் மக்கர வந்து. இது நானும் ஒரு 200ல வச்சுக்கிறேன்.
அப்ப நம்மளும் 200ல கட்டா ப்ரோ.
எல்லாம் 200ல வச்சுக்கிறேன். மேக்ஸ் பிங் 200 பாய்.
போ 201.
ஏய் என்னடா?
ரெண்டு பேர் பச்சை கலர் வச்சிருக்கீங்க.
அது உள்ள போனா
தெரியும்.
இது குழுக்கள் முறையில வந்துடும்.
Let's go, boys.
அவனை சுட்டுட்டு நீங்க என்ன மூவ் ஆயிட்டோம் ப்ரோ. அதுக்கப்புறம்
ஏய் சர்வா, ஏதாச்சும் ரவுண்ட் ஆர்வர் வாங்கணும்னா அதை மட்டும் ரிமைண்ட் பண்ணிடு. நான் அப்பப்போ மறந்துடுவேன்.
ஆமா நீ எப்பவுமே வாங்க மாட்டல.
மறந்துடுவேன்.
கண்ணை மட்டும் வாங்கிட்டு ஓடிட்டு வந்துருவான்.
வாங்க மாட்டேன்ட்டு இல்லப்பா, மறந்துடுவேன்.
அவனுங்களுக்கு கிட்டத்தட்ட இதுல இருந்து இதெல்லாம் ப்ரோ ஆடுறாங்க. 1 FPS
ஒருத்தன் 600 குறைஞ்சிட்டே வருமோ. ஒருத்தன் சீனா போடுறேன். ஆக்ட்ரிக்கா போட்டாங்க மண்டையில. ஈஸி டீ பேக்.
டேய் 180 பிங்கு. நான் சுட்டு ஒரு செகண்ட் தான் சாவறானுங்க.
240 எல்லாம் பங்க எனக்கு.
கடூஷ் பார்த்தே சொல்றான்.
Game 2 is கிராஸ் ஆர் வேற டிஃபால்ட் கிராஸ் ஆரா இருக்கு.
ஸ்கோர் போர்ட்ல ஹோல்ட் பண்ணி ரைட் கிளிக் பண்ணி என்ன கிளிக் பண்ணி காப்பி இருக்கும். காப்பி கிராஸ் ஆர்னு ஒரு ஆப்ஷன் இருக்கும்.
நைஸ்.
ஷார்ட் பைஸ் ஷார்ட்.
அம்மையா லாக் ஆகுதுடா.
ஆமா.
எப்படி பிங் செக் பண்றது?
ஸ்கோர்
டேப்ல தெரியுது.
டேப்லெட் ஸ்கோர் போர்ட்ல தெரியும் பாரு லெஃப்ட் சைடுல.
171.
ஆமா எல்லாம் கனடால இருந்து ஒருத்த உட்கார்ந்து இருந்தா அப்படிதான் இருக்கு.
அந்த நாயாச்சு தொட்டா எதுக்கு?
நீதான்டா கூட்டு வந்த பிள்ள போயிட்டு.
நான் கூட்டு வந்த பிங் அதிகமா இருக்குன்னு சொல்லிட்டு அவனை அச்சு தொட்ட வேண்டியது தானே.
மத்த ரெண்டு தாலிங்க வருதுடா.
இருக்கிற லாக்ல ஒரு
சுட்டு கொண்டார கழிச்சு தானே சாவறானுங்க.
அதேதான் நான் சொன்னேன். ஷாட் பாரு. ரைட் நீ தான் விளையாடணும்.
ஷாட் நான் பாக்குறேன் ஷாட்.
அவனுக்கு அதே
ஷாட் எடுத்தேன் போய்ட்டான் பயந்துட்டான்.
சரி
மூவ் ஷாட்.
பின்னாடி வா ஃபிளாக் பின்னாடி வா. எழுந்திரு போ. ஏய் ஸ்ட்ரைட்டா எங்கன்ற அடிச்சிட்டு
ஷாட்ல தான் அடிக்குறா.
நைஸ்ரா ரவுண்ட் பாஸ். நைஸ் வெல் ப்ளே.
எப்படி செட் தெரியல.
ஜெயிச்சிரலாம் பாய்ஸ்.
அட துப்பாக்கி எடுக்கிறது ஸ்லோ மோஷன்ல எடுத்தா நான் என்ன ப்ரோ பண்ண?
எங்கடா பியா
ஏலங்க
கால் பண்ணுவோம். ஏலங்க
என்ன ப்ரோ நீங்களே பை பண்றீங்க?
பைடா
ஏண்டா பைரவன் தான்டா இது பைத்தியங்களா. ஃபிளாஷ் போடுறடா போடா.
ரெண்டு பேர் AFK அடிக்குறானுங்க.
முதல்ல சொல்லணும் குமார்.
உள்ள போங்க. லெஃப்ட்ல இருக்கான். அங்க லெஃப்ட்ல இருக்கான்.
லெஃப்ட்லயா ரைட்லயா?
கார் ஒன்னு சைட் ஒன்னு ப்ரோ. அந்த ஸ்மோக் பண்ற இடம் ஒன்னு.
ஓடிட்டானா செத்துட்டானா கார்ல இருந்தவன். பேக் பைட் பாக்கணுமா?
அவன் ரைட்ல வந்திருப்பான்.
ஆரன் வரை ஏஸ்டவா இருக்கும்.
ரெண்டு சைடு
எவனும் மண்டையில அடிவாங்க.
ஏய் சைடுல ஒருத்தர் இருக்கான்டா. பிளான் பண்ணுடா எல்லாம் ஒரு மாதிரி ரப்பர் பேண்ட்.
எல்லாம் ரப்பர் பேண்ட்.
நீ அதிகமா கில் அடிச்சியா? நான் தான் நினைச்சேன். ஏறிட்டான்டா.
ரப்பர் பேண்ட்ல போயிட்டு இருக்குமா? பி பி பி
பி வரலாமா ப்ரோ?
பீனா லெஃப்டா?
பீனா லெஃப்டா.
பாம்
கை பக்கமா போமே. அருண்
சொல்டா
200 பிங்கள ஆடிக்கிட்டு இருக்கலாம்.
தெரியுது பார்த்தேன்.
அம்மா
அப்படியே ஜவ்வாவுது.
அதான்
ஏய் எங்க இருந்து அடிக்குறோம்? அந்த சைடுல உட்கார்ந்திருக்கான்டா.
ரஷ் பண்ணிரணும்.
ஹை மிட்ல இருந்து வர வந்துட்டான்டா.
தப்பு
போய் பர்பிள். பைடா பர்பிள். தோஸ் நைஸ் நோயி. அந்த பாம்பு வச்சு என்னடா பண்ற? சைட்ல இருக்கானுங்கடா. இன்ன கேஷுவலா நிக்கறான். சரி ஓகே.
அந்த பாம்போட இந்த பாம்பு பெரிய பாம்புல வெடிக்குமா ட்ரை பண்ணிருக்கான். என்ன
விளையாட கஷ்டமா இருக்கு ப்ரோ.
ஐயோ கண்ணத்து போட்டு பி தான பை.
ஏலாங் போலாம்டா பெஸ்டா. குத்து மதிப்பானால ஆடலாம்.
அவனுங்களை தூரமாவே வச்சுப்போம். கிட்ட
வந்தா கொண்டுறானுங்க.
கிட்ட வந்தா டெலிபோர்ட் ஆவறானுங்க. சட்ட குத்து.
நாங்களே டெலிபோர்ட் ஆயிட்டு.
டெலிபோர்ட் ஆவறது அவுட். மோ
மச்சான் எனக்கு ஹெல்த் 40 ஆயிடுச்சுடா.
டேய் நான் அவனுக்கு செட் 2 செகண்ட் கழிச்சு தான பாடி விழுது கீழ.
என்னமோ வெடிச்சதுன்னு தெரியும். ஆனா என்ன வெடிச்சதுன்னு தெரியல.
செத்துட்டான் தவளை செத்துட்டான்.
அவன் செத்ததெல்லாம் எனக்கு காட்டல ப்ரோ.
ஐயோ வெல்ல பிக் பண்றேன். 2 செகண்ட் கழிச்சு போதுடா.
ஈஸி.
கல்ல பேட்மிண்டன் ஆட வரியா?
ஆர் யூ அட் கிட்?
நானா எத்தனை மணிக்கு
வந்துட்டேன்டா
ஷாட்
டாட்டா
ஆமா ப்ரோ லாஸ்ட் ஷாட் ப்ரோ
பரவா திருக்கி விடுற போல இருக்கு
ப்ரோ பிளேயர் ப்ரோ
ப்ரொஃபஷனல் பிளேயர்
லாங்
நான் ஓடிட்டே
ஆனா
இருக்கேன்
வாயிலே பாம்பு போடுறான்.
பரவாடா அது பரவாடா பீல சூசைடா இருக்கடா நம்ம போனா
கார் ஒன்னு
அவனை
லைன் அப்ல நானும் அது நான் அவனை சுட்டேன்டா சாவ மாட்டான்டா
மக்காசாவா
நான் தான் லாஸ்டா
1 FPS டேய் 200 பிங்கடா நாங்க.
என் கண்ணு போச்சுடா.
நம்ம தான் சொல்லல அவனுக்குலாம் சுடட்டுமே விடு.
வாயிலியா
அவனுங்க 15 பிங்கிலலாம் ஆடிக்கிட்டு இருக்கானுங்க.
அதான்டா அவனுக்கு சர்வர்ல போய் உட்கார்ந்து இருக்கோம்டா. நம்ம எந்த சர்வர்னு கூட என்ன சொல்ல முடியலடா. கனடா கூட கிடையாதுடா.
யூரோப் இவ்வளவு மோசமா இருக்காது ப்ரோ.
அம்மா
யா நைஸ் 25 ஃப்ராக்.
தேங்க்ஸ் ப்ரோ.
சிடி ரெண்டு பேரு ஷாட் ஒருத்த வரா -30.
இந்த சைடுக்கு ஒரே டார்கெட்ல
எனக்கு அவன் வந்து நின்னு விட்டு சுட்டோட்டதான் தெரிய ஆரம்பிக்குது.
சரி ஓகே எதுமே இல்ல ஸ்டார்ட் போவோம்.
எல்லாரையும் செய்ய போறேன். என் கண்ணு எடுத்துட்டேன். ஈகோவா ஏய்
6 நேரம் அப்பப்போ ஃப்ரோஸ் ஆயிடுறான்.
கிச்சா அப்படியே எழுதி போ. மிட்ரோல ஒரு ஆப்பர் இருப்பான் போட்டு போயிடு கிச்சா. ஓடு 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 நிக்காத ஓடு.
நிக்காம ஓடு ஓடு
ஓடு அப்படியே போடு அவனை.
போட்டுட்டேன்.
ஆப்புல ஸ்கவுட் ஆகுது. பீல 2 பேர் இருக்கான். கார் ஒருத்தன் டோர் ஒருத்தன்.
39 டாக்.
பாட்.
ஆறும் தான் இருக்கிறதுலே பெரிய பாட்.
இன்சைட்.
கடு.
ஹலோ.
இப்ப ஏதாவது டோட்டாவே போலாம்டா.
வாங்கடா.
இல்ல நம்ம இந்த பாட்டை கிக் பண்ணிட்டா சரியா போயிடும்.
இல்லடா டோட்டா பண்ணா கடுஸ் நல்லா வரும் மேனு.
ஓகே. கேட்கலையா ஹரி?
கேட்டுச்சடா. ஆனா இதுல டெலிபோர்ட் ஆயிட்டே வந்துடலாம்டா.
நோ சாட். அதாவது அசிங்கமா சொல்றோம் 200 பிங்ல ஆர்டர். எனக்கு ஸ்கடூஸ் அங்க மெசேஜ் அனுப்பிச்சிட்டு இருக்கா.
எல்லாரும் ஒரே பிங்ல தான்டா ஆடுறோம்.
நம்மடா அவனுங்க எல்லாம் 15
அது கரெக்ட் தான்டா. அது கரெக்ட் தான்.
பையங்க ஸ்லோ மோஷன்ல நடக்குது. இந்த கொடுமை எங்க
இந்த பேர் நான் செத்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் வரானே ஸ்கிரீனுக்கு.
எனக்கு ஒன்னும் அவ்வளவு மோசமா தெரியல. ஓ ஷிட். ஓகே ரிட்ரீட். மிட்ல ஒருத்தன் என்ன பார்த்துட்டான்.
ஐயோ
ஓ ஷிட்.
ஓடி கிச்சா வாயிலே நேடுவாங்கடா.
பாம்டாப்பா.
கடுஸ் பாத்தியாடா அத?
எங்க பாம்டா?
லாங் டோர் அந்த சைடு.
நல்லா தான இருக்காங்க.
நம்ம இந்த கேம் ஒரு 10 கேம் ஜெயிச்சனாலே பெரிய விஷயம் தான். ரொம்ப பெரிய விஷயம்.
பையா
I have a better idea.
என்ன
நான்
பண்ற?
போய் சாவு. உன் கூட விளையாடுறதுக்கு விளையாடாதே இரு.
என்னடா இப்படி சொல்லிட்டேன்?
நான் தான் சொன்னல இந்த கேமுக்கு அப்புறம் ஆட மாட்டேன்ட்டு.
நல்லாதான்டா போயிட்டு இருக்கு.
ப்ரோ ஹை மிட்
ஒட்டா பாட்டு. எனக்கு எதுவுமே வேணாம் போங்கடா. மச்சான் டிங்கடா. மச்சான் கண்ணை மூடிட்டான்டா. மச்சான் இப்ப நம்ம பின்னாடில இருந்து அடிப்பானுடா துரத்துறான் அவனை.
86 ஓட்டேன். டிப்ஸ் 1 FPS.
-68 in 4 ராவன். சை.
ஹாரன் ஒரு மாதிரி ஒரே இடத்துல சுத்தி நிக்கறான்.
இதுக்கு மேல என்னெல்லாம் சிஎஸ் கூட மாட்டீங்களான்னு கனடால உட்கார்ந்து சொன்னேன்னு டென்னி பொம்பாக்கத்திலேயே வச்சு பொச்சிரும்.
I still don't see the problem டா. இப்போ என்ன நடந்துருச்சுன்னு தெரியல.
வாயிலே போறான்டா இவன்.
கண்ணு கூசுதுப்பா.
அடே போங்கடா நான் ஆஃபே பண்ணலடா.
அம்மா ஓகே லோன்லியாலு ப்ராஜெக்ட் வந்துட்டா.
லோன்லி ஆளு கிக்காவ போறான் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு. அதானே பிளான் உனக்கு பாட்ல.
எஸ்.
ஏய் ஜெயிக்கலாம்டா. எஸ்எம்ஜி எடுத்து நம்ம ஆர்டர் நம்ம போலாமா ஹாரூன்?
சரி.
P90 ரஷா.
P90 ரஷ். இதெல்லாம் ஈஸியா P90 அவனுங்கனால சுடவே முடியாது நம்மள.
அப்ப ஏன்டா இவ்வளவு நேரமா கிரீட் பண்ணிட்டு உட்கார்ந்துட்டு இருந்தோம்?
யாரு அவன முதல்ல சுத்தலாமா என்ன
சொல்ற அவன சுத்தட்ட பெட்டாடா. கிரீப் பண்ணி உட்கார்ந்துட்டு இருக்கவா. கீழ போலாம். பாரு கிட்டா சொல்ல. போடா ஆரன் போயிடு.
58 ரா. யாருமே வரல.
எங்க இருந்து ப்ரோ சுட்டு வந்தான். பாருங்க எங்க இருந்து
பேச. என்னடா தைரியம் வச்சிட்டான்.
யாருமே வரலடா பீல என் கூட.
எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு அவங்க கேம்ல நம்ம ஸ்லோ மோல ஓடுறோம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். நீ என்ன நினைக்கிற?
அதான் நானும் நினைக்கிறேன். எப்படி தலையில பட்டுன்னு வச்சான் என்ன? சேம் நான் ரிப்பீட். நானே சிடி ஒழுங்கா ஸ்மோக் போடலன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்டா. மைட் பீ மை பேட். பாம் எடுத்துக்கோங்கடா.
ஆமா பாம் யா.
ஃபிளாஷ்பேக். கிரேனேட்.
எவனோ செத்துட்டான் ஆரம்பம்.
நீதா. நீ போட்ட ஃபிளாஷ்ல நான் தான் சாவறேன்.
ஃபிளாஷ் கப்பா ஃபிளாஷ் போட்டுன்னு சொல்லி.
அருண்
ஸ்மோக் எடுத்து.
அது நான் இல்லடா. அது தவளை.
-50 ஸ்மோக்ல இருக்கான். டெனி ஸ்மோக்ல இருக்கான்.
ஓகே.
மச்ச கீழ குதிச்சனா ஒரு 4 பேர் இருப்பாங்கடா. அருண் 4 பேர்
எஸ்எம்ஜி கிளியர்டா.
கீழ குதிக்குறான். ஆப்டாவன். என்னடா ஃபிளாஷ் இது?
கவட்டை கீழ ஒருத்தர் நிக்கறான். கவட்டை கீழ ஒருத்தர் நிக்கறான்.
ஐயோ கத்துறனே.
திரும்பியுமா இல்லாட்டி காசு இல்ல எக்ஸிக்யூட் பண்றதுக்கு. இந்தா நான் வாங்கி போடுறேன் உனக்கு. இந்தா
சீக்கிரம் முடிச்சு விடுங்க.
It's a city shaded map guys.
அந்த பக்கம் போனா ஜெயிச்சிருவாங்கயா.
எந்த பக்கம் போனாலும் இதே ரப்பர் பேண்ட் தான். அப்புறம் என்ன?
நீங்க எல்லாம் ஒரு சாக்கா வச்சுக்கிட்டு சூப்பர்.
அந்த டோர் இதுல இருக்கும்.
பிஸ்டல் ஏற்றா.
ஐமிட்.
ஆரன் வந்து 2-3 உள்ளறான்.
அங்கதான் கார்ல வர.
டேய் நான் ஓடிட்டேன்டா உள்ள போயிடு.
இல்ல. உன் கை கப்பறப்பான் வெளிய தான் இருந்துச்சு.
எல்லாத்துக்கும் 170 மேல bro. கஷ்டம் தான்.
I got better idea, boys. Sati
bro.
is the way.
வேணாம் அவன் கிட்ட போகாதீங்க.
நம்மால கண்டிப்பா கிக் ஆக போறாங்க. ஐயோ
சர்வா போட்டாம் பாரு யூட்டடு.
இந்த பாடி எப்படி செவுத்தோட செவு நான் சுடுனேன்.
அந்த யூட்டட பாத்துட்டீங்களா?
ஐயோ
Don't worry boys, சிடில போய் கேட்ச் அப் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
இவனை சுட்டுட்டு அடுத்த வேலையை பார்த்துப்போம். என்னன்ற
நான் ஜூஸ்ல அடிச்சேன், அவனை பாக்கலையா?
டேய் ஷர்வா இங்க என்னடா மறைச்சிட்டு இருக்கு?
இதுவே தெரியாதா?
இங்க இருந்து சுட முடியாதா?
கால் சொரிஞ்சிட்டு இருந்தா. டேய் ரைட்ல ஒருத்தர் இருக்கான்டா.
நிம்மதியா வெளியே போயிட்டான்டா.
பாருங்க இன்வைட் பண்ண முடியாதா?
நான் கேரி பண்றேன் பண்ணிருப்பேன்.
விட்ரஷ் ஜி
ஹாய்.
ஜி
ஒரு நேட போட்டு அவன் பாட்டு பாய் பாய் சைடு சொல்லிட்டு போயிட்டான்.
அவன் டோட்டா விளையாட போயிட்டான்டா எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு.
வரேன்டா டேய். இன்னும் 3 ரவுண்ட் உங்களுக்கு கொடுத்துட்டு வந்துறேன். டக்கு டக்கு எப்படி டப்பு டப்புன்னு சாவரம் மட்டும் பாரு.
ஃப்ராக் என்னையும் போட்டான்டா.
அட
ஓடு.
காரி
பீடின்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஐயோ
பீடிதான்.
நைஸ்.
நைஸ்ரா. டிடினா
பிடி பாம் ட்ராப்.
என்ன பைஸ் மெட்ரஸா?
ஜி
சைட் ஓகே.
ஓ.
எல்லா கேமும் மிட்ரஷ் பண்ணலாம் ப்ரோ.
பண்ணலாம்.
ஐயோ சர்வா நின்ட்டானே. பி சைட்ரா அவங்க. சர்வா பீடா பார்த்து.
பாய்ஸ் ஒருத்த -75, ஒருத்த -55, இன்னொருத்த -45.
ஒருத்தன் காரு
வந்துட்டோம். பட் இன்னும் 2 ரவுண்ட் தான். டிஸ்கார்டே மாறி போயிட்டானுங்களா அவனுங்க?
இல்லடா இங்கதான்.
படிக்கிற அடியில ஒண்ணு அவன் சாவணும் இல்ல நம்ம தான் சாவோம்.
ஆமா அவனுக்குலாம் சாவ மாட்டானுங்க. வாப்போ
நான் போறேன் ப்ரோ.
பாம் டிராப் பாய்ஸ்.
ஒருத்தன் யூடி
56 டாக். கடத்திட்டு போயிட்டாங்க ப்ரோ. ஏக்கு தான் போயிருப்பாங்க நினைக்கிறேன்.
சைட் தான்டா, 2 பேரும் சைட் தான்.
ரத்த செதறின மாதிரியே எனக்கு feeling. செத்து தொடரா.
பிஸ்கட் சுடு
சம்மட்டிங்க்
You can do it.
போல் சுத்தின்னு போ அப்படின்னு அடிச்சிட்டானுங்க.
செத்து தொலைய மாட்டேங்கிறான். மூஞ்சி மேலேயே வச்சு சுடுறேன். ஸ்னைப்பர் எல்லாம் விளையாட முடியுமா இந்த கேம்?
சத்தியமா முடியாது. நான் 3 ரவுண்ட் மொக்க வாங்குறேன் இப்பதான்.
ஓகே.
மிட் போலாமா ப்ரோ?
போலாமே.
Why not?
ஆப்பர்.
ஏய் யூடி எழுதி பின்னாடி பாருங்கடா.
லாஸ்ட் ரவுண்ட்.
இது
லாஸ்ட்
இந்த வாட்டி
ரவுண்டா? இப்போ எப்படி கம்பேக் தரோன்னு சொல்லு.
ஸ்னைப்பர் இல்லையே இப்பன்னு பார்த்தீங்க.
என்கிட்ட இருக்குடா, கவலைப்படாத.
நான் கவலையே படல. நீ போய் சாவுமா.
அவன் மேல காட்ல இருக்கான்.
ஏன்டா
நானே வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு தடவை வரேன்.
எப்படா நேடு தவள குஞ்சி. ஏய் கொல்றான்டா.
ஓகே. போட்டு தள்ளிடு பரவாயில்ல.
போடு இன்னொரு தவறா மிட்டர் இன்னொரு தவறா.
இவனை போட்டு தள்ளுரு. பின்னாடி ஆப்பு
வர லாஸ்ட் சிடி லெஃப்ட்ல இருக்கான். லாஸ்ட்
ரெண்டு பேர்ரா இன்னும்.
ஓ சாரிடா. ஐயோ பாத்தடா லெஃப்ட்ல.
என்ன தெரியாத நாய்டா. என்ன படுத்துட்டான் பவுண்டி ஹண்டர்னு. என்ன பொசிஷனா? ஏன்டா இப்படி இருக்கீங்க? விளையாடுறதே ஒரு கேம்.
அததான் ஒழுங்கா ஆடலான்னு சொன்னேன்.
சரி 250 பிங்கலையா லொக்காலி.
டேய் சில்வர் கிட்ட தோத்துருக்கோம்டா, அசிங்கமா இல்ல?
டேய் அதாவது அசிங்கமா கேட்கறத சும்மாறா குண்டா வர.
ஓகே
இதுக்கு மேல கேட்கறதுக்கு ஏதோ இல்ல சார்.
ஐயோ கத்துறா.
பிராகுக்கு இடம் இல்லையா? ஐயோ
நீங்க ஆடுங்க நான் கோட் பண்றேன்.
நான் 2022 சர்வீஸ் மெடல் வாங்கியிருக்கேன்டா.
You guys play.
ஆப்போனன்ட் டீமுக்கு சர்வீஸ் பண்ணா மெடல் கொடுப்பாங்க.
யாரோ ப்ரோ நீங்க ஆடுங்க.
நீ ஆடுற.
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கம் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சர்வ்.
ஏய் சி அன்கோச் பண்ணு.
ஸ்லாட் இருக்கா?
ஏய் எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் டைம் ஆகும்டா. அன்கோச் பண்றா நீ.
ஏன்டா சாவடிக்கிறீங்க? 2 பேரே கிக் பண்ணுங்கடா. நம்ம கேம் படுத்துறாடு. பிஎஸ்க்கு போடா ஒருத்த படுத்துறா. கோச் ரெடி இல்லடா.
தகதகதகதா.
ஓ கேக்குதா?
இல்ல உருப்படியா ஒரு கேம். ஒன் கேம் இஸ் ஆல்.
வாய்ப்பிலே ராஜா.
வாய்ப்புள்ள ராஜாவா? ஓம்பரியா வட ஓம்பரியா. ஓகே
வட ஊம்பரியாவா?
ஊம்புரியா வடா ஊம்புரியா. அததான் நம்மால வடன்டாப்ல.
இல்ல வடை தான் அது. அவங்க டீம்ல ஒருத்தன் வடன் இருக்கான். அவனை திட்டுறதுக்காக அந்த பேர் வச்சிருக்காங்க.
இனிமோர் கேரி வேணும்னா நான் அந்த சர்வர்ல இருப்பேன், வந்து கூப்பிட்டுருங்க, நான் வந்து ஆடுறேன்.
நீ வேணாம்டா.
இனிமே அந்த சர்வருக்கே வர மாட்டானே.
ஓகே
நீ வேணவே
दारे बुलिस्टन क्या बुकनो पिको
அதுலயே இருங்க.
முடிச்சிங்களா அதுக்குள்ள மேட்ச்?
முடிஞ்சி. கிரீஃப் பண்ணி அனுப்பிச்சு விட்டாங்க.
தோத்துட்டீங்க.
தோத்துட்டோம். இவங்களுக்கு 170 பிங் வந்தா இவங்களுக்கு ஆட வராதான்.
ஆமா பிங்குன்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தாங்க இங்க.
170 எல்லாம் பிங்ன்ட்டு.
எனக்கு சிஎஸ்கோ தெரியாதுப்பா. டோட்டால ஃபைன், சிஎஸ்கோல எப்படின்னு எனக்கு
அதான்
தெரியாது.
டோட்டா மாதிரி தான்.
இங்க ஆனா 100 மேல இருந்தா எனக்கு அடுத்து.
கேரி பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தேன்.
250 விளையாடிட்டு இருப்பான் ப்ரோ டென்னி டோட்டால.
ஸ்கில் ஷாட்லாம் மிஸ் ஆகும்.
மீன் ஸ்கில்ஸ் இருக்கிறவனுக்கு தான் பிரச்சனை.
ஓஹோ
பொதுவா சொன்னா
நைஸ்ரா நைஸ்ரா.
உன் கத்தியில சொருவான்ப்பா.
நாளைக்கு யூஎஸ்க்கு லீவ் போலடா.
ஆமா மெமோரியல் டே.
அப்படின்னா
எனக்கு என்ன தெரியும், என் கிளையண்ட் சொன்னாரு.
இது
அதான்
ஐ
leave.
திங்க் வார் செத்தாங்க.
ஓ,
அது
அது
வெட்டரன்ஸ்
July
டே.
4th ல?
ஆமா நிறைய வார் இருக்கும், ஒவ்வொருக்கும் வேற பேர் வச்சிருக்காங்க.
அது ஜெனரல் வெட்டரன்ஸ் டே வந்து ரிட்டையர்
People who are
ஆனவங்க.
alive. Oh yeah, okay.
மெமோரியல் டே வந்து
People who are dead. Yeah. சரி.
எனக்கு ஸ்க்ரம் கால் இருக்காது, ஜாலி. 6 மணிக்கு லாக் அவுட் பண்ணிடுவேன்.
டெய்லியா இருக்கு.
ஸ்க்ரம் கால் இருக்கும், அதுக்கு வெயிட் பண்ணாதான் காண்டு. ஒரு லைன் தான் ஸ்டேட்டஸ், அதுக்கப்புறம் நான் வந்து கனெக்ட் பண்ண. எனக்கு நான் இங்க ஆஃப் ஷோர்ல யாருமே எனக்கு கிடையாதுல்ல. ஷோர்ல அவங்க 6:30க்கு தான் லாகின் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஸ்க்ரம் கால் முடிச்சு நான் இன்னொருத்தர் இருப்பாரு, அவருக்கு நான் சொல்லணும் இன்னைக்கு என்ன பண்ணேன்ட்டு. ஸ்க்ரம் கால்ல ஒன்லைன் சொல்லுவேன், அவருக்கு திருப்பி கனெக்ட் பண்ணி எக்ஸ்பா ஒரு 15 நிமிஷம் கடுப்பு. போனாரெல்லாம் நான் வேலையை பார்க்கலாம் காலையில ஜாலியா விளையாடிட்டு தான் இருந்தேன். என் பழைய கம்பெனில எல்லாரும் கம்பெனி விட்டு வெளியே போறாங்கன்ட்டு நோட்டீஸ் பீரியட் 3 months மாத்திட்டாங்களாம். அண்ணா ஃபோன் பண்ணி புலம்பிட்டு இருந்தாரு.
அவங்க கன்ஃபார்மா வெளியில போறதுக்கு தான் வழி.
நிறைய பேர் எல்லாம் வெளியே எல்லாம் கடுப்பு. இப்ப நிறைய கம்பெனி இதை 3 months ஆக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க நோட்டீஸ் பீரியட.
அதுக்கெல்லாம் 10 நாள் கூட கிடையாது நோட்டீஸ்.
கம்பெனி
சொல்லிட்டு
நோட்டீஸ் பீரியட் லாஜிக்கே வேலை செய்ய பிடிக்கலன்னா பேப்பர் போடுவாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் 3 மாசம் வேலை பண்ணுங்கன்னு உட்கார வச்சா யார் பண்ணவே இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருக்காது. ஒரே பாடியா இருக்கு, எங்க பார்த்தாலும் செத்து செத்து இருக்கிறானுங்க.
ம்.
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining.
ஐயோ, என்ன பேசுறான்னு புரியலையே.
5 seconds remaining.
என்ன கேம் ஆடிட்டு இருக்க?
ரோட்டோ.
ரேங்க்டாடா?
இது கொய்யால இருக்கும்.
இந்த அக்கவுண்ட்ல ரேங்க் போகுதா? என்கிட்ட எவ்வளவு நீ?
இல்ல இல்ல, எனக்கு not feeling.
பயம். ஆர்கே நான் சிஎம் வச்சிருக்க, உந்தல போய் ஆடலாம். டேய் வச்சு அடிக்க போறாங்க டென்னிய.
யார் அடிப்பா?
யார் அடிக்க மாட்டாங்க?
இவன் அடிக்க மாட்டான். செகண்ட் ஸ்பெல்
ஓடி அடிக்க மாட்டானா?
இவனை செகண்ட் ஸ்பெல் போட்டா அடிக்க மாட்டான். இவனை செகண்ட் ஸ்பெல்
நீ
போட்டா
கிராஸ் ஃபைட் போட்டா அவன் ஆஸ்ட்ரல் பிரசன் போடுவான். நீ அல்டி வச்சா அவன் கோலம் போடுவான். அல்டி கேன்சல் ஆயிடும்.
ஏய் நல்ல கேம்டா. நீ எல்எஸ் லைன் போட்டா எல்எஸ் தேர்ட் ஸ்பெல் மேக்ஸ் பண்ணானா
வாய்ட் ஸ்பிரிட் வேற.
ஏய் டாக்ஸ் அழகா கரெக்ட்லாம்டா நீங்க.
டேய்,
எல்எஸ்
நீ என்ன மறந்துடுறன்னா அவங்க எல்லாரும் குருசேடர்ஸ். அத நீ மறந்துடுற.
இல்ல ஹீரோ ஸ்கில்ஸ் சொல்றான். சொல்ல எல்எஸ் தேர்ட் ஸ்பெல் எடுத்துட்டு நீ புடிச்சு வச்சாலே ஆக்ஸ கராச்சி விட்டுருவான்.
டேய் நீ இங்கேயும் ஒன்று மறந்துடுறான். இந்த கேம்ல நான் தான் கேரி. அதை நீ
அப்படியா? அப்போ எல்எஸ் வந்து ராடு வாங்கி பிடிக்க சொல்லி நீ போய் அடி.
இல்ல இல்ல, அப்படியெல்லாம் மத்தவங்கள தாழ்த்த கூடாது. மத்தவங்கள தாழ்த்தாம ஆக்ஷன்ஸ்ல காட்டணும்டா. டேய் நீ ஜஸ்ட் வாட்ச் அண்ட் ரன்டா.
தோத்துடா இந்த கேம். நான் வாய் வெச்சு தோத்துறேன். நான் இந்த இருக்க சொன்ன கேம் 80% தோத்துடா. ஓ அக்கவுண்டா ஏன் கவலைப்பட போற?
Prepare for battle.
அவனே கவலைப்பட மாட்டான் இந்த அக்கவுண்ட்ல தோத்தா.
இதுல தோத்தாதான் அவங்க கூட ஆடும்போது ஈஸியா வரும்.
குடும்பத்துக்கு அந்த மாதிரி கிளம்புறீங்க நீங்க.
இருக்கலாம்.
Indeed.
நானே சிஎம் உன்னோட சூப்பரா ஆடுவேன் தெரியுமா?
ஷூர்.
Into the breach.
உண்மை, அது தவிர்க்க முடியாது.
To battle.
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்பெல் எடுத்ததே பெரிய கிரீஃப் லேன்ல.
எனக்கு கூட தான் தோணுச்சு, சொல்ல வேணான்னு இல்ல நானு.
நான் செகண்ட் தான் எடுப்பேன். சப்போர்ட் ஆடுறேன்னா தேர்ட் எடுப்பேன் ஃபர்ஸ்ட்.
இதெல்லாம் என்ன பேச்சுன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல. ரூம் செக்யூர் பண்றதுக்கு தேர்ட் ஸ்பெல் எடுத்து என்ன பிரச்சனை?
இந்த கேம் தேவையில்ல. பட் நான் இந்த கேம் நான் கைரோ காப்டர் லேன்ல இருந்தேன்னா நான் தேர்ட் ஸ்பெல் எடுப்பேன். மேனா கொடுத்துக்கிட்டே இருப்பேன், அவன் ஸ்பெல்ல போட்டுக்கிட்டே இருப்பான்.
லெவல் 1ல நீ கொடுத்துக்கிட்டே இருப்ப.
ஏறுப்பா, லெவல் 1 டிஃபரன்ஸ் இருக்குப்பா. லெவல் 1ல ஸ்பெல்ஸ் மேனா கம்மி தான்ப்பா.
Yes.
ஸ்மால் திங்ஸ் மேட்டர்ஸ்ரா.
ஸ்பெல்ல வந்து 40 இருக்கும், நீ ஒரு எக்ஸ்ட்ரா ஒரு மேனா தருவ.
நான் இன்னொரு தெரியுமா, சன் ஸ்ட்ரைக் போட்டு எத்தனை கில் எடுத்தன மட்டும் கேளுடா நீ கிட்ட.
I move.
சொல்லுடா நீ.
ட்ரிபிள் கில் அல்ட்ரா கில் இல்ல, ட்ரிபிள் கில்லே 3-4 வாட்டி எடுத்தேன்.
ஒருவனை எடுக்காம எவனும் இங்க வராம ரூன் எவ்வளவு ஜாலியா பிங்க் பண்ணாம பாத்தியா?
ஓடி வந்திருக்கான்.
டேய் பாத்தியா நீ? பாத்துக்கோடா லூசி, இதான் நான் ஆடுற பிராக்கெட். நீ அதை மறந்துடுற.
ஓடி
Into the breach.
மிட் வாய்ஸ் இருக்கா?
இந்த லேன் ஆக்சி கஷ்டம் இல்ல எல்எஸ் கஷ்டம் தான். நீ என்ன சொன்னாலும் நீ தான் ப்ளே மேக் பண்ணணும்.
அப்படியெல்லாம் இல்ல, எல்லாம் பஸ்பிள் இருக்குல்ல, ஓடி அடிக்காம ஜன போட்டுட்டு ஓடி போயிடலாம்.
போடுவாங்க.
சேஃபா தான் ஆடணும்.
இந்த லேன் எப்படியே நீங்க லேன் தோத்துருவீங்க. நீங்க ஆக்சுவலா ஜங்கிள் அவனை போக சொல்லிடலாம். இந்த சொன்னா இப்ப நான் தான் கேரின்னு ஒன்று சொல்லுவான் பாரு.
இல்லையா பண்ணா
இல்ல எடுக்கலையா நான்
போய் சாவுங்க.
சொல்லியிருக்கேன்.
Here I come.
அவன் பிடிச்ச ஆஸ்டல்ல பக்கத்துலயே ஆக்ஸ் வந்து ரெடியா நிப்பான். எல்எஸ் கூட பண்ணுவான். ஒன்னே தான் பிடிப்பான். நீ தான் ஈஸியா சாவ.
Swiftly.
What you doing?
I thought as much.
No, hey, wow, Gyro carrying the game,
Now that's how it's done.
Oh shit.
Let's go.
Nice. This
4
stack.
covenant.
Hey, Axe is stack money.
Yup. We waged war in one place today. I think in Cutlass. But we took it back. There's one group doing it all.
Okay.
Attack.
If we wanna switch out, I think it's the best time
My
to
eyes
switch out
spikes
to
deep.
Covenant. But there's
Okay.
also matter
அந்த
of
வார்த்தை வெட்றான்.
Into the breach.
I
what's
feel
their
like
how they
Marauders
talk.
are going to retaliate soon. They were talking in the chat today, so it might.
I'm under attack.
Probably will. Do you see the treasury, right?
I'll not argue.
When I joined, it had around 300k. Somebody took 200k and
Let's go.
ran away.
Oh. Interesting.
Yes.
I don't see you anywhere on the map. Okay, see you now. Yes, I have quest there. Are you doing onward and upward, reclaiming what was lost?
Yeah, I'm going on with an upgrade.
Fine.
It's right next to reclaiming what was lost. I think I finished.
I thought as much. I move. Agreed.
The game is broken.
Forward.
He keeps giving me question counter.
Giving you what?
A question counter.
Don't know what it is.
You know, some quests start when you're in a specific
I'll not
area.
argue.
I did one here. I think stars and something.
Battle. Agreed.
Give me that one.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I thought as much.
Need to get some better armor.
Yes.
I got a blue one with a gem slot today.
I do have those. I need a better gear score. Better the gear score, better your armor rating.
Here I come. Let's go. Swiftly. Missing top. Into the breach.
I'm running out of inventory space.
I move.
Get a bag.
I'm under attack.
I have one now.
Fast.
That's
Get a,
one.
get a better bag.
The ice will spike.
Oh, level 13 get another slot.
Into the breach.
No, not on me. On Monarch. I have all my ingredients in Monarch. Weapons are in Windsor. And I have too much ingredients. Either I should sell them
Back.
or keep them.
Down you go. Indeed. I thought as much.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I'll not argue. Yes.
I got void metal from chest.
Swiftly. Faster. I move. I take you. I'll free. Die. Here I come.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Let's go. Agreed. I'm under attack. Here's ice in your eye.
Modern upload is done.
Swiftly.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Forward.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your middle
I'll not
tower is
argue.
under attack.
Faster.
Your middle
I-
tower is under attack.
On.
Your middle tower
Denied.
is under attack.
Agreed. Here I come.
Radiant structures are
இதுக்குள்ள
fortified.
வர பாக்குறான்டா அவன். ச்சே,
Into the breach.
நல்லா தப்பிச்சிட்டேன்.
Your top tower is under
கன்னிங் பிளேட் இல்லையாடா அந்த ஆக்ஸ் கிட்ட?
Battle.
போட்டுருக்க முடியாது.
ஏன் மீன் கில் எடுத்தானேடா கன்னிங் பிளேட். கூல் டவுன் கிடையாதுடா.
எடுத்தான். ஐ மீன் ஐ வாஸ் நாட் இன் ரேஞ்ச்.
Indeed.
Your top tower is under attack.
Let's go.
Your
I
top
thought
tower
as much.
is under attack.
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'll not argue. This'll come again.
Your top tower is under attack.
Faster. Into the breach. Here I come. On.
Your top tower
Let's
is under
go.
attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Indeed. Swiftly. I move. under attack. Forward. To battle.
blink நார்மல் பண்றானே.
Agreed.
Your top tower is under attack.
Swiftly.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'll not argue. I thought as much.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Here I come.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fast. Let's go. Agreed. Forward. I move.
You can so right.
Into the breach. To battle. Indeed. Faster. Indeed. I'll not argue.
Your middle
Here I
tower
come.
is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Agreed.
Visitors to the outer dark.
blink அடிச்சிருக்கலாம்.
கேரி சீம் செத்து கிடக்குற.
I didn't see that coming. I move. Into the breach. My eye spikes deep. Frost bites. I thought as much. Swiftly. Let's go. Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Indeed.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
fangs of ice. Here I come. This'll come in handy.
Hello. So Sachin,
I move.
Baggy has 30 LPA.
Yeah.
Why is he fucking whining with this G970 series, GTX 970?
He lives with his parents, man.
I thought as much.
So I too live with
understand.
my parents,
I
but
can understand.
30 LPA. It's a starting salary.
அதெல்லாம் இவ்வளோ பத்தாது இவ்வளோ கொடுத்தாலும்.
He spends a lot on.
Yeah, that is.
And
He's fucking 10 kilos. I never heard of it.
And most of his spending, right? It's not just. He would rather spend a shit ton of money when he wants to buy it, like 40, 80 cities he wants to buy.
Yeah.
He's waiting. Otherwise, he can absolutely buy the best.
Yeah, but still, that's like 10 series. 10 series, for sure, it'll live for at least 2 years, right?
Yeah.
10 series, 20 series, 30 series. 30 series is gonna die very soon. Still.
And he doesn't really think about hardware that way. Like, he's just chilling with games.
He is complaining about not being able to play in max settings.
Into the breach.
Your middle tower.
Can't have it either way.
Do something about it.
I'll freeze you fast.
அதெல்லாம் கேட்கக்கூடாதுப்பா நீ.
30 LP நீ என்ன பண்ணுவ? சொல்லு.
வீட்ல வாங்கிடுவாங்க.
வீட்ல வாங்கிடுவாங்க தான். எவ்வளவுதான் வாங்குவாங்க?
30 LP வீட்டை விட்டு போயிடலாம்.
நில்லு.
வீட்ல 10 லட்சம் சொல்லிட்டு டெய்லி 10 லட்சம் அனுப்பி விட்டுருங்க. இதெல்லாம்
3.5 வாங்கிட்டு இருந்தேன். அப்போ வாங்கினாங்க. சரி வாங்குறாங்களே 3.5 வாங்கிட்டு இருக்கும்போது எடுக்கிறாங்களே நாளைக்கும் வேற ஜாப் போனா எப்படி இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகும். ஸோ இப்போ இருக்கிற எடுத்து மீதி இருக்கிற நம்மளுக்கு கிடச்சிடும்னு போனேன். அதுலேயே ஃபுல்லாக எடுத்துட்டாங்க. சரி வேற கம்பெனிக்கு போனால் கேட்டால் உங்களுக்கு தான் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுறோம், ஃபியூச்சர் உங்களுக்கு தான் சேவ் பண்ணுறோன்றாங்க. நிறைய ஷிட்டு போட்டிருக்காங்க.
நான் வந்து 80% கொடுத்துட்றேன். 20% எனக்கு.
இங்க வீடு இப்ப இருக்கிற மேலே ஒரு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஃப்ளோர் கட்டினா கூட பரவாயில்ல. ஊர்ல வீடு கட்டிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
அதுதான் நீங்க காசுலாம் கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா நீங்க லைஃப் பிளான் பண்ற மாதிரிலாம் பண்ண முடியாது.
I'll not argue.
ஊர்ல இயர்லி ஒன்ஸ் போய் இருக்கிறதுக்கு எதுக்கு ப்ரோ ஊர்ல வீடு?
அது உனக்கு இல்ல அவங்க செட்டில் ஆகுது.
உங்களை யாரு ப்ரோ ஊர்ல போய் இருப்பான்னு நினைக்கிறா?
கேட்டா ஃபியூச்சர்ல நீ வேணா வித்துக்க அப்படின்றாங்க.
வித்துக்கிறதுக்கு எதுக்கு வாங்கி கட்டணும் ஆசையா?
இதுதான்
நீ கேட்கலாம், உங்க ஊர்ல யாரு வாங்குறா விக்கிறதுக்கு?
சரி இல்ல அவ்வளோ சரி விடு. அது ஃபைனலா இந்த முடிஞ்சிடும். நெக்ஸ்ட் மந்த் முடிஞ்சிடும் ஃபுல்லாவே. இப்போ என்ன முடிஞ்சது? இப்போ மேல ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஃப்ளோர் போட போறாங்க. இப்போ அதுக்கப்புறம் அது சொல்லி காசு எடுப்பாங்க. கிட்ஸ்ல அதுக்கு போடுறீங்கன்னு கேட்டா மேரேஜ் செலவுலாம் இருக்கும். அது எப்படியும் 10-15 lakhs ஆகும். காசு வேணாமா அப்படின்றாங்க.
ஒரு நாள் பார்ட்டிக்கு 3 வருஷமா சேர்த்துட்டு இருக்கீங்க.
10-15 lakhs நான் எதுக்கு அப்படி?
அது கம்மி தான். 10-15 வர பொண்ணு பொறுத்து
அந்த காசை நீங்க பேங்க்ல போட்டீங்கன்னா யூஸ் ஆகுது ஆகும் நம்மளுக்கு.
உங்க கல்யாணத்துக்கு நான்வெஜ் இருக்கோம்ல, வீட்டுக்கு வந்தாலே நிச்சயமா அதெல்லாம் கொடுக்குற. கல்யாணத்துல
10-15 lakhs நீங்க ஒன் டே செலவு பண்றது நீ பேங்க்ல போட்டா யூஸ் ஆகும். ஜென்ரலா கேக்குறேன். எனக்கு இல்ல ஜென்ரலா
நல்லா வேடிக்கை பார்த்துட்டு நின்னுகிட்டு இருந்தான். இப்ப அவனே
Super
வளர்த்துறாங்க.
rich, உனக்கு காசு எங்க செலவு பண்ணணும்னு தெரியல அப்படின்னா ஓகே, கேன் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட்.
Indeed.
இன்னைக்கு அவங்க இதுல லாயர் இதுல
My
நீங்க
temperature's
வந்து
dropping.
2 பேரும் இந்துவா போயிட்டீங்க. ஒருத்தங்க முஸ்லீம், ஒருத்தங்க கிறிஸ்டியன் யாராவது இருந்தாங்கன்னா இதுமே வேணாம், இவங்க போய் அனல் மட்டும் கேட்டாலே கொடுத்துருவாங்களாம்.
ஆமா ஆமா ஆமா.
அரேஞ்ச் மேரேஜ்ல ஏன் பார்க்க போறாங்க?
ரிலிஜன் ரீசன் வந்து ரொம்ப காமன்.
என்ன லவ் மேரேஜ் நிறைய
I'll
ஆகும்
not
போல இருக்கு.
argue.
லவ் மேரேஜும் பாதி மேரேஜ் டிவோர்ஸ் தான். என்ன அட்லீஸ்ட் நம்ம எடுத்த முடிவுன்னு ஒரு திருப்தி.
Faster.
அதுதான். I mean, இப்ப கூட லூசி லைக் பேரண்ட்ஸ் ப்ளேம் பண்ணிடலாம்.
Let's go.
நான் உன்னதான் ப்ளேம் பண்றேன். நீ கல்யாணத்துக்கு வராதனால கல்யாணம் இந்த மாதிரி ஆச்சு.
சொல்றியே,
Into the breach.
நான் திருப்பி நீ வாட்டர் நீங்க வந்ததுனால அப்படின்னு நான் சொல்லவா?
நான் யோசிச்சு பார்த்தேன். அவன் கேட்கலையா, சரி நம்மள ஏதோ சொல்லாம விட்டுறலான்னு விட்டு பாட்டிலும் இருந்தா கிச்சாவும் இருந்தான்
நம்ம
கல்யாணம்.
2 பேரும் கல்யாணத்துக்கு வந்தானுங்க. Move it.
Yes. Under attack.
நீ வரலப்பா என் கல்யாணத்துக்கு.
Let's go.
அவன் கல்யாணத்துக்கே போக மாட்டான்.
நீ வாங்கி கொடுத்த வாட்ச் தான் கல்யாணத்துக்கு கட்டிக்கிட்டு இருந்தேன்.
அதான் நேரம் சரியில்லை. அவன் மட்டும் சிஎம் ஆடி ஜெயிச்சுட்டு இருக்கான்.
ஜெயிக்கிற மாதிரி அங்க தெரியுது. அல்டி உள்ள பூந்து வந்து அடிக்க வரான் அந்த வாய்ஸ் ஸ்பிரிட். புரிஞ்சுட்டான். நான் தூங்க போறேன். குட் நைட்.
போயிட்டான்.
Your death has consequence.
என்னப்பா ஜெயிக்கிற மாதிரி என்ன ஜெயிச்சிட்டு இருந்த மாதிரி இருந்தது, கடைசியா நான் தோத்துட்டு இருக்கிற மாதிரி தெரியுது. நீங்க kill நிறைய
லேட் கேம் போனா ஜெயிக்கிறேன்.
செருப்பு லேட் கேம் போனா ஸ்பெக்டர் அடிச்சிருவீங்க. நீங்க அல்டிலே செத்துறடா நீ.
நம்பிக்கை வைடா.
நான் கரெக்டா தான் இருக்கும்.
ஏதோன்னா பெருசா ஸ்கெட்ச் போடுறாங்க அப்ப அந்த டீம்ல.
Agreed. Faster. This'll come in handy. Die.
The enemy's top tower has been denied.
Down you go. I've got goose. I'll not argue. I thought as much. Here I come.
நம்பிக்கை வச்சுட்டேன்.
ஓஹோ
பைபேக் பண்ணிட்டு இப்ப கைர சாவான்.
சப்போர்ட்
அப்படியே
Indeed. This one is all mine. I move.
I suspect you could monitoring my
Swiftly.
commander.
To battle.
Another 4 shot.
I move. I'll not argue. Indeed. The ice wolf's bite. Here I come. Forward. Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's turret has been hit.
Faster. Under attack. Let's go.
Double kill.
Down you go. On. You're one of the good ones. The ice wolf's bite.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I thought as much.
சிச்சுவேஷன் யோசிக்காம இதே எடுத்துட்டேன் டேலண்ட்டு.
Into the breach.
என்ன டேலண்ட் எடுத்த?
இந்த சிச்சுவேஷனுக்கு அந்த 20 ஆர்கேன் மானா
Into the breach.
நல்லா இருந்திருக்கும். ஆனா நான் பழக்க தோஷத்துல அதை எடுத்தேன்.
Let's go.
This will do nicely.
Plane. I move. Forward. I'll not argue. Regeneration. Indeed. Agreed. Swiftly. Yes.
கண்டுபிடிச்சான்.
Down. Faster. To battle. Here I come. Gold. I thought as much.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
On. Haste. Here I come. To battle. I'll freeze you fast. Agreed. I thought as much. Indeed.
avete osura.
Faster. I move. Let's go.
பேசுறானே புரிய மாட்டேங்குதுடா.
சரி யாரு பேசுறது?
Io lo curo.
யூஎஸ்சி தெரியும்.
Yes. Forward. Swiftly. Into the breach. We're going into hiding.
டேய்
முடியுது. நீ கொண்டுட்டு இருக்காங்க அப்படியே ஸ்கேப் ஆயிட்டு வந்து பேசு.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your Shan has fallen into the radiant.
You only live ice. Here I come. I thought as much. I move. Faster. Indeed. This'll come in handy. Here's ice in your eye. Into the breach. Yes. Swiftly. Forward. No.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
you.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
On.
Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Let's go. To battle. Forward. Here I come. Swiftly. I'll not argue. Indeed. Black King Ball. Faster. I thought as much. There it goes. Ice, take you. To battle. Into the breach. Attack. Agreed.
Your top tower is under attack.
On. I move.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Let's go.
Your top tower is under attack.
Forward.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Indeed.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack.
My eyes. Under attack.
Your bottom barracks are
I'll
under
not
attack.
argue.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
I thought as much. Into the breach. Faster.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Here I come.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
On.
Your bottom barracks has fallen.
I move. I'll not argue. Here I come. I thought as much. Fangs of ice. Die. Into the breach. Swiftly. Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Forward.
Your top tower has fallen.
Agreed. Indeed. Let's go.
Your top tower is under attack.
20 hacks from the axe of axe!
Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. The enemy now has megaways. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your ancient is under attack.
This ends you!
Radiant victory.
அப்பா அடுத்த மேட்ச்க்கு ரெடியா?
தோத்துட்டு ஜெயிச்ச மாதிரி பேசிட்டு இருக்க.
மேட்ச் தோத்தாப்பா அடுத்த மேட்ச் ஜெயிக்கணும்னு தோணும்.
நீ சொன்னா கரெக்ட் தான். நான் தூங்க 2 மணி ஆயிடுச்சுடா, நான் தூங்க போறேன்.
ஓகே.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining. Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Was that clue? Part of the serpent's thing.
The heart of the serpent in the cup, hidden many stone pieces.
Talking showers.
Showers, it's not my time. Was left by a 17th century missionary, Andrea Lopez, a Jesuit. The serpent in the chalice is a symbol of St. John. We're looking for a Christian holy site.
Like the Church of San Juan. It's a pretty common name. Doesn't. Where's this way? Get out of here and talk to some people.
சைலன்சர் என்னைக்குமா எடுத்துட்டானுங்க.
அதுக்கு
அவன் ஹெரிங்மா எடுத்ததால அவன் சைலன்ஸ் எடுத்தானா?
எடுத்தா மட்டும்
கேன்சல் பண்ண முடியாதுல.
சிஎம் ஆடுறது அல்டிஃபை இல்லடா.
ஹெரிங்மா பத்தி பேசிருக்கேன். ஒன் ஃபைனல் ஒன் டீம்லடா நாயே.
வருது அப்பவே தூக்கம்
வர.
Works near strong faces have always Sarah's obsession. Treasure. Once in a while, Sarah. It's the second. Well, I can tell you faces have been peaceful. As you go, that's what drives the treasure hunters closer. But if you easily explore past the stations, yes, it's over by the cemetery. It's one of the biggest good. Actually,
Yes, Isabel. Another member of the field study. I checked on her after the first chummers this morning.
if you ask money.
This is fighting.
It's time to sleep, bro.
Sorry. Please continue.
Your turn to ban.
No,
5 seconds remaining.
திருப்பி சிஎமா
தெரியலையே இல்ல விசில் பேக்
10 seconds remaining.
இந்த லூசி வாழ்க்கை எப்படி ஆயிடுச்சு
விசில் பேக் கரெக்டா லைக் என்ன
Your turn to pick.
அவனுக்கு என்ன வருமோ ஆடு லைக் ஆடு
பெரிய லைக் ஆனா ரிச் டாக்டர் மண்டேல ட்ரம்ஸ் வாசிப்பான் ஒரு நிமிஷம்
10 seconds remaining.
கொட்டாய் தூங்குறேன்
ஓகே பை
இதுக்கு சப்போர்ட்ல இருந்து ஆஃப்லைன் போயிட்டா
ரோல் கிடைச்சது நான் எல்லா ரோலும் ஆடுவேன் ஆக்சுவலி
ஓகே Super radio, but so far away. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bristle back here? Haha! That way!
Prepare for battle.
Oi! One step at a time! I'll sort this. One step at a time. Yes. His faces need mashing.
30 seconds to battle.
I'll sort this out. Indeed. Time
The
for a
battle
good
begins.
scrap. This is what I'm talking about. Here we go.
No, I'm not ready.
I am not ready. By all means. It is not time yet. You get it? Bit of work to do. Oi! Not yet! Yes! You don't say. Indeed. By all means. That's for me. You want some of this, son? You want it?
Dire's courier has been
One step
killed.
at a time. Now this. Here we go.
Quiver is empty.
Yes. His faces need mashing. Bring your lights out. You don't say. Oh, they got the drop on me. Here we go. I'll sort this. I'll concave your head. A clubbing.
It's not time yet.
I'll bash you dead. Oi! It is not time yet. You very be stand so poke the devil.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'll sort this out. Time for a good scrap. Oi, one step at a time. Oh, you want some of this? Hey, I'm under attack. Yes. That way. Bit of work to do. I'll sort this out.
Not for you.
His faces need mashing. One step at a time. Have some of that. By all means. Oi, one step at a time. Let it go. Ah! Yes. That way. Yes. Indeed. Time for a good scrap. Here we go. Bit of work to do. for your troubles.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Not yet. Oh! Oi! Not yet! You don't say.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I am not. You dirty bastard! I'll sort this. I'm under attack!
Denied.
Indeed.
Coin to me.
I'll sort this. Time for a good scrap. More that came from, sunshine. Top's gone missing. Oh, where are my manners? These faces need mashing. You wear it well, mate. Get quilled in the line of duty. Top's gone missing. Oi, one step at a time. I'll sort this out. There's more where that came from. By all means. You don't say. Bit of work to do. One step at a time. Here we go.
Ah, this will come in handy.
Yes. Oi! That way. Time for a good scrap. I think not. Not yet. It. Oi! One step at a time. Oh. This ain't how I pictured it.
Die.
Get.
Dire structures are fortified.
That way. These faces need mashing. Top's gone missing.
Yes. Debt. Missing top.
One step at a time. Top's gone missing.
Missing top.
Bit of work to do.
No, I'm not ready.
By all means. Indeed. Oi! Not yet! Yeah, I'm getting me blood up now. Here we
Your
go!
middle tower is under attack.
Yes! I am not ready! Oi! Not yet! It is not time yet! You get it? Right and breezy. I'll sort this out. Oi! Not yet! Ooh. I am not ready! It is not time yet! You get it?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I'm under attack! You don't say. Here we go!
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Time for a good scrap.
Your bottom tower is
I'll
under
sort
attack.
this. By all means.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Not yet. Yes. I am not ready. Oi! Not yet. No, mama. Yes. His faces need mashing. It is not time yet. You get it? I am not ready. Yes. It is not time yet. You get it? Indeed. Oi! Not yet. Oi! Not yet. Bit of work to do. One step at a time. Here we go. I'll sort this out. That way.
Radiant's
One
courier
step at a
has
time.
been killed.
What do you know?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
His faces need mashing. Yes! Oi! One step at a time. Oopsie daisy! That way! One step at a time. Here we go. My life. Fading. Time for a good scrap.
This will come in handy.
By all means. Oh, so I'm under attack. Oh,
Dire
they got the
structures
top
are
of me.
fortified.
Bit of work to do. It's not time yet, mate. Boom! Yes.
The enemy's bottom
You
tower
don't say.
has fallen.
That way.
Your top tower is under
It's not
attack.
time yet. I'll sort this out. Regeneration! Bit of work to do. It is not time yet. You get it? I'm a right proper basher. You don't say. This fight is mashing. I am not ready. Indeed. Here we go. It is not time yet. You get it? Oi! Not yet. Yes. I am not ready. It is not time yet. You get it?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I am not ready. I'll sort this. I am
Your
not
bottom tower is
ready.
under attack.
Now this. Yeah, this is
Radiant
proper
structures
smart.
are fortified.
Oi! One step at a time. It is not time yet. You get it? Oi! Not yet. By all means. It is not time yet. You get it? Oi! Not yet. I am not ready. Yes. It is not time yet.
You won't be getting up too soon. One step at a time. Oi! One step at a time.
I am not ready. It is not time yet. You get it? Oi! Not yet. I am not ready. Oi! Not yet. Bit of work to do. It is not time yet. You get it? That way.
Indeed.
That's for me.
These faces need mashing.
Oi! Not yet. I am not ready. It is not time yet. You get it?
Yes.
Yes. Oi! Not yet.
This? Back again? By all means.
I am not ready.
This will sort you out.
Oi! Not yet. I am not ready.
Here we go.
It is not time yet. You get it? Oi! Not yet.
Time for a good scrap. You don't say.
Your bottom tower is
One
under
step
attack.
at a time. Well, what do you know?
It is not time yet. You get it? I am not ready.
I'll sort this.
Yes. I am not ready.
I'll sort this out. By all means.
Excuse me.
This is sort of
It's good on you, that does, mate. Oi! Not yet. It is not time. I'm under attack.
You wear it well, mate.
It's tough. You make the right thing, pussy.
I'll sort this. There's some goo for ya. Bit of work to do.
Oi! Not yet.
Excuse me. Here we go.
I am not ready.
One step at a time.
It is not time yet. You get it? Oi! Not yet.
Time for a good scrap.
I am not ready. Indeed.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oi, one step at a time. A clubbing.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I am not ready. You wear it well, mate. That way.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Yes. Now, there's some goo for ya. Oh, excuse me.
Wind blows.
Time for a good scrap. Where are my manners? Put your lights out. And it's good on you, that gun, mate. Not yet. One step at a time. It is not... His faces need mashing. It is not time yet. You get it? Bit of work to do. I'll sort this. Here we go. Oh, excuse me. Yes. Indeed. By all means, I am not ready. It is not time yet. You get it? Oh, where are my manners? I'll sort this out. I am not ready. You don't say it's good on you, that nut, mate. Oi, not yet. Bright and breezy. That's for me. It is not right. Not yet. That way. Oi. I am not ready. It is not. You wear it well, mate. Yes. Here we go. Time for a good scrap. There's some goo for you. There's my shit. You don't say. Oh, excuse me. By all means.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll sort this. And it's good on you, that does, mate. Oi! Not yet.
Your middle tower is under attack.
One step at a time. Faces need mashing. Yes. Oi! One step at a time. You wear it well, mate. I am not ready. Indeed. Oh, where are my manners? Be lady. Where are my manners? It is not time yet. You get it? Triple kill.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
You're dead.
Your top tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Ninja!
That looks good on you, that does, mate. Bit of work to do. I am not ready. I'll sort this out. There's some goo for you. Excuse me. It's not time yet. You get it? Bit of work to do. There's some goo for you. You wear it well, mate. So, I am not ready. That way. Oh, where are my manners? Yes. That looks good on you, that does, mate. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. I'll sort this. Right. Not yet. It is not time yet. You get it? I'll sort this out. I am not. There's some food for you. Here we go. You wear it well, mate. I am not ready. Indeed. These faces need. Oh, where are my manners?
Your top tower is
That
under
looks good
attack.
on you, that does, mate.
Your
Yes.
top tower has fallen.
It is not time yet. You get it? Oi, one step at a time. Yeah, there's some goo for you. I'm under attack.
By morning, you'll be naught but bones.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. 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 Your middle tower is under attack.
This building looks familiar.
Your top tower
One
is
step
under
at a
attack.
time. Oh, excuse me. Oh, where are my manners? You
Your
know,
top
son.
tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Not yet. I down. Oh, where are
Your
my
middle tower
manners?
is under attack.
I am not
Your middle
ready.
tower has fallen.
It is not time yet. You get it? Yes. These faces need mashing. You wear it well, mate. That looks good on you, that does, mate. Excuse me. Excuse me. It's good on you, that does, mate. One step at a time. Oi! Not yet. I'll sort this out. He's not far. Oi! Not yet. Indeed. I am not ready. I'll sort this. You don't say. It is not time yet.
Immortality to the dire.
That way. One step at a time. That looks good on you, that does, mate. I am not. There's some goo for it. That looks good on you, that does, mate. You wear it well, mate. By all means. It is not time yet. That way. Oh, where are my manners? Excuse me.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oi! Not yet! Roar that cage, son! You wear it well, mate. I am not. Excuse me! It's not time! Excuse me! Now, there's some food for you. Time for a good scrap. I am not ready. You know that it's good on you, that does, mate. It's not time yet. You get it? Here we go. I'll sort this out. Oi! Not yet. Oi! Not yet. These faces need mashing. It is not time. Oh, where are my manners? Invisibility. One step at a time. I am not ready. By all means. Bit of work to do. Oi! One step at a time. Yes. I'll sort this. Oi! Excuse me. I'm under attack. It is not time yet. You get it? So. I am not. I want to be a woman. This back off. Russia is here again. Yes! Oh, where are my manners? Bit of work to do. I'll sort this out. It is not time yet. You get it? You very well, mate. By all means. I am not ready. That looks good on you, that does, mate. It is not time yet. You get it? I am not ready. You wear it well, mate. Here we go. Oh, excuse me. Right, that looks good on you, that does, mate. Now, here's some food. Oh, where are my manners? I'll sort this. I am not ready. It is not time yet. You get it? Now, there's some goo for ya. That looks good on you, that does, mate. You wear it well, mate. Indeed. Oh, excuse me. You don't say. It is not time yet. You get it? Oh, where are my manners? You wear it all in a bed. It's good on you, that does, mate.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Double kill.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
My heart beats again.
Your ancient is under attack.
Escape went.
Oi, one step at a time.
Your ancient is
It's not time yet. You get it? Where are my manners? I am not ready. Here we go. You very well, mate. Yes. It is not time yet. You get it? That looks good on you, that does, mate. Right. Oh, excuse me. Indeed. It is not time yet. You get it?
Your ancient is
under attack. Where are my manners? Now, there's some food for you.
victory. Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
From the land behind the wall, I come. Quickly!
Prepare for battle.
A move to my advantage.
It is in the bag.
Onward. Damatrix guides me. Speed is the heart of battle. A grand design.
30 seconds to battle.
Strategic deployment. Yes. As you will.
The battle begins.
Now it begins. I've seen the end. Very good. Line of sight. I see where this road ends. Combine and conquer. A mind sharper than any blade. Denied! As you will. Of course. A grand design. Damatrix guides me. As you will. I'll move. Come on, advantage. Slap in the face. As you will. Speed is the heart of battle.
Radiant's courier has
Your
been
goal
killed.
outlives you. Of course. Searing pain. No blade required.
First blood. I accept this honor on behalf of storms everywhere.
Combine and conquer. Line of sight. Yes. Strategic. Very good. Did my head just get pointed? Aha. I see where this road ends. A mind sharper than any blade. Onward. I see where this road ends. Combine and conquer.
Your middle
This
tower
reward
is under attack.
transcends expectation.
Very good. Speed is the heart of battle. Strategic deployment. Paid. I wage war now. Granat! Quickly. As you will. I'm under attack. As you will. A grand design. A move to my advantage. Damascus. Yes. My plan fails. Line of sight. Of course. Onward. A move. Come on,
just what the doctor ordered.
Quickly. A mind sharper than any blade.
Regeneration!
Didn't see that coming, did you? Strategic deployment. Deeper understanding. Very good. Attack! Line of sight. Combine and conquer. As you will. Speed is the heart of battle. Of course.
Here I am. Exposing battle. Zap. Glorious thing.
A grand design.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And joined in battle. I see where this road ends. As you will. Denied. I'm under attack. Onward. Damascus guides me. Magic abounds. I see where this road ends. Speed is the heart of battle. A mind sharper than any blade. A move to my advantage. Of course. course. Damascus.
Stupendous!
Line of sight. Strategic deployment. Combine and conquer. A grand design.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Quickly. Very good. I'm under attack. As you will. Not so fast. Speed is the heart of battle. My discipline increases.
My sorcery is unstoppable.
And to face combat. I'll see you dead. A mind sharper than any blade.
Next.
My plan please. Onward.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Of course. As you will. Yes.
Double damage.
I see where this road ends. Your fate arrives.
'Tis mine.
A grand design. My beard grows longer. Hi. Quickly. Line of sight. Combine and conquer. Strategic deployment. Very good. A grand design. Master of the dark arts. A mind sharper than any blade. I wage war. Combine and conquer. I see where this road ends.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Onward. A move to my advantage. Damatrix guides me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Augmented.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Line of sight.
Is blunted.
Casualty abroad. Of course. Scepter. Attack. Strategic deployment. As you will.
Stupendous.
Very good.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Speed is the heart of battle. Double damage. And to face combat. My skills proliferate. A grand design. As you will. Quickly. Yes. As you will. Master of the dark arts. Speed is the heart of battle. Not so fast. Strategic deployment. Very good. A mind sharper than any blade. Combine and conquer. A move to my advantage. Of course. Deeper understanding. I see. Line of sight. Damatrix guides me. I see where this road ends. course. Line of sight. Ha! Sorcery. A move to my advantage. Speed is the heart of that. Onward.
Dire structures are fortified.
My discipline increases.
Not so bad.
Enjoined in battle. Not yet. As you will.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
My favorite.
My enemy. Very good. Strategic
mine.
deployment. As you will. A mind sharper than any blade. Combine and conquer. Huh? Quickly. I'll see you dead. My beard grows longer. Onward. As you will. Tribute accepted. A grand design. Ha! Very good. Line of sight.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
The doctor will see you.
Speed is the heart
won't
of
see him.
I see where this road ends. Yes.
The enemy's middle
and
tower
conquer.
has been denied.
I need no weapon. A mind sharper than any blade. The skull's roundness offends me.
Your top tower is under attack.
Strategic deployment. Quickly.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Damatrix guides me.
Crush me!
A grand design.
Oh, look at it go!
A move to my advantage.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Of course. Line of sight. As you will.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Damatrix guides me. Speed is the heart of battle.
Thou art damned.
Damatrix returns me to life. As you will. Yes. A mind sharper than any blade. Ha! Quickly! Very good. Strategic deployment.
Double kill.
As you will. Of course. My skills proliferate. Huh?
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Here I am! Here I am! Up! Oh, what I miss?
That was your best.
Look at it go!
Cut it both ways.
In battle, avoid what is sharp, puncture what is soft. Speed is the heart.
That should help.
Combine and conquer. Huh? Slap in the face. Time to face combat. Strategic deployment. A grand design. Very good. Quickly. Illusion. Yes.
Stupendous.
Magic abounds. Slap in the face.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I see where this road ends.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Line of sight. Very good. A move to my advantage. Speed is the heart of battle. Yes. A mind sharper than any blade. Damascus, light.
Ageless power is mine.
Quickly. Combine and conquer. As you will. A grand design.
Thou art purified.
Dire's turret has been killed. Radiant structures are fortified.
On your own size. Whoa, look at it go. Here I am. No whining now.
Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified.
Strategic deployment. Magic power.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
To my advantage. As you will.
From cold death, I rise again.
Very good. Speed is the heart of it. Combine and conquer. Onward.
Your top tower is under attack.
Illusion.
Eyes dead.
Your top tower is under attack.
Strategic deployment. Quickly. As you will. Line of sight. Of course. I see where this road ends. Of course. Very good.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Be ensnared in fire.
Yes!
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Tis mine.
Illusion. Strategic deployment. What surge is this? Searing pain. Augmented. The matrix guides me. Ha! Ha! Quickly. A grand design. My discipline.
The scales balanced.
Come back. Pain. Speed is the heart of battle. I see where this road ends. Line of sight. As you will.
Dire structures are fortified.
Very good. Of course. Speed is the heart of battle. Strategic deployment. Combine and conquer. A grand design. Onward.
Ah! Fresh meat.
Line of sight. A mind sharper than any blade. As you will. Quickly. A move to my advantage. Yes. That should help.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
As you will. The Matrix guides me. Your stars mind us.
Oh, look at it go!
Enjoyed in battle.
Your song has fallen to the race.
Immortality!
I see where this road ends. Master of the dark arts. Aha. The Matrix guides me. Strategic deployment. Speed is the heart of battle.
Double damage!
As you will. Yes. Huh? As you will. Zips up. I see where this road ends. A move to my advantage.
Thy life's weight in my hand.
A mind sharper than any. What surge is this? A grand design. Your goal outlives you.
This reward transcends expectation.
Onward. I need no weapon. Very good. Of course.
Your top tower is under attack.
Haste!
Combine and conquer.
Güey. Ape, huevón, como eres bueno para teclear, ¿por qué no eres bueno para esperar?
As you will. Damascus bites me.
Tis mine.
Strategic deployment. A grand design.
Double death.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
My strength.
Oh.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes. Quickly. Line of sight. A move to my advantage. As you will. I see where this road ends. A mind sharper than any blade. Speed is the heart of battle. Speed is the heart of battle. I see where this road ends. Quickly! Of course. Onward.
I'm over here.
Tiene Divine, ¿verdad?
He's my axe. Cut. Peace, thou monster.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I'll take that.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Aimed in searing heat.
Victory is the goal, not glorious battles.
That should help.
As you will. Such strategic deployment. Yes. Very good.
Another fails to see. Transcends expectation.
Line of sight. A move.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
As you will.
I renew my oath to defeat all sorcerers. One more.
Fresh meat!
Whoa, look at it go!
This piece here.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
I renew my vocation. Oh! Of course. Combine and conquer. Paid. Very good. Onward. A grand design. Ha! Ha! Yes. Quickly.
I'll take that.
A mind sharper than any blade. As you will. Over here now.
But not defeated.
No blade required. Ha! As you will. Speed is the heart of battle.
Go, 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 go.
I see the precious world.
Radiant victory. Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
The rogue wolf comes. A wolf in man's clothing. Ah!
It is in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
On the trail. Gather, wolves! Fealty to none.
It's in the
Call
bag.
to battle. Indeed. The wolf runs. Yes. Beware the wolf.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Does it please you? Now my wolves will feast. As must be. So you say.
The battle begins.
The trails will run red. Hunting. I look to battle. Ah, my instincts are keen. Gather, of course. On the trail. No die. I look to battle. Hunting. I'm under attack! Does it please you? Ah! Of course. Gather, wolves! Ah, my instincts are keen. So you say. Call to battle.
I take what I please.
Onward. Yes. As must be. Indeed. Fealty to none. Metamorph first blood. The wolf is at your door. Beware the wolf. Renta son. The wolf. Fealty to none. Hunting. As it is.
Who spoiled that shot?
The wolf runs. Beware the wolf. Now my fools will feast. Ah.
So sorry.
Shred. Yes. Tooth and nail. My territory expands. Call to battle. Gather wolves! So you say. On the trail. Onward. Indeed. I look to battle. Rip your throat! As must be. Ah, my instincts are keen. Of course. Indeed. As must be. I look to battle. I rip your flesh. Beware the wolf. On the trail. The wolf runs. Now my wolves will feast. Call to battle. I'm under attack! Ah, my instinct.
Perfect.
Fealty to none. For the honor of my house. Of course. In my father's name. Savage.
Sorry about that.
Onward. So you say. A shift. Hunting. Yes, kill. Now my moves in feet. Attack! Of course. Hunting.
Thank you, my beauties.
So you say. Gather wolves. First need no armor.
Middle is missing.
Top is missing. As must be. Fealty to none. Rip your mouth.
Middle is missing.
Yes, you will keep me up, Cora.
I feel renewed.
Bruja bota.
Gather wolves! On the trail.
Out of my way!
Call to battle. Onward. As it please you. Ah! Beware the wolf. Ah, my instincts are keen. The wolf. Wolves. I look to battle.
¿Qué está haciendo, Wicho? ¿Qué está haciendo ahí en mid? Para que se vaya, ¿por qué se está regalando?
Fealty to none. As it done.
What's the opposite of regicide?
Now my wolves will feast. Dominating. I look to battle. Ah, my instincts are keen. Fealty to none. Top is missing. The wolf runs. Call to battle. Helm of the Dominator. So you say.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Now my wounds live.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Onward.
The enemy's middle tower has been
Yes.
denied.
Of course.
I take what I please.
Hunting. Killing spree.
Haste!
The night comes. Beware the wolf. As must be.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
I lope to battle. Ah, my instincts are keen.
Shadows take us.
Pass it, bury me with my flames. Look who's sight.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So you say.
Your middle tower is under attack.
As it please you. Yes. Fealty to none. The wolf runs. Beware the wolf.
You're making this too easy, Marana.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Returns. Now my wounds killing spree.
Your middle tower
Pero
is under
usa tu
attack.
primera, pues retrasado mental.
As must
Your
be.
top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under your top tower is falling.
This must be.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Onward. Gather woods!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Call to battle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Ah. Gold for me. Look, this will be useful. My instincts are keen.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Gold for me. Gather wounds. As it please you. Unstoppable double kill. Alpha wounds. So you say. Tooth and neck. Call to battle.
Los está viendo ahí a los tres y ¿para qué se queda? Salga de ahí, Wicho.
On the trail. Now my wounds.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Father's name.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
May your house long record your name. Fealty to none. Beware the wolf. Wicked Sega killer. Hunting. Indeed. Of course. Savage fury. I rip your flesh. As must be. Now my wolves will.
Jugger, qué inútil que eres, brother.
My instincts are keen. Of course. Hunting.
The woman is at your door. Monster kill.
For that hunt.
Oye, retrasado mental. Acá pues, bestia, tonto.
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Onward. As must be. In my father's name. I'm under attack! Fealty to none. So you say.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
My instincts have gathered wolves.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
The wolf is at your door.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Call to battle. As it please you. This will be useful. On the trail. Indeed. The wealth of my house. Wolves need now my wolves will feast. Ah, my instincts are keen.
Dire structures are fortified.
Onward. For the honor of my house. Gather wolves! Beware the wolf.
Shadows, take us.
The wolf runs. Call to battle. Of course. Dearly paid. In savage fury. Now my wolves will feast. So you say. I look to battle. Hunting. Ah. Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Fealty to none. On the trail.
I'll take that as tribute.
Fealty to none. Hunting.
Let it go. Live your flesh.
Gather wolves for the honor of my house. Rent asunder. As it please you. Ah.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Indeed.
Yo, por Dios, serías tan amable de siquiera coger ese ítem neutral. Gracias.
Onward. So you say.
Shadows, take us.
Te pega, te pega, te pega.
The wolf. Now my wolves will feast. Haste. Call to battle. Hunting. Run the train. God shall these woods. Call to battle. Belial the wolf.
The prize is mine.
Ah, my instincts are keen. Yes. As must be. Gather wounds. Rip your throat. Does it please you?
Brother, ¿puedes soltar los ítems neutrales que tienes? Gracias.
Yes. Beware the wolf. As must be. Lone wolf. Gather wolves! Double kill. Wolf runs.
Your bottom
Tooth and
tower
nail.
is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fealty to none.
Jugger, serías tan amable de ya jugar. Ya es minuto 30,
Your
puedes hacer
bottom
algo.
tower is under attack.
Indeed.
Ve una cristal, siquiera métele ulti, algo haz.
Your
Asco,
bottom
Dios.
tower has fallen.
Ah. Now my wolves will feast.
Eso, quédate abajo. Cuando nosotros vamos arriba, quédate abajo. Eso, tonto.
So you say.
Stack.
Ah, my instincts are keen.
Whoa, look at it go!
In my father's name. Attack!
Vas a morir, Jugger.
I'm under attack! My instincts are keen. Call to battle.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Hunting. Much grace to you.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Solo si hubiera car... A ver si ha habido car...
As must be. For the wealth of my house. Call to battle. Now my wolves will feast. The wolf runs.
I'll take that as tribute.
Your top tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Sal de ahí, bruja. Sal de ahí, está guardiado. Por Dios. sentido común.
Yes. Gather wolves! Onward. So you say. Ah, my instincts are keen. Ah, gather wolves! Does it please you? Does it please you? Fealty to none. I look to back.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Arriba, 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 you, arriba.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Eso, pelea ahí, pelea ahí.
Shake your corpse in my jaws. Your science magic. Now, my fool. Triple kill.
By morning, you'll be naught but bones.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Whoa, look at it go!
Your top tower is under attack.
But now my wolves will feast.
Your top tower is under attack.
Think I'll pass. My uncle went to the doctor once and never came back.
Your top tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy now has mega creeps.
Gather wolves! Hunting.
Lone wolf. Ah. As must be. I'm under attack!
We admit no. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Hey, I'm easily distracted.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Oye, no se te ocurrió meterle el ulti, retrasado mental, tonto.
The pack is defeated! Fealty to none.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Feel the chill. I move.
Prepare for battle.
To battle.
I'll give them a drubbing they'll not
Agreed.
soon forget.
On. Forward. I move. Ugh. It's all fun and games until someone's frozen solid. To battle. Here I come. I'll freeze you fast. Yes. Let's go.
Thou art denied.
Swiftly. Into the breach. Swift as the wolves of Icerack.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I'll not argue. Indeed. Faster. Faster. Ice, take you. I move.
First blood.
Like years in the rain.
First blood.
Attack.
Thank you.
I thought as much. I'll not argue. Forward. Missing top. Let's go. Here I come. Swiftly. Indeed. Agreed. Into the breach. Down you go. Yes. Faster. Yes. Indeed. I thought as much. Into the breach.
Burn.
The ice will fight. To battle.
No sorcery shall tame me.
Frostfire, take you. Forward. Let's go. Agreed. My ice bites deep. I move. Oh, gosh. Missing top. On. I'll not argue.
Denied.
Fangs of ice. Here I come. Swiftly. Faster. Let's go. Missing top. I'll not argue. Here's ice in your eyes. Not ready. Forward. To battle. I thought as much.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack!
Killing spree.
Tis not
Swiftly.
ready.
Into the breach. Here I come. I move.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Missing top. On. Agreed. Indeed. Yes.
Tis mine.
Fangs of ice. Forward. Let's go. Yes. Missing top. Swiftly. Agreed. Faster. I'll not argue. Missing top. On.
Dominating.
Ice, take you. Down you go. To battle. Indeed. I move. Here I come. Into the breach. I thought as much.
Battle. Thy life's weight
Yes.
in mana pay.
Here I come.
Radiant structures are fortified. None to burn.
Forward. Agreed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fast
invisibility.
Swiftly.
Acá miren. Miren. Qué maricones.
Into the breach. I move. On.
Your middle
Oye,
tower
Maiden,
is under
deja de ser
attack.
tan puta y vamos a...
I'll not argue.
Tema, espera.
To battle. I thought as much. Indeed. Let's go.
Is blunted.
Welcome to your death.
Into the breach. Forward. Here I come. Faster.
ye. Death is the only.
Drop it. I'll not argue.
The world uses exquisite toxin.
Swiftly.
Your
Let's
top
go.
tower is under attack.
On. To battle.
Your middle tower
I
is
thought
under
as
attack.
much.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Swift as the wolves of Icerack. Yes. This'll come in handy. Agreed. To battle. Swiftly.
Tis mine.
Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Into the breach. I thought as much.
Come and get it.
Here I come.
Such sorcery shall not prevail.
Invisibility. This way? On. Let's go. Is it cold in here, or is it just me? Indeed. Better to burn out than fade away. Forward. I'll not argue.
Radiant structures
I move.
are fortified.
I move.
Regeneration!
I thought as much. What could be better? On. Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
My eyes fight deep.
Your top tower is under attack.
Let's go.
Greetings, my
Swift as the wolves of Icerack. Agreed.
Money to burn.
I must have
Held your feet to the fire.
Swiftly. Indeed. Illusion. Forward. Faster. Aren't you nice? not argue.
What do you buy?
Into the breach! To battle! Into the breach! I move! On! Swift as the wolves of Ice Wrath. Indeed.
Your top tower is under attack.
The revenants of my
Swiftly.
people will wash over this land.
I'll not argue. The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Yes! Agreed. To battle. Let's go.
Your top tower
Under
has
attack.
been denied.
I got it. Faster. Here I come. Forward.
Get some!
Faster. Forward.
It's not the bet you gotta worry about.
Falters.
I'll not argue.
The cost of magic.
I thought as much.
Regeneration.
Let's go. On. I move. Drop it. Yes. Indeed. Here I come. Into the breach. To battle. Agreed. I'll not argue.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I thought as much. Forward. Agreed. Into the breach.
None to burn.
Here I come. Here's
Was an act of charity.
faster. On. go. I move. Swiftly. To battle. I'll freeze you fast. The ice wolves bite. Indeed. Oh no!
They who live by the wall shall die.
Glacier. Get thee to the underscape.
Forward. Faster. To battle. Indeed. I thought as much. Into the breach. Let's go. Swiftly. Yes. Swift as the wolves of Iceland.
I tested your metal and found it wanting.
He's mine.
Here I come. Agreed.
You die.
Here I come.
Insipid and ignorant.
Swiftly. Let's go. Forward. Swift as the wolves of Icerack. Yes. Faster.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Indeed. Into the breach. I'll not argue. I've got goosebumps. Battle
is no more.
on.
Feed the flames.
Agreed. I thought as much.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'll not argue.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Indeed. Nice.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. To battle. Here
Here I come! Die! Swiftly! I thought as much. This'll come in handy. Mine. I move. Faster. On. Agreed. Into the breach. Let's go. Agreed. Faster. Swiftly. I'll not argue. Yes! I can't see your breath in. Let's go. Here's ice in your eye. What's better? Attack! Into the breach! Forward.
Dire's courier has been killed.
To battle!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Black King Bar. On. I thought as much. Here I come. I move.
Visibility.
I'm under attack. I'm burning up.
Money to burn. Dire's courier has been killed.
It just keeps getting better. On. To battle. Forward. Agreed. I move. Let's go. Into the breach. Yes. Here I come. Going into hiding. Indeed. I'll not argue. Swiftly. Faster.
Roshan has fallen to the ring.
I thought as much. Swiftly. Yes. This'll come in handy. Nice. To battle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On.
Your middle tower
Let's
has
go.
fallen.
Forward. Here I come. I'm under attack. I move.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Into the breach.
Your top tower has fallen.
Faster. I'll not argue. Agreed. Indeed. Let's go. I'll not argue. Into the breach. Faster. Agreed. Yes. Swiftly.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
I move.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Forward. Invisibility. To battle. Into the breach. I thought as much.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Here I come. Forward. Indeed. To battle. Drop it. I feel colder already.
The enemy's bottom
Fangs
tower
of ice.
has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Yes.
The enemy's bottom barracks.
I'll not argue.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Agreed.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
I move.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Swiftly. Let's go.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. We now have
I thought as much. Let's go. To battle. I move. Hey, thanks. Into the breach.
Mine.
Here I come. Yes. My eyes find deep. Swift as the wolves of Ice Rack. Forward. I'll not argue. Swiftly. Down.
Thy soul's in deficit.
Faster. Agreed. Indeed. I'll not argue. Let's go.
I thought as much. On. I'm under attack. Into the breach. Here I come. Faster. I move. Yes. Indeed. Agreed. Double damage. To battle. Swiftly.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
On.
Immortality.
I thought as much.
Those beyond the veil cannot.
Here I come. Ice, take you. I'll not argue. I move. Faster. Yes. Indeed. Swift as the wolves of Ice Rank. Into the breach. Agreed.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Let's go.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Guess you didn't know a little game of freeze tag could turn lethal.
Dire victory.
Of course we won. How could...
ஹீலிங் கிரேனேட் தூக்கி போட்டா என்ன ஆகும் க்ரூசிபிள்ல?
இல்ல லூசுத்தனமா கேள்வி கேட்குற.
சித்துரா டேய் அப்பா அருமை தெரியாம இருந்திருக்கவங்களாம் நினைச்சா டே.
Video, I'm going to go over my farming strategy I did to get 5 apothecaries. I'm always getting asked what sextants are you using, what scarabs are you using, why run the map at this quantity, why run the map with these mods, and what should you actually do. So you can see here, this is a kind of a sample run that I'm showing you. So basically, you run to the boss. This is similar to the influence altar farming strategy, and wow, 3 6 links. That's kind of crazy. But basically, with the strategy, I was able to farm 5 apothecaries. I do think I was a little bit on the lucky side. But if you find 5, it kind of means that the strategy does have some merit to it. And it's really actually hard to calculate the exalts per hour because I didn't really run excellence at all. So this is more of a strategy overview. You can pretty much adopt it and you can change it up a lot. Sometimes you run 100% deli. Sometimes you want to run 80% deli or 60% deli. And it all just comes down to how tanky your character is and how much the clear speed gets affected if you increase the deli or percentage. I'm a strong believer in that the more deli you can run, the better. So let's get straight into this video and see how exactly I was able to farm 5 apothecaries. This is the card. It's someone mashing something with a mortar and pestle. And Crimson Temple is the map. I think Crimson Township also drops the card. But this is the map that I'm choosing because this map has a lot better layout. And it also has a lot of different cards like 7 Years Bad Luck, which is a Mirror Shard card. It also drops the Enlighten. And it also drops level 4 in Power card. So this map is completely juiced. So first off, we want to talk about the strategy and why we're actually able to drop so many apothecaries. So this strategy is all about farming Crimson Temple. And most of the cards, I think the majority of them, 4 of them came from the Strong boxes. And the reason why the Strong boxes are OP is because the Strong box sextant gives us 500% quantity from the mobs that spawn. And that is where most of the div cards actually come from. And then we roll beyond on the map and we utilize the unique monsters drop Corrupted Sextant for free 6 links. As you can see, that's how I got 3 6 links from the boss at the start. And in terms of what you want to do for the map, you want to add as many Delirium Orbs as possible. This is possible if you go on TFT. You can pretty much buy any Deli Orb for 9 to 10 Chaos, and they'll usually just give you a random assortment. They'll usually almost always give you more armor and weapon ones because these are pretty much worthless in what kind of loot can come out of it. But basically, try to do the strategy by getting these sextants, and then your 6 links should sustain your money, so you won't be losing money. and you should be actually gaining money even if you don't find an apothecary. Now, for the Atlas passive tree, what we're going to be utilizing is Wandering Path. What Wandering Path does is it disables any notables if you do decide to take any, but it makes any small Atlas passive tree passive have 100% increased effect of modifiers. So what this means is if you look at my Atlas tree right now, these quantity nodes, which used to be 1%, are not now 2%. These things that give you 2%, 1% Atlas completion for Alpha mission are now 2%. But the most important thing is that these not effective modifiers on your non-unique maps are now 4% instead of 2%. What this means is that between these quantity nodes and these effective modifier nodes, your map was going to have around double the quant of what is actually rolled. So if you look at these maps here that I ended up rolling, a map that would have around 78% quant will probably show up around 150 to 160% quant in the Atlas. Now we're also using Singular Focus. Singular Focus is nice because it allows us to over sustain Crimson Temple, and it's actually really easy to sell Crimson Temple in bulk. We do take these quantity of items found in Incursion, so if you have Alpha missions, these should help you drop a lot of 6 links in there, and potentially even a card. These nodes are actually incredibly strong in the 20% increased experience, because this actually allows you to level up gems super fast. As you can see here, I'm leveling up some gems. And these gems actually level up similar to Simulacrum speed. It's actually very, very surprising how fast it is. And then these gives you quantity of items dropped by Beyond Demons, and this actually contributes to even more 6 links that could drop. And this will allow you to spawn more Beyond mobs. And these nodes I just took because these give you a higher chance to get the Interrogation, but the Interrogation price is actually pretty low nowadays. And then we took some Simulacrum Splinters. From here, here's 8%, 8%, because a lot of these nodes don't really benefit that much. And these nodes here have a Strongbox, have it guarded by additional pack of monsters. So we take these nodes here, and then these rare monster duplication and some shrine nodes, because we are going to be putting domination on our maps. And this allows us to potentially open the Strongbox again. Now this node is kind of a point of contention. This allows the rare monsters to have 1 additional Arch Nemesis modifier. According to what Chris said in his manifesto, supposedly if you have more Arch Nemesis modifiers, the monster's supposed to have better quant and rarity. I'm not really sure if it's confirmed at all, but that's pretty much what he said, so I'm just taking the note. But if the map is too hard, I would just not take that note. Now in terms of what altars you want to run, you want to be running either Eater of Worlds or Siri Exarch are both fine, because we are unable to take these nodes that actually benefit the altars. So in all fairness, they should be about the same altars per map for both. And we do want to take Eldritch Gaze, which does give you 50% increased effective upsides, which allow you to get more quant later on. Now, next up, we want to go straight into map rolling. Now, map rolling is something that's very, very important, and it is kind of crazy how good this tool is. So recently, I've talked about Path of Exile Regex, or whatever it's called, but now there's a way to make your own search tree, and let me show you how you can do that. So let's exit out of this sample video. So Path of Exile Regex allows you to choose the quantity. So you can say, I want all my maps to be above 70 quantity, and here you can click stuff that you don't want your map to have. So you don't want your map to have Avoid All Ailments, you don't want your map to have Reflect, and you do want your map to have Beyond. So you click this, and this will create a search tree that you can copy and paste into your search function, and this will allow you to roll maps in bulk, and it will only show maps that will have Beyond, 70+% quant, no Reflect, and no chance to avoid all ailments. So this is extremely important, so you can use this to customize the map modifiers in order to fit your build's needs. So if you can't do Reflect, make sure you select the right thing, and make sure to always select Beyond if you're going to do the Beyond strategy. So super, super important tool, and it really changed my life. Now, in terms of Scarabs, what you want to use, you can use Polish/Gilded Reliquary, which gives you more unique drops. Gilded Ambush, which gives you more strong boxes. Polished/Gilded Abyss, which should give you a lot more monsters, especially with our Atlas tree. Polished Divination or Gilded Divination, depending on the cost of it, or what you can buy it at, which should give you more Divination card drops. And you could swap out Reliquary for Blight if you really wanted to. Blight does spawn a lot of monsters. If your build can handle it, it will give you probably the most monsters possible out of all of these Scarabs. And you don't really find that many unique, so this is more of a gamble and trying to find a Mage Blood or Squire or something like that. And you could choose Polish or Gilded depending on the price. I know a lot of these Scarabs are pretty expensive now, especially Ambush and Divination, because a lot of people are trying out the strategy. Now for the Sextants, and this is where the magic happens, is you want unique monsters drop corrupted items. So these things means that the Beyond Demons can drop 6 links, and you want Beyond, so you're pretty much having double Beyond of sorts. You have Beyond on the map, and then you have Beyond on the Sextant, so you can't really get triple Beyond anymore, because you can't put Beyond on the map device. And you want 2 additional Strong Boxes, and what's important about this Strong Box Sextant is that it makes all the Strong Boxes rare and corrupted, so it's pretty much like tamper-proof, but you also get 2 additional Strong Boxes, so it's super, super effective. And lastly, the most important one is you want Strong Boxes have 500% quantity, and I think I actually doubled up on this, so this should be Strong Box 500% quantity. So make sure you have that, the 2 Strong Box Sextants, Beyond, and unique monsters drop corrupted items. Now for the map device, you want to put Domination on the map device, and you want to choose Alva if you have missions. The main problem with Alva is that sooner or later you're going to run out of missions, and I do think the best way to get missions is to run the Sextant that gives you a purple crop. So you see how this one is 1 crop of blue plants. You want to get the one to have 1 crop of purple plants, and the purple plants can actually give you Alva missions and all Atlas missions. So I do think that's the best way if you want to stock up on some quick Alva missions. But Alva makes a big difference. Every single Alva temple that you do in the map will probably net you around like 1 or 1.56 links. Now, how do you want to run the map? So the map has a little bit of intricacy to it, and then you want to run straight to the map boss and try to kill as little as possible. The reason behind this is this actually gives you a higher chance of getting quantity option on influence altars. So basically, every single altar has 3 different options. It has map boss can does something, and then players can do something, and then Eldritch minions can do something. By killing the map boss, you eliminate the map boss option, so it's always player or Eldritch minions. And players option has the increased quant, as you can see here. This is for some old screenshot that GGG first came out with, so that's why it looks like this. So you want to have the player option, and then you want to have the quant option, so you can get as much quantity as possible on the map. And you want to use the Stalker Sentinel and try to hit as many Strong Boxes as possible, because I do think that the Strong Box Sentinel, the Strong Boxes, and the Stalker Sentinel, the quant can stack on top of each other. So you have 500%, and then you have 200% on top of a Stalker Sentinel. So if you look at my Stalker Sentinel right now, it has 241% quant, which will get stacked on top of the 500% quant for the Strong Boxes. And if you do see 2 boxes that are next to each other, you should save the Pandemonium Sentinel and try to open the boxes and then hit the Pandemonium Sentinel, so that you could infect as much of the Strongbox mobs as possible. Now, one important thing to know is that the Sentinels do make the mobs harder than any other mobs in the game, especially if you do it at 100% deli. If you do Sentinels at 100% deli, you better make sure your build has around 50 plus million DPS at bare minimum, because the mobs are probably tankier than Wave 30 Kostas, each one of the rares. So make sure that if you do 100% deli and you're doing the Sentinels, that you have an extremely, extremely strong build, or I would recommend you do like 60 or 80%. Now, overall, this strategy is incredibly high variance, so I really need to warn you about that. You can get incredibly unlucky doing the strategy, and it does rely on finding Apothecary cards, and if you don't find the Apothecary cards, this strategy will not be better than Simulacrum. So if you really want to do the strategy, just be prepared that you could get unlucky. You do sustain most of your money and do make money because of the 6 links and the random drops. And I farmed roughly around 200 plus maps to drop 5 Apothecaries, so my RNG was probably on the good side. I was running 100% deli on almost every single map, so keep that in mind. And Blade Vortex is the best build for doing this. If you're going to roll any build and you want to take it to endgame to farm Crimson Temples, I highly recommend doing Blade Vortex or another build that has Explode for Chain Explosions with Heralds. Because the Chain Explosions carry your clear a lot. A lot of times you could kill a Kostas in the map with just the explosions from the mobs that are surrounding it. So Blade Vortex best build can get very unlucky doing this method, so watch out and beware of the prices of the Sextants and Scarabs that you're buying, because it can make this strategy extremely, extremely expensive. But hopefully you try the strategy out. It is probably the best way to deterministically farm these cards, and it does happen pretty fast, especially if you can afford to drop any gear for Magic Find. It will make it much, much better. But thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you find more mirrors, exalts, and mage bloods than me, and see you next time. Bye.
Yo, what is up guys, Dream here, and in today's video we're going to be covering what the best reward types are for making currency. So if you're in early maps and you're wondering, man, why am I not making any currency from this Sentinel mechanic everyone's raving about, this is the video for you. You're going to know exactly what you're looking for after this. And if you're trying to push things to the limit and you want to know exact chaos values on how much you can expect to make per reward activation, and you want to make much more, this is also the video for you. If you're curious about what the chance is of picking up a good Sentinel off the floor and if it's worth your time to pick them up, also the video for you. Trying to track down how to get these Sentinels or buy them off other players, yep, we're talking about that too. So we have a lot to cover, but first, if you're enjoying the content on Sentinel League, this stuff does take a little while, so make sure to subscribe to the channel, and if you like the content, chuck this video a like, I'd appreciate it. Alright, without further ado, let's get into it. So let's talk a little bit about what we're talking about here. So I'm talking about the suffixes that can appear on Pandemonium and Stalker Sentinels. So that's exactly what we're referring to here. So for example, we have here Sentinel reward, 2.2% chance for Sentinel reward. This one's got a 2.3% chance at Scarab and a 3.5% chance over here at Divination card. But hang on, which one is the best to run? I can only use one Sentinel at a time, and you get so many, it's pretty hard to decide which one you should run over another one, and which one you should prioritize to have, and which ones you should maybe sell. Well, let's dive into it. So we understand that these are suffixes, and first of all, we need to look at all the other suffixes to see what each of them are up against. So the test was as follows. I would get Sentinels of each different reward type, and I would test them extensively to understand their drop table, and whenever they did drop a reward, what was the average chaos value of that. Then I would get all my results, tally them all up, and give you guys a top list of the best ones to run, honorary mentions, and which ones probably aren't the best to run. And that's exactly what you have in this video. But first of all, what is an average reward? Well, whenever you apply a league mechanic icon to a monster's head, that's what we're going to consider as a reward tile. So if you power an enemy and it gets an expedition reward from your 2.3% chance to get an expedition monster, well, that is what I'm talking about. That one reward tile on that guy's head is what we're referring to when we talk about everything in this video. All right, so let's get into the best rewards that you can get from this mechanic. So first of all, there is definitely a few on the lower side of profitability. If you like these mechanics or you're playing SSF, there is absolutely merit to them. But in terms of currency making, they don't just cut the mark. So if you hear anything in this video and you're like, hey man, whoa, a breach is missing there, it's because it didn't make the cut. But I will mention a couple here and why they're not on there. So the first one I want to talk about is breach. So breach, overall, it drops breach scarabs, and it also drops 2 stacks of splinters. Now, unfortunately, splinter stacks aren't very large, and also they have a very low chance to be Chayula or Ul-Natul. Additionally, the actual scarabs are also quite rare and not very expensive. So overall, the ones that are on the list, they just either don't drop enough, or the stuff that they do drop is just not very expensive. Ritual, another very good example, only drops about 10 to 14 ritual splinters, which when a ritual vessel is only 8C, it's just not going to be able to stand up to the likes of Fossil or Legion when it comes to things like that. So anything that I don't talk about here, unfortunately, we tested it, it didn't cut the mustard. Stuff like Harbinger is off the list for this reason. Okay, let's dive in. I'm going to talk about here the ones which are definitely pretty good, but if you really had the option, you necessarily wouldn't run. These are ones that you would, pick up, you'd identify, you'd set them aside, but you'd much prefer to sell them. Let's dive into that list. We'll talk about why they're not top picks, and we'll also talk about what they drop. So the first one I'm going to bundle together here is Divination and Currency. So these are absolutely massively high variance. So we've run a lot of both of these these, and I can tell you it's basically a little bit of a gambler's game. So if you want to run currency, you do have an increased chance of an exalt. You will drop stuff like stacks of Chaos Orbs. You will overall accumulate more currency. But the thing about Sentinel is you get a ton of base currency rewards just from empowering monsters normally. That is absolutely how that's going to work. So increasing that chance further is good, but it's not actually going to be game breaking. And overall, after testing a dozen Cosmic Apex Sentinels with exclusively the currency reward on them and seeing what they have to offer, exalts might not be as common as you think. And that's why it's only in the honorary mention section. If you're trying to make Megamons off of this mechanic, currency isn't bad, but it's certainly not the best way to do it. So overall, there's better options. Currency's not bad. Moving on to Divination Cards. So Divination Cards in high tier maps will always drop either a pile of 1 to 3 div cards, which can be anything in the game. You could get a Doctor, you could get a Mage Blood card, or more likely, the weighted actual outcome is to get, stuff like, Fated Connections, stuff like the fusing divination cards, stuff which is lower rarity, things that are not super duper rare. That is what you can expect. However, they have value too, but overall, it's quite difficult to sell all those divination cards unless you get a really big hit, and you're basically going to be relying on the value of stacked decks, which again, unfortunately, just can't hold up to the value of some of these higher, more consistent options. But overall, if you're a bit of a gambler, you want to go for that increased chance of an exalt, you want to go for that Mage Blood card, you could go and use these too. There's definitely plenty of them out there. You won't have any short of supply. They're pretty damn good. But overall, not top tier. Let's move on to the more niche ones here. So next up on the list is Abyss. So Abyss is a funny one. Most people write Abyss off as garbage. However, it's pretty interesting just through the sheer amount of Abyss jewels it drops. It's ridiculous, man. It's crazy. So you can expect per reward tile you apply to monsters' heads to get anywhere between 1 to 2 Abyss jewels. I seem to think that it's around a 1 or 2, so it's about a 1.5 average from my experience. Now, the cool thing about Abyss jewels is by themselves, okay, they're not really worth anything. However, when you get and look at the Atlas passive tree, there is a node called Corrupted Gaze. Now, Corrupted Gaze essentially says that all Abyss jewels, no restriction, have a 20% chance to be corrupted and have 5 or 6 random modifiers. Now, this is a big, big deal. First and foremost, the jewels are going to be identified, meaning you don't have to pick them up, you don't have to identify them, and they'll, in most cases, in a lot of cases, have 50% more mods minimum. So if you get a 6 mod, that is 50% better than a 4 mod. And these can only drop really from this method of farming. And overall, these can fetch a very high price, specifically the minion ones. We're talking multiple exalts, and on the low end, you can get a few ones which might be worth 40 or 50 C. But again, this is a gambler's paradise. Yes, it's good. Yes, it could have massive potential. But unless you're a bit of a gambler, you're looking for that crazy one, well, you're probably not going to make as much money as you would doing some of the higher tier things on this list. However, it is definitely a lot of fun. I can recommend it. The Abyss ones probably aren't in high demand, so if you're looking for a bit of a jackpot and you're not really interested in currency and divination, this could be your pick. And overall, that's why it's an honorary mention. Not consistent, but definitely very, very interesting. Next up, we have Heist. So Heist is so close to being a top tier option. So close, but what holds it back? So first of all, what does it drop? Well, it can drop any of the contracts, first and foremost. This is a fairly common occurrence. The main thing it drops is rogue markers. And these rogue markers drop in stacks between about 450 all the way up to about 600. And it does seem that it can be modified with a Thief's Trinket if you do want to invest in one of those. So this is about 1 to 2 C of rogue markers, which is actually pretty good. Overall, definitely not bad. In addition to that, we've also got the contracts. However, those are definitely going to be a little bit less valuable than you might think. When we think contracts, we think deception, counter-thaumaturgy, perception, but there's so many bad contracts that you kind of have to average it out, and it's probably going to come out to about an average of 1 to 2 C per contract. And in addition to that, you also need to sell these, and there's no practical way to sell these outside of using TFT, which is why it doesn't make a high tier spot. In addition to that, they can also drop blueprints. These are quite rare, but they do happen, and those can be worth money. But again, similar to contracts, there's high variance. You might get a good one, you might get a bad one, but the thing that makes it it. So this isn't top tier, is the fact that you have to sell on TFT, because that does slow things down. It makes it harder to get rid of this stuff, and unless you're comfortable with that, it definitely is not going to be the pick for you. But if you are comfortable with TFT, it could absolutely be a top tier pick, and if you can scoop these up for cheap, you could be making big money, and overall I would recommend it. However, you do need to be wary about the drops, but overall it does make quite a lot of currency, and it is just so close to being on top on this list. It just didn't make it because of the TFT thing. Next up, Delirium. Okay, so this, similar to Abyss, has big potential when used in the right way. So a lot of these things so far will work for white tier maps, as well as, yellow tier maps. With the exception of Heist, you'll get a bit of a lower premium on your contracts and blueprints. Abyss will certainly work though. You might get a few less OP mods, but Delirium is the one where I would never recommend it outside of high tier maps. And the reason for that is that most of the loot is cluster jewels. So it's got about a 50-50 split. You've got a 50% chance of getting Simulacrum Splinters. However, this stack size is actually quite small for the price of a Simulacrum right now. You get anywhere between 5 to 8 Simulacrum Splinters, which is quite small. But then the other chance is to get a cluster jewel, and it's weighted. You have a highest chance to get a large cluster jewel, a little bit of a chance to get a medium, and a much rarer chance to get a small. However, the catch is these cluster jewels are actually based on the monster that you apply the empowerment to. So if you apply a Delirium Ward to a item level 86 monster, it'll drop an item level 86 cluster jewel. And that is the trick with cluster jewels. The item level is what makes them so expensive. If you can get high item level clusters, you can be in for a bit of profit. So the reason that's on here is because of this fact. If you get a big jackpot and you get a high item level cluster and you can sell it for like 3 or 4 exalts, you could be in business. Similar to Abyss, it is a bit of a jackpot one. And also there is a supporting node on the tree, which is going to help this. So if you're running Delirium and you're looking for a way to jack up that item level area, well, you might want to look into Lightless Legion. So it actually makes all the monsters in Abyssal Depths plus 3 levels. In tier 16 maps, that takes to 86, which means all cluster jewels you drop in that area are going to be item level 86 minimum, which puts a massive premium on your clusters. Those are very difficult to get, and it definitely does have quite a bit of merit. But again, it's a little bit of a gambler's goo there, so you're definitely going to have to look into that. It's definitely not top tier, and overall, it's more of a bit of a for fun one. Alright, we've gotten through everything. Let's get into the juice. Let's get into the stuff that is absolutely, without a doubt, the best stuff to run for the money. Let's dive into it. Okay, so first up, we're going to have some numbers here. And these numbers come from me running a ton of this reward and averaging out all the rewards I get to give you a chaos number. This number is based off the economy a few days ago and is based on a limited sample size. So don't take it as gospel, but it will give you an idea of what you can expect to make from these rewards. Also worth noting, I did run these in tier 16 maps. Some of the rewards do end up being a little bit lower in terms of the quantity of items you get, as well as the quality of items you get in lower tier maps, but not so much so that I wouldn't recommend these as top tier picks. So if I tell you Metamorph is good in tier 16s, it's still going to be good in tier 1 maps. So if you're running those low tiers, don't worry, this absolutely still applies to you. Let's dive into it. First and foremost, bottom on the totem pole, but still not bad, Legion. So what does Legion drop? Well, whenever you proc a Legion reward, it's going to drop you either 2 incubators or 2 stacks of Legion splinters. Now, incubators are definitely worth money. The good ones, absolutely, you can use yourself and extract quite a lot of value out of. But the real value does come from the splinters. Emblems can sell for quite a nice amount, and the catch is that this actually does work with Emblematic on the Atlas passive tree. So overall, there is a chance for splinters to drop as an emblem. It's about a 1% chance, so 1 in 100 splinters you get will be an emblem. And the way this works is if you drop a 6 stack of splinters, so you drop a stack of 6 splinters, well, you have 6 chances at that 1% to drop an emblem and convert one of those splinters into an emblem. That is how it works. And overall, you'll be dropping around 5, anywhere between 6 all the way up to 10 splinters. That is the kind of range that you can expect to drop in terms of splinters per activation if you're not getting incubators. So on average, you every time proc it have a 10% chance at an emblem. That was what I determined, and that is exactly what I tested and what I saw. So overall, Legion, not too bad. You can expect with the emblematic different notables on the tree to get a roughly 1.6C conservatively per activation of Legion. So every time you get that Legion icon on there, bing, on average, you should make 1.6C. That is my data in T16 maps. So there it is. Definitely on the lower side, but definitely not bad either. All right, next up, surprisingly, Scarab. So Scarab is heralded as this mega money fountain of just cash. However, unless you have a large quantity of Scarabs, it actually isn't quite that easy to sell the Scarabs. That's why it's a little bit lower on this list. However, Scarabs are certainly worth selling, but if you're selling them one by one, it actually only averages out to be about 1.6C per activation, which is similar to Legion. Now, why is this? Well, first and foremost, the actual rarities of the Scarabs are weighted. We extensively tested this. So you have a 10% chance for the Scarab you drop to be gilded, a 30% chance for your Scarab to be polished, and a 60% chance for it to be rusted. And the way that you can calculate all this out is that you can go look at the prices and calculate the average price of a gilded, rusted, and polished Scarab, and you can work it out based on that. And that's exactly what I've done, and exactly what you'll see down below. But overall, Scarab only comes out to be about 1.6C in per activation, per reward that you get, and that is not in bulk. The question completely changes if you go to bulk. Absolutely, it is potentially one of the most rewarding, if not maybe the most rewarding, if you have bulk, but on a case-by-case basis, if you're just running some low-tier maps, well, Scarab might not be the pick. But if you're a bulk juicer and you're going to get a bulk tab of Scarabs and you're going to sell it, then maybe it is the pick. But I've put it here. You guys know how much it is on the very absolute worst-case scenario, low end. I'm sure you guys can already see that it'll be much better on the high end. Now, worth noting, white maps will not drop gilded Scarabs. They also will not drop polished Scarabs. They will only drop rusted. So Scarab is significantly worse in white maps. In yellow maps, they'll only drop polished. And it's only when you get to the red maps that you will start getting gilded. So that is absolutely very important to note. And overall, I would only recommend Scarab for high tier players. And that is kind of where I'm at with that. So if you're a low tier player, probably best to sell the Scarab one. If you're a high tier player, it's pretty good to run them, but there's definitely better options for lower tier players, and we'll get to that in a second here. I'll tell you exactly what the best ones are to run in those low tier maps. Next up, Metamorph. All right, Metamorph is a great pick. It is absolutely fantastic. It's next on the list here. You're going to drop anywhere between a stack of 1 to 3 catalysts, and they are fairly favorably weighted from my experience. You're going to get Prismatic, you're going to get Fertile, and if you have these things, they fly off the shelf. People are not running Metamorph. They don't seem to want to run Metamorph, and overall, these are good currency. This was a conservative number, which I priced a couple days ago. Overall, you're going to make the months. It's going to be pretty damn good. And overall, it doesn't look like how it's weighted in tiers. So if you try it out in low tiers, you should have luck exactly the same as in high tiers, which is definitely something you can recommend. If anyone knows contrary, though, make sure to post down below. But overall, Metamorph is looking juicy. It's about a 2.2C per activation on average. And that is the number that I've come up with. Next on the list, we've got Fossil. So a bit of a dark horse, honestly. I wasn't expecting this, but Fossil drops on average 2 fossils per activation, which is pretty damn good. It does drop 1 on occasion, but it's only when you get a rare fossil, it seems, that it drops 1. But most of the time, you're going to be dropping 2 fossils per activation, which is pretty damn good. And in addition to that, it can also drop prime chaotic resonators, which are really expensive, which is really good. You can expect to get those. Overall, Fossil, big pick. It's about 2.2C, and it's definitely a very nice one. So 2.3C even. All right, let's move on to the heavy hitters here. The ones which I consider the best. And this one is first up, Sentinel. Sentinel reward is nuts. It's crazy. You are going to be getting all kinds of good things. You're going to be getting recombinators. You're going to be getting bulk power cores. You are going to be getting special power cores. And of course, not actually included in this figure, you're going to be getting a ton of Sentinels. So here we have the number 2.7C per activation. This is only based on power cores and recombinators. All of the Sentinel stuff, all the unique Sentinels were not included because, you know, it's impossible to price that accurately. And overall, I felt it better to exclude it. So while it might be only a little bit higher than Fossil right now, and potentially lower than Scarab in the long run, when you include the value from picking up and identifying those Sentinels, you absolutely see it as the second best one. Absolutely. And you are going to be having good luck with this in low tier maps. If you're doing low tier maps, this is the one I would recommend to you. It's very common. You can go out, you can get it, pick it up, run it in your maps, get some recombinators, sell those puppies, make some cash, and upgrade that build, man. It's very good. So overall, Sentinel is a great pickup. It's number 2 on my list here. 2.7C, excluding Sentinels. It's absolutely crazy. Lastly, the king of currency, Expedition. If you can get an Expedition Sentinel, it's worth like 1 Exalt if you were to sell it, man. These things are insane. So overall, you are looking at getting 7.4 C on average per activation from your Sentinels. Absolutely crazy. It's really good, man. And obviously, what you drop here is going to be as follows. You're going to drop anywhere between 1 to 4 of the Expedition reroll currencies. So 1 Astro Galley, 4 Astro Galley. It's not weighted. You could get 4 and the same chance to get 1. That is how it works. What is weighted, though, is the type of reroll currency. So it works a little bit about a little like this. So you have a very, very high chance of getting Astro Galley. You have a medium chance of getting a exotic coin or a scrap metal, and you have a low chance of getting a burial medallion. The ratio for you math nerds out there is 4 for Astro Galley, 2 for scrap metal and exotic, and 1 for burial medallions. But I'm sure some people will understand that. But anyway, that is where it's at. Okay, guys, so we now understand the best one. So if you're in low tiers, Expedition, Sentinel, Fossil, Metamorph, these are your picks. Don't get them, Tiger. This is going to be some good currency. And if you're in high tiers, Scarab and pretty much everything we talked about is on the table. Pick your favorite and go ahead and make some cash. All right, so the next thing I want to talk a little bit about is how this applies to charges, because we're about to talk about how to buy these things, and I want you guys to be educated. You need to understand how many things you can expect to get from that. All right, so we're going to take a look here at this Sentinel reward, Emberstone Pandemonium Sentinel, okay? So it says we have a 3% chance of getting a Sentinel reward, okay? And it says it empowers roughly 100 enemies. Okay, so we can do some quick math here. I'm going to teach you guys how to do this. However, stay tuned to Firegrass's channel. He's going to make a calculator for you, which is essentially going to do this formula for you on the fly. However, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to show you guys how to work it out manually, and then you guys can go check the calculator out when he releases that video. All right, so if you wanted to figure it out, so I can empower 100 enemies, and I have a 3% chance of getting a Sentinel reward. Okay, so on average, if I empower all those enemies per map, I should make around 3 Sentinel rewards. I should get about 3 because I have a 3% chance and there's 100 enemies. Okay, that makes sense. On average, 3 rewards. We just said that they make about 2.7 C times 2.7. So now you're making about 8.1 C on average per map, excluding Sentinels that you drop. All right, well, that's pretty damn good to start out with. Okay, right? And you can use Pandemonium Sentinels twice per map. So that's 16 C per map right off the bat. And that's excluding other empowerment rewards. So you can kind of see, okay, we're starting to stack up some cash here. And this is in low tier maps as well. Okay, so the next thing to do is to look at the amount of charges this thing has, all right? So this one has 18 charges, meaning I can use it 18 times. So it's whatever that number is we just calculated. So again, I get 3 Sentinel rewards, 2.7 C each, that's 8.1 C, and I can use it 18 times, so times 18. So this Sentinel, in theory, should be worth roughly 145 C worth of value to you. It doesn't mean you buy it for 145 C, it means that you're gonna make 145 C off running it and getting all the rewards out of it on average. Okay, now that we understand that, you also need to factor in the fact that you could keep this thing alive and even improve it by crossbreeding, but that is another video. But you need to understand that you could keep this alive and perpetuate it and get another 145 C value Sentinel or better in the future. But yeah, again, that'll be in my ultimate guide coming up very soon. All right, and you can do a similar thing with all of these things. So for example, with this Scarab one, let's quickly do it. 85, and then you're gonna have 2.3% chance to kind of get that. Divided by 2.3. Okay, that is not what we want. 2.3 divided by 8. You guys kind of get the point. I'm not doing the math here, but you guys get the point. So it's roughly, probably about 1.5 Scarab rewards on average from this Sentinel. And overall, you can kind of do the math on that. Okay, is that worth my time? Probably not, right? Unless you're selling in bulk Scarabs. And this is the kind of process you guys want to go through. And overall, that calculator that Firegrass is going to put out is going to be your source of truth for figuring out if a Sentinel's worth it and overall how well it's going to do. It's also worth noting that those modifiers on the things are modified by your Sentinel controller. So if you have, a 100 charge or 100 empowerment Pandemonium Sentinel, and you take this node over here, it's going to give you a 15% increase to your money, man. It's just that easy. Overall, you can absolutely juice these things up, right? For 145 C, bro, you can push that all the way up to 200 just with the Sentinel controller. It's completely crazy. It's really, really good. Okay, so we've talked about the best ones to run in white tier maps, red tier maps. We've talked about how to calculate the value of them. Let me talk a little bit about how to get these things. Okay, so first of all, you can identify them. What is the chance of identifying a good Sentinel? Let's get into it. So on average, to get a pretty good sentinel. It's roughly about a 16% chance if you just identify a magic sentinel with one suffix across the board. So it's a pretty good chance. It's almost a 1 in 5 to get a good mod on your sentinel, just straight out of the bat. It's pretty good. And if you identify a rare with multiple suffixes, like, it's even better. You have a much higher chance of getting something good, and it's actually well and truly in your favor. And if you want the super good mods, the ones we talked about here at the end, it's going to be roughly about an 8 to 9% chance to get that, which is actually, again, pretty high. Now, overall, that chance is going to increase with item level, though, because if you take a look here, you guys can observe, if you're looking at the exact specific rewards you want, like Scarab, Fossil, Expedition, Sentinel, if you want the very best, it's going to be better at higher tiers. That's just the way it is. Overall, you can look at my table here and you guys can be like, okay, I understand like that, if you want to get a nerd out with me. However, the general gist of it is higher tier equals higher chance at best of better mods, but lower tier is still good. You're still going to get good stuff. And when you're running them, it doesn't really matter. You can get some better stuff in higher tiers, like for example Scarab, but overall don't fret too much about it. All right, so that's how you're gonna identify them. It's got a pretty good chance. I recommend picking up all the sentinels, at least with the good bases, identifying them and making sure you're searching for the good rewards. Next up, if you want to trade for them, let's jump over to the trade website. You're going to be able to use this trade search that I've created for you guys to find the sentinels you want. This will be down in the description below with my spreadsheet as well. Go check it out, guys. So in this case, all you're going to want to do is come in here, copy and paste my trade search, and then take a look at the rewards here. Look for the one that you want, and if you want to run, for example, I want to run Sentinel and Expedition because I'm running lower tier maps. I want to try and get some juice in my white maps. I'm going to go ahead and take a look, and then all you need to do is hit search. And it's going to pop up here with some results, man. So I can take a look. Okay, so I got the Expedition reward here. We got the Sentinel reward here. And you can kind of look through here. You can kind of start using the calculation that we're teaching you. Okay, so if I have 100 enemies, it's 2% chance. That's 2 rewards. Okay, that's 14C here. You can kind of get an idea. Or you can use Firegrass's calculator that's coming out and just punch all the details into that. And it'll tell you if you're going to make money. But overall, we were talking about like 145C earlier. You can see here that they're quite cheap for actually what you get. Now, don't overpay for them. Make sure you do a little bit of napkin math. But overall, you can make some big money as a player in any tier right now by buying sentinels of other players. And using this trade search, you will get good ones. They will not be duds. They won't be low charge ones. Overall, they are going to be bangers. Make sure you click on the ones which you can handle and which you want to do. And overall, you're going to make a pretty good amount of profit, man. Now, I will just caution you, make sure your Sentinel controller is set up to handle the Sentinels you're buying. It's going to suck if you're doing calculations using the calculator and like putting it all in and you don't have all the right nodes, man. So you're going to make sure you want to have all the right nodes. But in addition to that, you're going to want to make sure that you actually get the most value out of your Sentinel. If you're running in and you're like, yeah, man, hell yeah, let's pop the Stalker Sentinel, and you like have an Expedition one on and you die to the first pack and it despawns, you're probably losing money there, right? You definitely want to make sure that you're doing content that you can comfortably do and that you can empower the full value of the Sentinel doing. And there's going to be future videos on that. Specifically, the Robo Legion strategy I'm doing right now will be the next one. But overall, that's the kind of general gist of it. If this helped you kind of understand which the best ones were, definitely make sure to hit that like button. This took ages, but hopefully you guys enjoyed the video and are still enjoying the content. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Cheers.
Hello, friends. So crafting. It's one of those things that scares a lot of people off in the game. It is a very complicated thing in the game, but you can get going right away. And I would argue that everyone who has played the game of Path of Exile has crafted in some fashion. If you've even just used a transmute once, you have technically crafted. And this is intended as a guide to get people that are on the fence about getting into crafting in general, or people who are intermediate and want to get to the next level, just help them see how approachable crafting really is and how scary it is not. So let's just get into it. All right, so what is crafting? Well, it's the process of changing some sort of item into another type of item, usually with a goal of improving it. You can even purposely make an item worse if you want to in this game the world is your oyster. It is really just the process of using currency or different tools that are available to us to modify an item and turn it into something else. That's really all that is encompassed in crafting. So that's why I said if you've used a single transmute or an aug or an alteration or even the chromatic orb or anything, like you have technically crafted. There's just a lot of steps beyond that and a lot of strategies that you can use to make more advanced items. And I just want to, we're going to start from the beginning and we're going to go real basic. And then later on, we'll get into more specific things. Basic currency, items, changing them, what all is it? So this is kind of the foundation of all of Path of Exile is the currency, you know, what we use to trade, that effectively has value for buying things from people on the trade website. Their value is locked to what they can do in terms of making an item powerful for other characters. So, you know, what these items can do to, what these currency items can do to an item is kind of, that is what defines the entire economy of the game, what defines the whole way that players interact with items and they look at their power curves over time and all of that. What is an item? Well, from the most basic definition, and there's, due to Path of Exile being very complicated, there's exceptions. But if we just look at a standard item that can be equipped by a character in our main equipment slots, you know, there's exceptions with like flasks or jewels or whatever. We have this base item. An item can be white, normal. It can be blue, which is magic, or it can be yellow, which is rare. What all of that means is white means it can have no modifiers. Blue means it can have one prefix and one suffix. And yellow, rare, means that it can have 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes. What are those? Well, I'm going to cheat and go ahead a little bit. So if we have this yellow item, if we hold Alt, and you'll want to go to the UI setting here and turn on advanced mod descriptions. This under UI, you want to turn on advanced mod descriptions. This lets us see even more detail when we hold Alt. Like we can see the range of the values here. You'll actually see what is a prefix and what is a suffix. When I hold Alt on this item, you'll see prefixes. There's 3 prefixes right now, and there's 1 suffix. That means that this item is full on prefixes. It has no more room. And suffixes, it actually has room for 2 more. And that's like the base concept of what an item is. It is the base item. So we have our base white item. It has these base stats: physical damage, critical strike chance, attacks per second. As we hold Alt, we see it is item level 13, which I'll get into. It requires level 6 and 29 intelligence to equip. It also has an implicit. Implicits kind of live separately from the prefixes and the suffixes. That is just something that usually comes from the base type of an item, but there's ways in the game to change what an implicit is. What does the currency do, and how do we craft? As you mouse over these, you see what each item does. Transmute upgrades a normal item to a magic item. That specifically means that, as I said before, it makes a white item into a blue item. It now gives it the ability to have 1 prefix and 1 suffix by becoming a blue magic item. We see that it has 1 suffix. So by using a transmute, also all of these things that change the state, it will also roll it randomly to give it some modifiers that fit within the buckets that are available. You know, 1 prefix, 1 suffix for blue, or 3 and 3 for yellow. Now, the next step on top of that would be an Orb of Augmentation. Augments a magic item with a new random modifier. What that means is if it has an open prefix or an open suffix, we can fill that using the Orb of Augmentation. So we know that there's already a suffix on here. If we use an Orb of Augmentation, it now will fill a prefix because we had a full suffix. No matter what, it has to be a prefix. And then there's the Orb of Alteration, which will reforge. What reforge means is keep the state of the item, blue, yellow, what have you, but just do a full reroll of what's on there. There's nothing additional to that. It's just do a full reroll, give me a new item or just give me all new prefixes and suffixes on that item. And you're not guaranteed to have full prefixes and suffixes. As you'll see, sometimes we'll get 1 prefix, 1 suffix, or both filled. It's just random. So we got one suffix, and then we can aug it again, and then we get a prefix. And then sometimes, as we're rolling, we'll get a prefix and a suffix. Now, the interesting thing you can do when looking at magic items is you actually see the title of it, Adept's Goat Horn of the Whelpling. So what this is, so it's a goat's horn, right? And now when we have our modifiers on it, we actually see that the name of the prefix is smoldering, the name of the suffix is embers, so the name of the item is the Smoldering Goat's Horn of Embers. This can be very, very useful for when you're rolling and you're looking for the name of a specific modifier. You can just be reading the top and just see, like, I'm looking for smoldering, and you can just keep rolling until you see that name of the item. That is all of the interactions for blue items, is transmute, aug, and alteration. Now, these are how you modify. You go from white to blue with a transmute. You can go from a single modifier blue to a 2 modifier blue with an aug, and an alteration will turn it in, will just do a full reforge. Now, a regal orb has a very specific purpose where it changes a magic item to a rare item. As we said before, a rare item means it can have 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes. What a regal orb does is it will take a blue item, either 1 or 2 modifiers, and make it a rare item, and it will add 1 random prefix or suffix to it. So no matter what, we're going to get if we start from a 2 modifier, we will always go to a 3 modifier with a regal. This can be used for specifically targeting certain things. It's also, if you want to finish crafting an item, you usually want 3 prefixes and suffixes. You can use a regal orb to continue working on your item when you get the 2 modifiers that you want, 1 or 2 as the blue item, and then you upgrade it to yellow, and then you keep going down the line. So what a regal orb does, it will add a new modifier. Because now there can be up to 6 modifiers, they just give it like a randomly generated name from a dictionary. So instead of being called the Smoldering Goat's Horn of Embers and of the Student, it just has the name Sorrow Chant, and that is just randomly rolled. We'll see that it added a suffix, which is the tier 8 intelligence. It is now a yellow item, which means it can have up to 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes. I also mentioned tiers. So modifiers within a certain range. So we see tier 8 adds fire damage to spells. What that means is tier 8, like tier 10, I think is about as low as it goes. Tier 1 is the best. And the tiers that we can get are based on the base item that we're working with. We'll get into that in a little bit. These are low tier modifiers, but we created an item. Now, you've seen me use this already a couple times in the past. What a scouring orb does is it will remove all modifiers that it can from an item. So there are things that can block it, and there's very specific tricks that we'll get into later. But for all intents and purposes, for normal usage, a scouring orb will turn an item back to white. This will remove all the modifiers. So if something bad happens, like if your regal orb hits a modifier that you really, really don't want, and you just want to start from scratch again, that's what a scouring orb does. So this is kind of this is our eraser. This is our clean slate. So conversely, from using the using orbs of transmutation, alteration, rolling up a blue item and going up to a yellow item, we can just go directly to a yellow item and start crafting from there. So that's what an orb of alchemy does. So this will just go directly to a full randomly rolled yellow item. It will have between I think it can have 3 modifiers, between 3 and 6 modifiers. And they're just all fully randomly rolled. As a little bonus, you can use an Orb of Binding, which will it will re-roll the sockets. It will give you 3 linked sockets on a normal item, on a small weapon, and then larger items, it will go up to 4 linked sockets. For all intents and purposes, otherwise, an Orb of Binding is identical to Orb of Alchemy. You can use it on maps, you can use it on anything, but do be careful. Don't use an Orb of Binding on a 6 linked item. You will break the links. It is very sad. So be careful about that. Also, Orb of Alchemy is generally valued more anyway, because this can be used in certain recipes. A Chaos Orb, which it's effectively what a dollar bill is in this game. This is the standard currency that we use for trading, but what a lot of people don't really do when they think about it, a lot of newer players, is, yeah, it's $1, but it also does something. Like, it's $1 because it does something. The economy is based on what an item can do to another item. So, or what currency can do for crafting items. So a Chaos Orb, it does the exact same thing as an Orb of Alteration, but for yellow items. So as an Orb of Alteration, we'll just keep reforging and give you random blue modifiers. an Orb of Chaos will just re-roll an item entirely and give you any modifiers on a yellow item. This can be, so we call that chaos spamming. If you want to just like go for, you're just looking for like one or two different modifiers, you can just keep throwing chaos at something until you hit something that looks decent. Chaos, especially in something like Solo Self-Found, is actually a very, very useful currency for just getting a basic item that you can use. Kind of don't want to do this because these are expensive. So there's the Exalted Orb. So an Exalted Orb is the exact same thing as an augmentation, but for a yellow item. So as an augmentation, let me scour this. So as we saw, if we get to a single modifier as a blue item, an Orb of Augmentation added one more modifier up to fill up the bucket. You know, we had one prefix or one suffix. It fills the other one. Now, so if we wanted to go through all the steps, we can transmute, we can Orb of Augment, then we can Alteration to re-roll what we have here. We're like, oh, we really like chaos damage over time. That's cool. Let's regal it to make it yellow and see if we can keep working on the item. Okay, we hit increased spell damage. Cool, we like that. Now, if we want to complete the item, like as for like full basic crafting, only using simple currency, we can use an Exalted Orb, which is worth about 100 to 150 chaos. So it on standardly in a league, like by default. And that just totally, that varies throughout the course of the league, varies league to league. I've seen an Exalted Orb worth between 20 up to almost 200 chaos, depending on the league and everything. And that's because the way the economy works, as I said earlier, is it's based on how useful that currency is for crafting good items. And for some leagues, you're crafting, you know, entirely with a mechanic outside of basic currency, like Harvest or something like that. And in other leagues, Exalted Orbs are the main way that you're crafting. And if you're doing that, then Exalted Orbs could be worth a lot more. So what an Exalted Orb does is we see that we have two prefixes and one suffix. Let's actually just roll this until we have 3 of one of them, just so I can show. So here we go. This is very cool. So we have 3 prefixes and 2 suffixes. Now, because of that, we know that there's only room for one suffix. By using an Exalted Orb on this, it's called slamming. You will slam an Exalted Orb on this item, and you will guaranteed fill the last suffix. So for reference, this is me spending a fair amount of currency to make a demonstration in a video. So we're going to fill the suffix on this goat's horn. And boom, we hit increased lightning damage. So, you know, if you want to finish an item and just using basic currency, that is exactly what you use the Exalted Orb for. You know, so because Exalted Orbs are so rare, like best case, like a very strong farmer will see just a few Exalted Orbs a day, like someone that's going really, really hard. Hesitate to use the word average, but you know, a player that is just mapping normally they'll see maybe an Exalted Orb every couple days. You know, it varies for league to league and all that, but it is not a super common item. So, you know, you want to be very sure that you're using your Exalted Orb in a useful way. However, you know, most people don't even ever use Exalted Orbs. They just trade them because they're worth so much money for selling for other things, and that's okay. But you know, just know that they have intrinsic value when you're crafting, and it's something, if you want to craft bigger tier items, they're very valuable. I was mentioning the implicit before, so that lives entirely outside of the prefixes and suffixes that we're looking at. That is the increased spell damage line at the top. That is just an intrinsic to the goat's horn. It's the implicit modifier that comes with it, and it's within the range of 10. We can see it's in the range from 10 to 14. What that does, so we can use the Blessed Orb, which is not worth very much. The Blessed Orb will re-roll, so it says randomizes the numeric values of the implicit modifiers. So what that means is it will just randomize from 10 to 14. This usually doesn't cost very much, so we can just use them until we hit the 14%, and then we're happy. So we can see that there's ranges on all of our modifiers here. So, you know, 1 to 3 on our fire damage, where perfectly would be 2 to 4, etc. down the line. The Divine Orb, which is worth about 15 chaos, this does the exact same thing for the explicit modifiers. Those are the 6 below the implicit. So we can use the Divines, And you'll see that it just randomizes the value of all of those 6 modifiers. And you can use multiple divines to try to get as high rolls as possible on that. The the final thing that you can do. Actually, we'll do the sockets first. The Vol Orb is the final big fun thing. There's also quality and socket currency. It changes the quality of an item. So if we use a blacksmith whetstone, improves the quality of a weapon. What that does is if you look at the physical damage at the top, that will go up as I add quality to an item. An item will have 0 to 20% quality by base, and then there's ways to get that higher. So you can see that the physical damage, and that's the only thing that's changing as I improve the quality and use the whetstones. Because what quality does is it actually just modifies the base damage of a weapon or the base defensive characteristics of armor. It really doesn't do anything else when used on basic items. And there's other things that quality can do later on, but that's what it does by default. On a white item, a quality improvement will give you 5% at a time. On a blue item, I believe it's 2%, and a yellow item will be 1% at a time. So it will take 20 blacksmith whetstones to improve a yellow item and only 4 to improve a white item. So if you want to quality something up, you do it when it's white before you start crafting, if you can. And now you'll see that there's sockets on an item. You can actually re-roll the number of sockets on an item by using a jeweler's orb, and the chance of hitting the perfect number, which is 3 on this weapon, is higher if you have high quality on the item. And then you can re-roll the links on an item, and links are for getting your gems to interact with each other. That's outside of the scope of this video, but the higher the quality on the item, the easier it is to hit the links that you want. So because this is a 20% item, the chance of me hitting 3 links on a fusing orb is just very high. So a jeweler will change the number of sockets, fusing will change the links between the sockets, and a chromatic orb will actually change the color of the sockets. And the color of the socket is determined, the chance of getting a color of the socket is determined by that requires intelligence line at the second to last line at the bottom there. That is the higher that those values, intelligence is blue, dexterity is green, and strength is red. The higher those values, the more likely it is to hit that color when you're using a chromatic orb. So there's a lot of tricks that you can do to reduce that number to make it easier to hit the colors that you want. And there's a lot of tricks for recoloring things. The last basic currency here, I'll show these in a second. Actually, the ancient orbs, these live outside the scope of this video. So the last basic currency here that I can show is the Vol Orb. A Vol Orb will corrupt an item, modifying it unpredictably. Unpredictably is not entirely accurate. It's no more or less RNG than anything else we've already done. What it will do is it corrupts an item. A corrupted item, for all intents and purposes, cannot be changed, with some exceptions. You can change the colors and links of an item, but that's about it. It will corrupt an item, which will give it the red line corrupted at the bottom, and it means you basically can't change the item ever again, and it will do one of a few things. So if the number one thing that you're looking for when you use a Vol Orb on an item is it actually has a chance to change the implicit modifier on an item. So if we have a really nice wand that has increased spell damage, maybe we don't want increased spell damage. Maybe we want a different implicit, like increased attack damage or something, if we have like an attack wand. So this is a risky thing. I think there's a 25% chance of changing the implicit, but then there's also like a 25% chance of nothing happening, and a 25% chance of it like bricking the item, like re-rolling it entirely, something along those lines. So it's a risky maneuver, but it's like a fun thing that you can do to take a really high tier item and push it into the next level. So if we craft up our item and so we say, oh, this item's really, really good, but I hate the implicit, and I want to risk my item and make it super, super crazy good, I can use a Vol Orb on it and corrupt it. And look, we actually, exactly what I was talking about just happened. We corrupted the item. The explicit modifiers did not change, but the implicit modifier changed to increased attack speed. This is, if we were making an attack wand, this could actually be really, really good for us. However, now we can no longer modify the item. See, target is corrupted. So, you know, you have to make sure that the item is what you want. And you have a decent chance of bricking the item and making it unusable because it can actually re-roll it and turn it into something totally different. So a Vol Orb is a thing to be used with caution and care. that is a thing you can do for fun, a gamble later on down the road, but it tends to be a more advanced strategy. So when I first recorded this, I actually was missing the Orb of Annulment and Orb of Chance. So what an Orb of Annulment does is it removes a random modifier from an item. So, you know, if we have a modifier on the item and we annul it, the modifier is gone. The interesting thing about the Orb of Annulment is it does not change it from blue to white or white to blue by, you know, hitting that level of the bucket. So it is still a blue item with 0 modifiers now. You can use this to your advantage for some advanced crafting techniques. It's a good thing to know. You know, it just removes any random modifier for an item. We call that the YOLO annul because it's just, you know, say we really want to remove this global accuracy, but we want to keep the other 3 modifiers. We have a 25% chance of removing the thing we want to remove and a 75% chance of hitting something we do not want to remove. And so we just close our eyes and we hope we remove the accuracy. And then we open one eye and dang, we did not remove the accuracy. We removed the modifier that we like, and now the item is bricked. And so now we just scour and we start again, or whatever. That's what the Orb of Annulment does. There's also the Orb of Chance, which just upgrades a normal item to a random rarity, including unique. As you may know, there are unique items in the game that are just, they do special things. They have a set explicits and sometimes implicits, I think. I'm not sure. But definitely the explicits on unique items are totally set, and they can have unique ones that don't show up anywhere else in the game. You can use Orb of Chances to try to randomly, and it's very rare. I think I've made like 2 uniques ever in 5 years of playing PoE using Chance Orbs. Using an Orb of Chance, it will just turn it into either normal, rare, or unique. And so if you want to like try to chance and get a special unique item, you can do that, or you can use a chance item where like if you get like a really nice base, like a 4-link base as you're leveling an axe, you can use an Orb of Chance and just hope that you make it yellow with good modifiers. At the least, it's like no matter what, it goes to at least blue. So you can turn a white item into something that has a couple modifiers. It's either the same thing as a transmute, an alchemy, or, you know, a special turning into unique. And then this is what someone will do to like try to make a unique item. You'll see that it will be blue or the 3rd time in 5 years of playing Path of Exile, I just made a unique item. So you'll see that I just made a unique item with a Chance Orb. Wow, that's crazy. And then once it's a unique item, everything is really set and you can no longer scour it. Uniques are just set as uniques. So there we go. We just made a Storm Prison. That's very cool. That's pretty cool. All right, so we know what basic currency is and what it does. Now, what about the actual item? Crafting it's about the interaction between the item that you're working on and the currency or tools that you're using. The actual item is it's just as important, obviously, as the currency that we're using. So what is this item? So I went to Act 1. I just bought a simple carved wand here. What is it? So it is a wand that, this is the thing about Path of Exile. Every single word matters. So here's the thing. If I hit Control-C, I hit Control-C on this wand, I can open up Notepad, and if I Control-V it, this is what the item is. This is a thing built into Path of Exile. It's no external tool. And this is the stuff that Path of Exile sees when it's looking at an item. Like, you know, there's some like window dressing with some graphics here, but this is what an item is to Path of Exile. So what is this? It's in the item class wands. What does that mean? It means, so also, here's our first little introduction to Craft of Exile. This will be your best friend when you're crafting. I will not be able to go into enough detail about how to use Craft of Exile. I'm only going to use the really, really basic things in this video. You know, a comprehensive Craft of Exile tutorial will be very useful. I would like to work on one, but the developer actually keeps adding new features faster than I could make a video at this point. So I'll do my best in the future. But anyway, so we have a wand here, And this is all of the things that can go on a wand. Now, what else is part of the wand? It is a normal rarity. So we know that it cannot have any explicit modifiers right now. And then it is a carved wand. What a carved wand means is that it has a specific implicit. So if we click on carved wand, it means that it has the implicit of 11 to 15% spell damage, and it has that amount of crit chance, attacks per second, and the level and intelligence requirement. All of the stuff that we see here comes along with being a carved wand necessarily. And then in addition to that, so all of these things kind of come together. As well as this. So like this is all the stuff that comes by being a carved wand and by being item level 13. We'll talk about item level in just a second. It has these attributes. Item level. In just a second. Well, here's the second. So item level. Item level, this is one of the most important things about crafting. What item level means is it determines the pool of modifiers that can go into the bucket of the item. So if you imagine a pool of like all of these potential prefixes and suffixes, and the size of the pool is based on the item level and the base item of what the base of what that item is, and then you just have this bucket of 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes that you can like scoop your prefixes and modifiers out of that pool for, then that's basically the way that crafting works. So a little visual demonstration here. This is an item level 10 pool here, and then here's like all the little modifiers that are in it, all the prefixes and suffixes. If it's an item level 20 pool, so item level 20, it will have all of these prefixes and suffixes in it. And generally these are higher level. I mean, they're necessarily higher level prefixes and suffixes. So in the item level 10 pool, for example, let's say you can only get that tier 8 fire damage. You can only get the tier 8 fire damage there. In the item level 20 pool, you can actually get tier 6 to tier 7 fire damage. Tier 6 to tier 7 fire damage is going to be higher numbers. If you want to get those higher level, but notice that the item level 20 pool is also surrounding the item level 10 pool. So you're not blocking the tier 8 fire damage, you're just adding 6 and 7 to the pool. And so as you're going to higher item level and you're trying to get specific higher tier modifiers, you are now opening yourself up to a wider range of modifiers. So it's just necessarily harder to hit what you're going for. And then when you have our little bucket here that can have 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes, and then we whenever we're rolling the item, we're using our alterations, we're using our chaos orbs, whatever, it will just it'll randomly pick modifiers from the available pool for that item level. So if it's just an item level 10, it only comes out of the item level 10 pool. And that's what can go in the bucket. So this is just like the very, very basics. So, I'm using a Chaos Orb. I'm using an Orb of Alteration. It will choose from the available modifiers on the pool and just do a random roll and pull them out. So what are those modifiers? What are the random rolls? How does it work? So if we choose the item level of the item, right here. So we are looking at an item level 13 item. So if we choose item level 13 here, we'll actually see so that by default, the website is showing all item level, like a max item level, all of the modifiers. If we choose item level 13, we actually see it knocking out all of the things that are just no longer valid. And if I open these up, look, it's knocking out all of the higher tier modifiers. This can actually be very useful if you're looking for a very specific thing, like, look, +1 level to all lightning spell skill gems. This is actually only item level 2. So if you just want these types of modifiers, getting the lowest item level, if you can get an item level 2 wand, if you could get that, you could just, get plus to cold, fire, and lightning if you want. It does that all at the same time very, very easily because nothing else can show up in the prefixes. However, you generally don't want to do that. That's a fun strategy for early on. But if you want to get like these high level spell damage rolls or anything like that, you need a higher item level wand, and then it opens up the pool of everything here. However, obviously, this makes it much harder to hit what you're going for. Now, how do you know what you're going to get, and what are you likely to get? So that's what this weight column means. So we can see that in the prefixes there's a total weight of 86,536, and then each modifier by itself has its own specific weight. So what you can imagine is there's a die roll from 1 to 86,536, and these are all just lined up in order. And when it lands on that number, it lands on, like 14,632, then maybe that's going to hit you like tier 7 max mana, right? If you have no other additional crafting strategies where you're going for these certain tags like caster or whatever, which is more advanced, you'll just get a random thing. If you're using an alteration or a chaos orb, a random thing from within here, and you'll see like the larger the range, right? So if it rolls from 1 to 1,887, you're going to hit cold damage. If you roll from 1888 to that plus 1800, you'll get one of the increased elemental damage with the attack skills modifier, and then so on and so on. And then that is the basic way that item level affects the modifiers that you get. What else do we have? Sockets, and then that's it. So this is your very basic introduction to what item level means and how you're going to get different modifiers within that as you're rolling. In addition to that, you'll see that there's these numbers on the right side here. These are modifier groups. What a modifier group means is if it already hits, say increased cold damage, it's in modifier group 1. You can only have one mod of modifier group 1. And so what that means is for example, if you're using your Regal Orb to add one more modifier to your wand, and you already have the increased cold damage prefix, that means you cannot roll an increased fire or increased lightning damage or increased spell damage. They're all in mod group 1. So that means your Regal Orb actually has these blocked out because you can only have one modifier within that mod group. And that is a very basic explanation of the strategy for making sure that you don't hit certain modifiers. All right, so hopefully that was a good enough explanation of basic currency, what a basic item is, in a way that you can look up what the modifiers that are available on that item are based on its item level. Now let's look at our first thing that you can do in the game that does not use basic currency to craft. Well, basic currency fuels it, but it does not, you don't directly use basic currency, and that is the crafting bench. So what the crafting bench does is it allows you to add 1, or in a special circumstance, up to 3, crafted modifiers onto an item. So you'll see that I have all of these modifiers that are unlocked that I can craft onto an item. So if we take this white item, there's one special interaction in the crafting bench, is a white item, if you craft on it, will automatically become a blue item. So there's no restriction there. It basically works like a transmute. But you'll see that I have all of these modifiers here, and on this white item, I can craft this modifier onto this item, and that you'll see that it's actually like a light blue instead of the dark blue. And what that means is that's a crafted modifier. If I hold Alt, it says Master Crafted Prefix. That's kind of a leftover from old school Path of Exile, where Master Crafted meant something. That just means it is a bench crafted item. So that's a bench crafted modifier that you can put on your item, and it follows all of the standard rules of the crafting. So if we have an item that has one open prefix and one open suffix, so I can aug this, and I know that it's going to become the suffix. Like that's the only available slot on the modifier. It is just a crafted mod. Crafted modifiers have their own mod groups and everything that are shared with the prefixes and suffixes. As I showed earlier, we can craft everything normally on top of this item in addition to it. So you can craft anything that you want onto it. The most common thing that you'll do early on is when you're leveling through the axe, you can use this to very quickly craft resistances onto your items. So if you're very low resistances and you're not capped, you can take any of your items that may have an open suffix. All resistances are suffixes. So we actually don't have an open suffix on here. Our suffix is full. We can regal this, and now since it is yellow, it now has room for 2 more suffixes. we can craft a resistance on here. You'll see that it also costs a scour to craft a resistance on here. And then you'll also see that it removed the prefix that I had crafted. It did that by automatically doing remove crafted modifiers. And then, and it is clever enough for us to add that onto the scouring orb. So if we remove crafted mods, and then we want to add like fire res, you'll see that the scouring orb doesn't cost there anymore. And you'll see that this is the cost that it will take to do that craft. And some of them expensive. There are some advanced crafts that cost up to 2 exalts at a time. You may end up doing multiple of these at a time to do advanced crafting. It can, just bench crafting can get very, very expensive. But the most common thing that you'll do early on, if you're in like Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, and you're trying to cap out your res, just come to your hideout, go to your crafting bench, and just, for 1 transmute, you can just toss on some resistance, and you can cap out your res and make your leveling experience much easier. And many people already do that, and they don't consider themselves crafters. But that's really like entry level, beginning, very beginning. This is technically crafting, and it is the exact same tool that we're using, where I do, can't have 3 crafted modifiers, suffixes cannot be changed, prefixes cannot be changed, doing the advanced meta crafting stuff. It's all the same tool in the crafting bench, and it's stuff that's available to you. Once you do that, like you're a crafter now. You're crafting. It's really just about that, getting that game knowledge and getting to the next level. That's really all there is for the basic tools that we have in our crafting bench. As I said, it follows all of the guidelines that I said earlier, where only 1 prefix, 1 suffix on magic, and 3 and 3 on a rare item. However, it also this is a thing where you may have run into this and you didn't know. If I want to craft spell damage, it says this item already has a mod of this type. What that is the mod groups that I was talking about earlier. If I look at spell damage, it's in mod group 1, and then if I mouse over this, there's so many mods in mod group 1. If you look all the way down, there is the little hammer and piece of paper icon, and that means it's a crafted modifier. And we'll see that all of these modifiers are in the same mod group as the spell damage, and so we are not able to craft the modifiers that are in here. Like same with like fire damage, they're all in mod group 1. Which this is not information that you see in the game. That's what thank the developer of Craft of Exile for creating this wonderful tool that helps us see exactly why these things are blocked and how. And that's a way that you can see like, oh, it's the spell damage that's blocked. So the first non-basic currency style crafting that we're going to go over is essence crafting. It took me a long time to really understand the power of essence crafting. I don't think it was until Harvest League that I really got into it. And a lot of that was I didn't really understand crafting very well until Harvest. While there was crazy power creep and there's been a lot of changes, Harvest League was really, really good for, I think, bringing at least me and a lot of my friends, bringing us into understanding what crafting was and all that it can do in the game. So what essence crafting does is it will re-roll an item. So the higher tier essences can just they're the same as a chaos orb. They can just reforge a rare item, so you can just spam them. But the lower level ones will upgrade a normal item to a rare one with a guaranteed property. So that's what all essences do, is they will, when you use it on an item, it's basically the same as an alchemy or a chaos orb. So it'll randomly roll a bunch of things on it, but there will be 1 modifier that is locked in and guaranteed. And essence tier modifiers are generally higher than the modifiers that you can normally get. And so essence modifiers, if you really want to craft like the really, really good items, or if you want to just target craft, hey, I want to make a helmet that has 100 life. If I want to guarantee that the helmet that I'm crafting has 100 life, you can just use a deafening essence of greed like this. You guarantee no matter what, you get that 1 life modifier. Everything else will be random. But if that's all you're looking for, very easy to just use a single one and go from there. But also, that's higher than a regular tier 1 life. We call this tier 0 life, or essence tier. And this is actually even a step higher than what you could get normally. And if you want to craft like the really, really good item, then you can start from an essence. So the way essences work is it's a full reforge. So there's no there's no way to stop the essence from reforging everything. So when if you see essence modifiers, if you want to craft something with an essence modifier, this has to be the first step. There is no way to there's no normal way to keep an essence modifier onto an item further on down the road. So say we are starting with this blue item, and we want to, let's see, it says adds that on a weapon, this will add 0.7 to 0.9% of physical attack damage leached as life. Upgrades a normal item to a rare. So we'll start off with the Weeping Essence of Greed. It upgrades a normal item to a rare item with one guaranteed property. Properties restricted to level 60 and below. That means that we can't craft it on a higher item level item, which is interesting. We see that this is for a weapon. We're going to be crafting on this wand. It will add 0.7 to 0.9% of physical attack damage leached as life. If this item were, we have to make sure we scour the item first. It only upgrades a normal item, which is white, to rare. It will become rare and guarantees has that physical attack damage leached as lifeline on it. Now we can use higher tier essences if we want, because these ones are not restricted by item level. We can use the Deafening Essence of Greed, and this will actually give us the tier 0 super high tier one, the 1.1 to 1.3 leached as life, and it will re-roll the wand. And now everything else re-rolled, but it now has that guaranteed 1.13% of physical attack damage leached as life. And that is basically the core of what essences are. And if you're just like curious about essences in general, I can type like fire, right? And I can just see like, what does this one do? Well, this is fire damage to spells, fire damage to attacks on gloves. They do different things across different stuff. So like you can just kind of go through the different essences, look at them. You can go to the wiki and just read through what they all do and get like a really good idea of how they work. Now there's one exception, or not one exception, but there are 4 exceptions to these normal essences. Now there's the fancy ones. I don't know what they're called. You get them by using a Remnant of Corruption on Scorn, Envy, Misery, or Dread in the map. So when you see the essence, if you see the purple ones, these guys, you use a Remnant of Corruption and you will make an essence of Horror, Delirium, Hysteria, and this is Insanity, goes right here. And what these do is they have very, very special things. Socketed Gems deal 30% more elemental damage, or chance to get a Power, Frenzy, or Endurance charge on kill. Or Delirium, when your hits inflict decay, dealing 700 damage. Like they do things that you can actually, it can be like an extra gem in your socket. So these are very, very specific for doing fancy things. Like this weapon one, this league right now, there's something called the Fireburst Auto Bomber. You'll see cast level 20 Fireburst on hit, and people are making entire very strong builds around just crafting Essence of Hysteria weapons. So the advanced ones do really cool things. They also sell for good money. Depending on the type of the league, they can sell for 30 to 50 or even 60 chaos, depending on the demand. So these things can be really good for just making money. As a little side tip there. But other than that, yeah, if you just want to craft, for a specific thing, or you want to just quickly get a modifier that, you want to get life on a helmet, put it on there and go, this is something that you can do. Now, just so you see, looking in a little bit more detail, the prefix modifier is called essences. It is not a tier or anything like that. It is just specifically the essence tier, and you can look out for that. So when you're looking at someone else's craft, if you can see the advanced modifiers on it, you can tell if they crafted with an essence craft first, and that's how you can kind of reverse engineer how someone might have crafted their item. And that's about it for essence crafting, really. You need to start off with it, because the essence modifier, when you use an essence, it rerolls the item, so you can't just do a whole bunch of things and then essence craft. You have to start with it. Next, we have fossils. It's actually the first thing that I ever did that introduced me to crafting before Harvest League. It actually blew my mind the first time I did it. Is I was just throwing frigid fossils at a helmet. I got nearby enemies have -9 cold res, and I was able to sell it for like 2 or 3 exalts, and it just blew my mind that I could make money doing something so simple. And that's like that excitement is what I wanna get all you guys doing. So what fossils do is as advertised on the tin, they effectively work as a chaos orb. So if you use an alchemical, it works as an alchemy orb. And if you use the chaotic, it acts as a chaos orb. But what it does is from that pool, so, you know, like a chaos orb will reroll the whole item and it just uses that whole pool that I was talking about earlier. Whereas by socketing different fossils into the resonators, it will actually modify that pool. So the jagged fossil, for example, will make it more likely to get physical modifiers, but it will also block all of the chaos modifiers. I haven't talked about tags yet, but the tags that you'll see here are the tags that are modified by using different fossils. So, you know, if we want more speed modifiers or more attack modifiers or fewer chaos modifiers like the jagged, anything with the chaos tag will get fully blocked and they actually can't get rolled. And we can show that by clicking on fossil and say that we're going to use a jagged fossil. Now, if we look at that, all of the chaos tags are now blocked. And it means that we can just not hit those. This is a strategy that you can use to do a couple rolls on something and make it much more likely to get what you want. And so what you can do is there's also 1, 2, 3, and 4 socket resonators. So we can combine up to 4 different fossils at a time. And really, like, if you set it up perfectly, you can make it effectively guaranteed to hit the exact rolls you want or very, very close on just a single attempt. But obviously the price goes up. A prime chaotic resonator right now. So the price goes up significantly as you try to get more expensive resonators. It's only 1 chaos effectively 1 chaos for the 1 and 2s, and then the 3 is 3 chaos, and then the 4 is 40 chaos. They are very much less common. However, yeah, as I said, if you have just a perfect set of fossils put together, you can really just target the modifiers that you're looking for. If I want, you know, more physical modifiers and no chaos modifiers, I can use a jagged fossil. And then if I want to also block life defense, so more defense modifiers but no life modifiers. And then, so here's the interesting thing you can do is, where's the pristine fossil? We can also do more life modifiers and no defense modifiers. So the no, so, you know, more and less is a modifier, right? It's a multiplicative, but no means multiply by 0, no matter what, by 0. So by combining something like a dense and a pristine, you actually can't have defense or life modifiers, and you can actually block a gigantic pool by doing that. And we can show that in Craft of Exile by choosing both a dense and a pristine fossil. And now we see that all life modifiers are actually blocked here. Oh, there's actually no defense modifiers on a wand. So that's that interaction doesn't do too much here, but it's a way that you can seriously block a lot of modifiers. But other than that, what you usually do, and if we look at my crafting tab, you'll just socket a bunch of resonators at a time, and you'll try to hit a very specific thing. So for example, and I'm just going to do this off the top of my head. If I want to hit fire damage and a lightning modifier, if I want to hit fire and lightning, actually I don't have any 2s here. If I want to just hit fire, for example, and actually what you can do with your resonators, that was an old habit. You can click it, you can hold shift, and then just do this and bring them down. And then, so I would use scorched, so more fire and no cold modifiers. And if I really want to go for fire modifiers here, I can socket scorched modifiers in my resonators. It has to be, since it acts the exact same as a chaos orb, we have to make sure it's a yellow item first. So we can use an alchemy to automatically make it yellow. And then we can just right click our resonator and do it. And you'll see that we actually got 2 fire modifiers by doing that, and we will never hit a cold modifier. And, you know, we would just use, you know, 2 or 3 if we want to go for a certain tier, you know, and then we can check in here and we'll say like, okay, this is actually item level 20 or 19, let's say. And, you know, we're going for fire damage. We know at the very best, tier 7 fire damage is the best we'll ever hit because it's a low tier item. And we look here and we see that we have tier 9 fire damage. Well, that's no good. We want a little bit better than that. Oh dang, we hit tier 7 fire damage. There we go. Perfect roll. We're good to go. We crafted our item. So similarly to essences, they're kind of in the same category. A fossil works just like a chaos orb. It's a full reforge. So if you're crafting something, and so essences and fossil crafting are actually generally mutually exclusive because it does a full reforge. So if you start with an essence or you start with a fossil, when as soon as you use that item, if you use another one of either a fossil or an essence, it will reforge everything that's already on it and you lose what's there. So, you know, this is always the first step in your crafting, then you work on it afterwards. So that's mostly what fossil crafting is. There's some more advanced fossils that I can talk about very quickly. So the hollow fossil will give you an abyssal socket. So, you know, similar to a Stygian vise, you can actually get an abyssal socket on like your helmet, your boots, your glove, your weapon, whatever. You can stack a bunch of abyssal sockets if you really want to. If your build isn't gem starved, you could stack a bunch of abyssal sockets that give you a bunch of damage, which is pretty cool. A tangled fossil, which just gives you any fossil modifiers. This doesn't really mean too much these days. People don't really care about that. A fractured fossil will create a split copy. We'll go into what splitting is and all that a little bit later when we get to beast crafting. Faceted fossil, this is unique because this is the only way to get more gem modifiers. Everything else, there is no other crafting method that lets you target gem modifiers. And those are the very powerful ones that I talked about earlier, the plus to gem level. You'll see that we have plus to level socketed gems, plus socketed melee gems, and these are generally pretty low weighting compared to some of the other modifiers. They're often very hard to hit. And so using a faceted fossil in combination, you know, you can, that's where you would set up like a quadruple resonator with your faceted fossil and some other ones to make it so you can get like a really, really targeted craft and get plus gem levels there. That's a special one. A bloodstained fossil will give you a vol modifier. This can be very cool, but not particularly desired. Although with vol lightning strike, maybe some people are doing this. These are the specific vol modifiers. It's generally for vol skills. People generally don't value this, but you know, with vol skills getting more popular in 3.14, perhaps this will change. The glyphic fossil, this one is interesting, but it's weird because you can't choose which one of these you get. So just like I talked about the specific special essences that you get from the Remnant of Corruption, the Delirium, Horror, Hysteria, and Sanity, the glyphic fossil will give you a random one when you're crafting. And that just isn't particularly useful because when you're trying to craft these items, it's usually very, very specific. However, there can be circumstances where you have like a quad resonator set up and you want the Delirium one and you're willing to go until you hit that Delirium modifier on that weapon, for example. And then if we just go down the line for the other fossils here, there are some, so the perfect fossil, the special thing about the perfect fossil is it will give you a random quality, I think from 10 to 20 or 10 to 30. And so this is one of the ways that you can get 30% quality on an item. And as I said earlier, 30% quality will give you more defense on armor, more offense on weapons. And it's kind of the most common usage is you want to 30 qual something before you try to 6-link it with fusing orbs because it just makes it way more likely for you to hit that 6-link, which can be a very painful process otherwise. Gilded fossil will give you another prefix on the item. And this can be useful for when you're double corrupting an item and you're trying to get, you want it to overwrite that prefix instead of the other prefix on the item. So, you know, if the item already has one prefix, it will add an additional one, and then it will allow you to, it can replace that item as overvalued by vendor's prefix and keep your other one if you're doing a corruption, which can be pretty nifty. A sanctified fossil is, it still rerolls the item, but the numeric modifiers are lucky and high level modifiers are more common. So what that means is you're more likely to get the higher tier of those modifiers that you get, and it basically rolls those values twice and gives you the higher of that. That's what lucky means in the game. It'll roll twice and just give you the higher number. Unlucky is the opposite, rolls twice and gives you the lower one. And then the last special fossil is the enchanted fossil. The most common usage here is you will just take like a high item level helmet, because helmet enchantments are the most valued, and you can just use 100 enchanted fossils on it if you don't want to run lab, because running lab is not your favorite thing in the game. and you can just throw a bunch of enchanted fossils, and if you get lucky, you can hit an enchantment that is worth good money. I believe that you can even hit non-Uber Lab enchants as well, so they're not super valuable because it's really, really hard to hit the enchantment that's worth money, but it can be a fun gamble. So that's a fun thing that you can do as well. And yeah, that's fossil crafting. And you know, just like essence crafting, it's what you're going to start off with, and you will you'll try to get your base item from there, and then generally you'll work on it afterwards. All right, next is Catalyst. So this was added in Metamorph League. It doesn't do a ton, it doesn't do a lot, but it can be, in crafting, you can use it to try to target certain modifiers or make it less likely to lose modifiers. It adds quality to an item, but it's targeted quality. So, you know, we have quality on our armor and on our weapons, but we can add quality on jewelry as well. So Catalyst add quality to jewelry, so you can quality up your rings and your belt and your amulet, and it will add for those types of modifiers. For example, on my Circle of Nostalgia here, I have physical and chaos damage quality on it, and you'll see that my chaos damage there says 15 to 22 when I hold Alt. That shows the basic value, but you'll see it also says 20% increased above that chaos damage. So that 15 to 22 when I let go of Alt now changes to 18 to 26 because it's a 20% boost to that line. Now you can do the same thing. You know, we see the strength here, they are mutually exclusive. So I use the abrasive catalyst, which is attack modifiers. If I use intrinsic catalyst, which enhances attribute modifiers, you'll see that it has 24 strength as the implicit. If I use just one of them, it now goes down to 5% quality for the attribute modifiers. That's because they're mutually exclusive. So when you use a different catalyst, it will overwrite the previous one. Exactly the same as other quality currency. If you do it on a white item, it's 5%, 2% at a blue item, and 1% at a time on a yellow item. So you'll see that the 24 strength is now improved by 5%, and now it's 25 strength. So what a catalyst does in crafting is when you're annulling or adding a modifier, those are the only two situations, it will consume that quality and make it that much more likely to keep in the chance of an annul or to add that type of modifier. So we have quality assigned to attribute modifiers here, and let's make that 20%. You know, if I transmute this item, let's make sure it only has one modifier. So open suffix, if I augment this, it is much more likely to add an attribute as the suffix, because that is a valid suffix for it to get, and it will consume the quality when I do that. So you'll see, while it did not hit an attribute modifier, it consumed 2% of the quality. And it will do the same thing with an Exalted Orb if the item were yellow. And we can do this to try to make it much more likely. So we haven't, let's aug this or alteration until we have an open suffix. Now we still have 18% quality. We can use one more intrinsic to bring it back to 20%. Then we use another augment. See? Nah, there we go. It's not guaranteed, you know, it just makes it more likely. But because we had the quality there, that's probably a good chunk of why we hit that strength. Now, if we use an annulment orb, because of it, let's make it back 20%. You know, if we use an annulment orb now, it will consume the quality again and make it less likely for us to lose the strength. It's most likely going to hit that max life. Like that. And it consumed all of the quality, and it made it less likely to hit the max strength. And that's how you can use Catalyst when you're crafting. Now, those are as far as I know, the only two circumstances where the Catalyst comes into play. If you Catalyst up your item before you start crafting it and you start using fossils and essences and chaos and all that, you'll see that it doesn't get consumed. If it does not get consumed, it is not affecting the crafting. So it's not just like a bonus that you have all the time. It only gets consumed in those specific circumstances. So, you know, it's nice to start off with that because it only takes 4 to quality up a white item, and then you don't have to worry about it. But also, the nice thing is, if you know you want to specifically target life and mana modifiers on your jewelry that you're crafting, you can fertile catalyst it first, and that way, when you're crafting, if you have really, really good stuff and you have to use an annul, and you want to remove something that is not life or mana, you already have 20% fertile on it, and your annulment orb is much, much less likely to hit the modifiers that you want to keep. Before you start crafting jewelry, consider using a catalyst if you know you might end up in the place where you're going to exalt or annul or something, and you're targeting certain types of modifiers. And that's really all that catalysts do. It's a lot. It's not, I don't want to minimize it, but that's all of the real uses that I know of for catalysts. And then what you can also do is, like, I bought unique rings, and you can just quality them up and push the value that you get out of those modifiers on the uniques.
Just yet.
I did forget to mention that it is also affected by regals. Regals count the same effectively as an augment or an exalt for purposes of adding another modifier to the item. So just know that if you are alteration into regal, that regal will consume your quality, and it can be very useful, but keep that in mind if that's your crafting process. All right, beast crafting. This is something that I slept on for a long time. I didn't play Bestiary League, and one of my friends who is a good crafter did play Bestiary League. He actually liked it a lot, and he's always there to remind me of, like, I'll just be chaos spamming an item or something on Discord, and he'll just be like, hey, did you consider using X, Y, or Z in the menagerie? And I was like, oh, that would have been so much better. I think it's really easy to forget what's available in the menagerie, and I just wanted to point that out. So
I'm not up to
the
that
most
yet.
common, and I'm just going to point out the things that I use. There are other crafts here, but the stuff that I use the most, I think that never forget that you can add a suffix modifier to flasks. I guess I haven't talked about flasks yet, so let's do a flask and menagerie section. So with flasks, what's a good flask we can just do here? Let's do a silver flask. So flasks are, they follow all of the same rules as everything else that we've talked about, but they can only become magic. You cannot make a rare flask. That means you can only have one prefix and one suffix. The most important thing that most people care about on their flasks is immunity to curses, immunity to freeze, immunity to burnt ignite or corrupted blood, stuff like that. And those are all suffixes. And what we can do is guarantee, so if we want something that has just a prefix, so we want to go until we have just a prefix that we care about. So we just alteration spam, so perpetual, sure, increased charge recovery. Also, I used glass blowers baubles. This is the quality currency for a flask. We made it 20%, and now we can just add a suffix to our flask. And so if I want an anti-freeze flask of heat, it's the opposite of that. We put in a flask that has no suffix on it. We do the little craft here. We kill the monsters. Make sure we don't die to any on-death effects. And now we have a perpetual silver flask of heat. And this is a really, really useful way. You start seeing Einhar, I think in Act 2. You'll see Einhar then. If you need a specific type of flask that has one of these, as soon as you do your first Einhar, come down to your menagerie and just see if you can add a nice mod to a flask. It can be really good for leveling early, and just never forget it for later on also. Now, in terms of more advanced crafting, these guys. So the Ferric Lynx Alpha and the Ferric Wolf Alpha. What these guys do is kind of a targeted annul, but also switch the modifiers. So add a suffix, remove a prefix, or add a prefix, remove a suffix. Now, you can't do this unless you are able to satisfy the requirements. You can't have full prefixes and say remove a suffix and then don't add a prefix. So there has to be an open prefix, and you have to have at least one suffix. But you can do this to say you have two really good prefixes that you care about, and one good suffix and one good suffix and one bad suffix, right? You don't want to risk one of those prefixes. So instead of having a 25 out of 100 chance of hitting the modifier that you want to hit, you can actually make it a 50-50 by just removing a suffix. You risk adding a bad prefix, but there's things that you can do with crafting in your crafting bench to block one of those. Say you have one prefix, you could craft another prefix that blocks one of those mod groups that I was talking about earlier, and then you remove the prefix and you make it more likely to get remove the bad suffix and make it more likely to get a prefix that you don't care if you get, or hopefully one you even like. And that puts you into a 50-50 instead of a 1 out of 4. And so that's why like the using the Ferric Lynx and the Ferric Wolf Alpha can be really good. Then there is the creating an imprint. So what an imprint does is you can take a blue item. So this, for reference, this costs about 100 chaos. You can take a blue item and it will create an imprint of it. You know, you have to fight the monsters, so always make sure that your character is capable of fighting the monsters. Now, I have this item, and I have this thing called an imprint. Now, you'll see it imprinted the Cobalt Carved Wand. It can only be used on this specific item. If you do anything to the item, except for some advanced harvest stuff, you can always use the imprint on the item and bring it back to this state. So say if I rolled like a very, very, very hard to hit modifier using alteration orbs on this wand, I can now do all sorts of crafting. And like if I hit a step in my crafting that I am not able to recover from safely, I can then use my imprint on it to go back to that. This is a huge, huge boon to people that are trying to do really big crafts off of a modifier that's hard to hit. I did this for crafting bows a lot this league. There's the of many modifier on a bow, plus 2 arrows on attack. And that is very, very hard to hit. So what I can do is start from that just base. I used a lot of alterations for multiple days. I hit that modifier, and then I just I try to work on it. And if I brick the item, I use the imprint. I go back to the blue version, and then I can keep crafting again. Very, very useful. So you can even do like more advanced things like using a Crusader's Orb or any of these more advanced things on it. And as long as I don't fracture it or split it, which we'll show splitting in a second, I can always use an imprint and get back to where it was. So for example, you know, I'll regal this and I could craft on it or anything, right? And so say I did a whole bunch of things on this. I can then use the imprint and goes back to exactly where it was before I did the imprint. It's basically like a snapshot in time, and you can just say, go back to where this was. Now, splitting. So this is, I hinted at it with the fossils. What splitting is it's actually changed pretty significantly this patch. So it's good that I didn't make this video last patch. Splitting is with the Phenomal Plagued Arachnid. Also, these are the items. These are items in your bestiary. So if I purchase an item from Einhar, these things, they cost 1 chaos, a bestiary orb. Then I can go view my bestiary. And so this is the Ferric Lynx Alpha. I can right click it and capture him. And now the Ferric Lynx Alpha is in this little item. I can use this to sell and trade with other players. And or just to like your bestiary can actually get full. And if you're over full on too many of the beasts, you can actually just pull them out and put them in a stash tab. The Phenomal Plagued Arachnid, this guy, and then to put it in your menagerie, you right click it. So what this does is it will split an item. So if we go down here, we'll see split an item in 2 with half the mods on each item. Does not work on influence or split items. So this has to be a rare item. So we regal it. Now it's a rare item. And what this does is, so by it being a rare item, it has to have 3 modifiers, although we can kind of get around that. So here's just little tricks you can do. Use an annulment orb. So like, because we want, like, let's say we specifically want to target just 2 of those modifiers. And we want to make sure that the items that we split have 1 of one and 1 of the other. Now we can put it in here, and we will split the item by doing the Phenomal Plagued Arachnid recipe. Just like this. And now you'll see there's 1 wand on the ground and 1 wand in here. And each suffix is now on each wand. And you'll notice that it added the split tag. What that means is you can no longer split it again. There's no way people were finding ways around it earlier this league, but there's no way to remove that split tag. And by splitting it, it actually became a new item. Both of these are new items. As a demonstration in Paint here. So the original, let's say we have the original item here. You know, this is our original wand. This guy, let's draw that a little bit better. This is their original wand. And let's say we even made an imprint, right? Let's say we made one of those imprints, right? Like this. This is a little imprint face. We made that imprint. That imprint points specifically to that item. By splitting, it now made 2 new wands. And these 2 new wands are not, They're no longer viable for that imprint. This item no longer exists. This item is gone. By splitting, this item doesn't exist. You cannot use the imprint on it. You cannot go back to that imprint. And now you have two brand new items that you can do whatever. So you can imprint these items and they can't be split again anymore. But this item, you can imprint it. You can do everything. It is effectively, it's a whole new item. And you created it with, you splitting those two base modifiers in half. So a kind of a neat thing that you can do for split items is, say you made a 6 white link bow, right? Like a really fancy, like 6 white link bow. And let's say you even got like one really good prefix and one really good suffix. You can make 2 new 6 white link bows, and each one has a good modifier on it. And you can maybe sell that or craft up from there. Make that a imprint each one of those and craft them individually, or sell them to someone else for like a really good base that has a good modifier on it already. So that's what you would use split for these days. And you can split anything in the game. Like you could split a map, you could split you could split a bow, you can split anything. Those are the big modifiers here. There's also the Ferric Frost Hellion, which reroll mod values. That is effectively just a divine, just using a divine orb on it. That is it for what I use harvest crafting for. So imprinting, if you're starting from a very hard to get modifier, you're going to alteration orb until you get it. You imprint it, and then you're going to work from there. And you can just keep buying imprints, using it, and crafting from there. If the amount of time and alteration orbs that it takes to get that modifier are more, it's more than your value for that 100 chaos or 1 exalt that the imprint costs, that's probably the right way to go. Or, if you're crafting, like you can even use this on cluster jewels or whatever, say you have one good prefix and 1 good suffix and 1 bad suffix on a cluster jewel, right? You can do the Ferric Wolf Alpha, and you can 50-50 remove that bad suffix and try to get a good prefix. And if you get that good prefix, that is, and most likely there's a good chance that prefix is another notable, right? Like let's say you have a notable prefix and a suffix, and then a bad suffix. If you remove that bad suffix, and like you have a good chance of getting a notable on that prefix, you just made possibly a 5 to 10 exalt cluster jewel. Cool little trick that you can do. That's actually I use those on cluster jewels a lot. So that is that's primarily what I use bestiary stuff for. All right. This is, I guess, the first advanced topic. This is influenced, synthesized, and fractured items. I'm doing this in standard because it's very expensive and I don't want to use my league currency on it. And yeah, that should give you a clue that this is the type of crafting where you don't get into this until you're like, this is when you're ready to spend at least a couple exalts. So influence, I put synthesized and fracturing in that same category because they are all mutually exclusive. So what that means is we have our base item and it can have an additional modifier that counts as part of what the base item is. You'll see if I mouse over these gloves, they have you'll see that white, the white wings in at the top. That means that they are redeemer items. And you also see that it has like the icy glow behind it. These gloves that you'll see that has the Crusader icon and it has the lightning. It's like the Baron lightning. What that means is it is influenced by that conqueror. The only thing that it really means is it expands the pool of modifiers able to be on that item. So if we go back, I was buying 8 Exalt Maven Orbs in Standard. It's pretty crazy. If we go back to Craft of Exile here, you'll see that there are these drop downs here that are, I have them closed by default because unless you have that influence on that item, it cannot roll those modifiers. But by gaining these modifiers, so let's start from scratch here. So we are crafting gloves. They are int gloves. They are redeemer int gloves. What that means is now, in addition to all of these modifiers, we now also have these ones, and especially what GGG thinks is more valuable. They have a much lower weight to roll, so some of these can be particularly hard to hit because we have both the original 59,000 prefix. In addition, now we actually have 65,000, and we want to hit that 500 weight out of there and there's no tags on it or anything, it can be difficult to hit these things. And there's a number of strategies to hit them. You know, the number one basic one would be have Redeemer Gloves, Alteration, Alchemy, do all that type of stuff. But also, we have Exalted Orbs for the Conquerors. So this is a Crusader's Exalted Orb. What that does is it will add the Crusader influence, but it also guarantees that it adds a new Crusader modifier to that rare item. So if we have the item like fully crafted up, it's perfectly good to go, and we want to just get this one Crusader modifier, you know, as I showed earlier, if we want to have, you know, we can block certain mod groups and make it more likely to hit the thing that we're going for. You can only use a Conqueror Exalted Orb on an item that is not influenced. I can't use it. Item has influence. So an item by default can only have one influence on it. So if it's already influenced, we can't use the Exalted Orb. But we can use it on another item that is not yet influenced. So you'll see it says removes 20% quality applied by catalysts. So as I was showing earlier, we can catalyze jewelry and make it even more likely to hit the certain modifiers that we're going for. I don't play standard, so I don't. Let me find my catalyst here. So if we want, what we can do is we can look at Crusader jewelry. We go to Amulet, and we look at Crusader here. We can see that, oh, increased intelligence. Perhaps we want to hit increased intelligence. To make that more likely is we can craft up our item. You know, let's hit it with an alchemy. We want to make sure it has an open suffix. Actually, we want to use intrinsic catalyst first, and then we can alchemy it. Make sure it has an open suffix. It doesn't. Maybe use a couple chaos orbs. Okay, it has an open suffix now, and in fact, it has tier 3 intelligence on it already. If we remember, there is not a mod group that's blocked there. The intelligence by default is in mod group 10. Now we can go back and hit it with the Crusader's Exalted Orb. That will add the Crusader's influence to it. And we see that it actually added a prefix because we had an open prefix. I did not block the prefix before I did that. That was a mistake. Let's do that again. Yeah, let's keep the mistakes in here. That's the thing, right? So if you have an open prefix, you're not guaranteed to get a suffix. Okay, so we have another Crusader's Orb. We have another attributed up Onyx Amulet. And let's see, open suffix and no open prefixes. So we have 3 prefixes. They are full, so we are guaranteed to hit a suffix. We have quality attribute modifiers. And if we look here, that is the only Crusader attribute suffix. It has a pretty good weight. So we have a decent chance of hitting increased intelligence. However, there are 2 tiers, so we have to worry about that. Let's see if we hit it. We did not. So 2 goes, we did our best. You see it consumed the quality. You know, the catalyst thing is not guaranteed, but that's what we hit. And so you see that it now has the Crusader influence, and it just has those things in addition to its pool. Now, the other things that kind of count as influences that are mutually exclusive are synthesized and fractured items. So this is a fractured wand that I have from Harvest League. So you'll see that the prefix there, cremating, is kind of a gold color. It's kind of a dark gold color. What that means is it is fractured on no matter what you do to that item. If you scour it or exalt it, orbit, or throw it in a fire and pick it up again, that modifier is locked on permanently. You cannot remove it. This can be very, very useful for crafting a very difficult to craft item. So as you saw what we could do with imprinting items. So instead of imprinting it, you can fracture that modifier on there, and then you don't even have to worry about imprinting or anything. You can just chaos spam and try to get additional stuff in it instead of like very carefully building up from the imprint. And that can make crafting, a lot of people do this with bows, with thicket bows. They get the +2 arrows that I mentioned earlier. They try to fracture it on, which is a harvest craft that you can do here. Oh, these are old ones that you don't get anymore. So you'll get a harvest craft that will say fracture either 1 out of 3 prefixes, 1 out of 3 suffixes, or 1 out of 5 totem modifiers. So you need to have at least 3 prefixes or suffixes to do those. or 5 total modifiers, and then it will pick from one of those. So you have a 30%, 1 in 3% chance of hitting one of those prefixes, and etc. for the other ones. Those are very uncommon to get these days in League play, so they cost about 10 exalts on a trade site to get. But if you hit that fractured base, then you can craft up from it, and it's very, very easy to craft. It is mutually exclusive. You cannot have a Redeemer influenced fractured item. They are all mutually exclusive from each other. So if you want to craft something that has an influence modifier, you have to make sure that you're not doing anything that you want. You can't do fracturing for that craft. Similarly, you can get a synthesized item. So it's effectively a new base item. So it still says diamond ring, but it's basically not a diamond ring anymore. This was a diamond ring, and the image still is. But if you look at the prefix, it's no longer critical strike chance. It is -1 to mana cost of skills. And that is it's just a new implicit modifier. You can actually get up to 3 implicits on a synthesized item. They come from synthesis maps, and you can get them in other places, but that's the most common place to get a synthesized item. There's very, very valuable synthesized bases like Frenzy Charge on gloves or rings, or power charges as well, stuff like that, or Curse on Hit. So there can be really, really good synthesized bases that if it drops, you could sell for 50 to 100 exalts, or you could craft it up yourself if you want to use it. So that's another thing that can exist in the game. It's just a new implicit. All the explicits are totally open, and you craft it up normally. But again, this is mutually exclusive with influenced, with like Conqueror influenced items. Now, additional things that you can do with influenced items. So all of the influences are Shaper and Elder. So they kind of live outside the Conqueror stuff. There's no orbs for those. So they have to drop that way, or there is a Harvest Craft Reforge influence on an item. So you can take a Crusader item and change what that influence is. It'll do a full Reforge, and maybe you could turn it into a Shaper or Elder influence. And then so there's the 4 Conquerors, and then there's Shaper and Elder. And there's also double influenced items. So if you look at my boots, you see in the upper left, it is Veritania, the Redeemer, and the upper right is El Hazmin, the Hunter. So that just, as I said before, just adding an influence adds to the pool of modifiers that you can get on that item. Now, how do you have a double influenced item? Well, you have to use an Awakener's Orb that drops from Cirrus to combine those 2 items. What that will do is it will take 1 influence modifier. So if you have 3 influence modifiers on each item, it'll pick 1 of each one of those. It will destroy. So you right click the Awakener's Orb, you left click on one item, and then you left click on the other item. It will destroy the first item that you clicked on and add the influence to the new item. It will take 1 influenced modifier from each one of those, combine them, and then re-roll everything else. So you'll have a guaranteed 2 influence modifiers, 1 from each original item, and then the other up to 4 modifiers will be totally random, so you have no control. So Awakener's Orb is definitely a YOLO. You can get bad, and I've had to deal with this a lot this league, is you can get like a bad modifier that you can't easily remove without like a YOLO and null. So to show this off, I will roll these until they have influence modifiers, and then we'll awaken them together. And in fact, I'll use one of the Maven's Orbs as well. So what a Maven's Orb does, it will increase the tier of an influenced modifier. So it will do that by removing 1 influence modifier. So you need at least 2. It will remove one of them and basically take its power and put it into the other one. If you have like a tier, you have 2 tier 1 modifiers, it will delete one of them and turn this one into a tier 0 modifier. The Maven's Orb will allow you to create a tier 0 modifier, which is a new one, which is super, super powerful. Sometimes it'll add brand new lines of power to them. If we take an example, so you can't do it on jewelry. So we're going to go to gloves here. That's what we're working with. Oh yeah, jewelry and weapons are not Mavenable also. So if we go to Craft of Exile, you'll see this Maven Orb. If we mouse over it, you'll see that tier 3 is 16%, 21, 26, and the Maven version is 31%. Goes all the way up to 60%. So it's like double as powerful as the tier 1 modifier. And some of them are like super, super crazy, where they'll add like another line, like physical damage converted to fire, but also gain 5% physical as extra fire. It'll add like a whole nother line of power to it. So you can do really, really cool things with that, but it does just increase the tier by 1. So if you have a tier 2 modifier, it'll just turn to a tier 1. So you wasted that whole Maven Orb and you didn't even make an elevated modifier. And they cost, currently they cost about 4x in League and 8x in Standard. So these things are not cheap. So what it has to do, so we have to roll until we have 2 influenced modifiers. So let's do that. And we can tell if something is an influenced modifier because it will just have the name Redeemers or of Redemption, Hunters of Hunter, stuff like that. Elders, Eldritch, Shaper of Shaping. You can tell very easily by the name of the modifier here. So we see we have adds cold damage if you dealt a critical strike, prefix modifier, Redeemers. So we want to do this until we see 2 Redeemers modifiers. All right, that wasn't too bad. So we have Redeemers prefix, tier 2. So we really hope we don't elevate that one. And then we have tier 1 suffix, global chance to bind enemies on hit. If you have more than 2, it will remove 1 and just add that power to one of the other ones. Ideally, if you're trying to do anything targeted, you will do, you'll try to do it off of 2. So we're going to use a Maven Orb. This is throwing 8 exalts in the garbage. We are going to use a Maven's Orb on these gloves, and we hope we elevate the global blind. So you'll see it will remove one of them. Unfortunately, it removed the global blind, and now you get to see the pain of using a Maven's Orb, and it turned the tier 2 Redeemer's prefix into a tier 1. We have no other Redeemer's mods on here, so this is a viable base for now using the Awakener's Orb. Now on here, we want to just go for 1 Crusader modifier. All right, we have tier 1 physical damage converted to lightning. So what we want to do is, if we look at these 2 gloves, they're both item level 85. They're both Fingler Silk, so it doesn't really matter which base we destroy. We want to combine these 2 gloves and have the physical damage, critical strike, and the physical damage converted to lightning. We will combine these with an Awakener's Orb. Everything else will be totally random. We have no control over it. This is a 100% gamble. We make a base that has 2 modifiers that we know we want, but everything else is kind of up to chance. So this is the base we want to destroy. So we right-click the Awakener's Orb, we left-click this, and then we left-click this one, and then we look away. You don't want to look right away. And then if we look at it, it rolled a whole new item. So you'll see it's Crusader and Redeemer. And if we hold Alt, we see it has the Crusader prefix and the Crusader and the Redeemer prefix that we had. And in fact, it rolled another Crusader prefix, tier 1 max cold res, which is actually pretty cool. But then everything else on this is totally random. Totally random. So this is now an item that we can continue to craft up, and but there's a chance that this bricked. Now, if this did brick, we could have done is on the base, so this is the item. This was the Redeemer item. If we had imprinted it, so say it was a white item, or sorry, a blue item, and we had that elevated Maven mod on it and everything, we could use an imprint. We could use the Phenomenal Plague Arachnid, or sorry, the Crazy Chimeral, and make that imprint. Even after we did the Awakener's Orb, we could use the imprint. We wouldn't get this item back. The Crusader item is gone, but we would go back to the original Redeemer item that still had that physical damage if you dealt a critical strike recently. So if you have like a really nice item that you spent 8 exalts with a Maven Orb, and you have that nice mod that you want to keep, and you're just throwing another item into it, make an imprint first. And then if your Awakener's Orb is really bad, like you hit Dexterity and Intelligence and Rarity, and you can't get rid of them safely, just use that imprint. You lose the Crusader item, but at least you don't lose that Maven Orb, and you can just keep going. So that's how you do Awakener stuff. It's totally YOLO. It is what it is. Now what we can do, just to show a little bit something, unfortunately they're all prefixes, but if we really don't like that cold res, we can go for a YOLO here, right? We have another Maven's Orb. The Maven's Orb will choose one of those 3 to destroy, and it will elevate and make that the tier 0 Maven modifier. So if we use a second Maven Orb on this, it will destroy. Let's cross our fingers and say we want to remove the cold res. It did not remove the cold res. It removed the physical damage to attacks, but it gave us elevated Crusaders, physical damage as extra lightning, and physical damage converted to lightning. Like, that's a very, very powerful mod. It removes one and elevates another one. And if there's 3, 4, 5, 6 influence modifiers, it's all random. that is how you craft an influenced item. And that's pretty much all that really goes into it. It's an expensive thing. You know, you want to plan things out and go from there. All right. Now I'm going to touch on the more advanced, expensive stuff. This is, I'm not going to go into a ton of detail. There's a lot of very advanced strategies that you can do with it. I will link Elishar's YouTube in the description below and in the spreadsheet. All of this will come with a spreadsheet with a lot of detail, just to explain, just to put in one place where, you know, all the stuff I described is. But I'm going to talk about and show some meta crafting. It's not as complicated as it may sound based on its name, but the techniques that you use, it does enable a lot more complexity in the crafting. And as soon as you're jumping into that, I think like really advanced metacrafting stuff is kind of out of the scope of this video. But you know, definitely ask me questions, you know, anywhere you can find me on Discord or Twitch or anything, and we can talk about that. But yeah, I could talk about metacrafting for an hour by itself, going into all the different strategies that can be done with it. What metacrafting is in the crafting bench. There's a few modifiers that really change what you're able to do while you're crafting, because it kind of lives outside of the basic rules. It modifies the way that the currency works, and that's kind of why it's called metacrafting, because the currency does its stuff based on what I started off saying at the very, very beginning. You have your basic item, you have the state of that basic item that it's in right now, and you have the currency or the tools or whatever that you're using on it, and they just have a set interaction. Metacrafting changes those rules, and that's why it's metacrafting. The big ones are prefixes cannot be changed, cannot roll attack modifiers, and cannot roll caster modifiers. What this allows us to do is totally, or do I not even have, and then suffixes cannot be changed will be a prefix. That'll be up here. What that'll do, like for example, if I do prefixes cannot be changed and I scour the item, that means that even the scouring orb gets countered by that prefixes cannot be changed, and it just will remove all the suffixes. And we can do things like that to interact with the crafting and do kind of more advanced things and modify certain stuff. So for example, if we have these boots, these gloves. So let's try to YOLO annul a suffix. Let's try to YOLO annul a suffix. We did. Even though I don't care about this item, I would be sad if we lost the elevated, right? So we can do prefixes cannot be changed, right? And we put that in here. And now if we scour the item, the prefixes will all still live, and we just clean the suffixes. It's an easy way to just like clean the suffixes and keep working on the item. Another thing that we can do is use both prefixes cannot be changed and suffixes cannot be changed with the can have 3 crafted modifiers, and that will allow us to do really, really fancy things. So that costs 6 exalts. Just doing that costs 6 exalts. But what this means is we have 1 open suffix and 1 open prefix. We can use this to additionally fill some prefixes and suffixes and make sure that when we slam something, like let's say I had 1 more suffix in there, I can do that to safely fill the suffixes without filling them prematurely. And then I can slam an exalt in there and make sure that I get a prefix if all my suffixes are filled, right? And then if you're super saucy, you could YOLO annul the can have 3 crafted modifiers and hopefully remove that. And, you know, that opens up another suffix that you could slam something else on. Certain things do not respect the meta mods, though. As essences don't care about your meta mods, and fossils don't care about your meta mods. They just live outside of that. This is just for annuls, exalts, harvest crafting as well. Harvest crafting will respect your meta mods. And so like the advanced crafting that most people do today is some sort of interaction between harvest crafting and your meta mods. Is a lot of it. Is a lot of what the advanced crafting is these days. The other things that you can do are cannot roll attack or caster modifiers. This is very, very useful for very, very specific targeted things. So if you have a bow with full prefixes, let's see if I have a bow. Here's a bow. Let's identify it. All right, so we want a bow with an open prefix and full suffixes. Here we go. Perfect. So this bow, if we roll, cannot roll attack modifiers. It is a suffix. We have full suffixes. We have one open prefix. Now, this is a very unique interaction that is good to know if you're ever crafting a bow. Is every single prefix on a bow has attack. Look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Except paragons. This guy right here is paragons. +1 level of Sakata gems. Normally, it has a medium weight, kind of low, a little lowish. So it's kind of hard to hit, and it's a really nice modifier to hit. Now, suffixes, there's some suffixes that are not attack, but if we have full suffixes and we cannot roll attack modifiers, if we use an Exalted Orb on it, we are guaranteed to hit +1 level of Sakata gems. So that is a unique interaction that you can do, cannot roll certain modifiers for, and then you could do really, really complicated things, right? Like can have multiple crafted modifiers, cannot roll attack, cannot roll caster, and then slam something if you want to like block a whole bunch of modifiers. So, meta mods are, meta crafting is much more complicated. But once you know the basics, it's just learning the specific ways that people use those to craft additional stuff. It's not, it's not out of this world. And once you're used to the basics, it's not that scary. The scary part is just the fact that it costs a lot of money. Like I've already spent 30 exalts just for a reference in standard, just to demonstrate to you guys how some of these things work. And that's just a demo. That's not even a full craft. That's, I think, as far as we really want to go with meta crafting here. I think the best thing is just study as many crafts as you can that are out there. Definitely watch like Elishar's videos, and he'll have meta crafting in a lot of different steps that he does. And just learn them over time. Talk with other people that do crafting, and just see what's out there and start picking up those tips, because there's a lot. And as you saw, it's not even something that you can get into until you're willing to spend 4 to 6 to 10 exalts on a craft anyway. So that is what it is. All right, harvest crafting. This is a topic that I could make a whole 1-hour video on just by itself. So I'm just gonna touch on the basics. Yeah, it's a very complicated thing, the way that you can use it and interact with meta mods and all of that other stuff. It gets kind of subtle and complicated. So I'm just going to touch on it, and I'll put as much detail as I can into the spreadsheet. But I think it's just useful to go to the wiki, read this page, watch Elishar's videos, look at the way that as many people as you can use that in different crafting steps, and start to understand the way that they all work. So harvest crafting it's changed 3 times now since it was added. It started off as incredibly powerful, where you could just say add fire. I just add a fire thing, remove a fire thing, and you could just do that until you hit exactly the thing that you wanted forever. It was very, very simple. It was very simplistic. And now we're in the situation where we've had to, it's been nerfed a number of times, and we've had to come up with clever ways to figure out how to get around those nerfs, but we can still almost make the exact same items that we used to. So the way it works is you find a harvest in your map, you kill the monsters in the garden, and you'll get the certain crafts from those monsters. And then you can store them in your harder crafting station for later. You can put your item in there, and you can do the stuff on it. I just demonstrated one of the gigantic nerfs that they did is you can no longer use harvest crafts on influenced items. Some of them you can do, but you can't do the remove and adds. You can do like reforge keeping prefixes, stuff like that. So you can still do some things, but like these really targeted, super fancy ones, they all say non-influenced now. They did not used to say that. So the stuff that's available to us here is we can augment just a random item of a certain group. This is incredibly rare now, but this can just be, like I said, add fire, add whatever. This is so rare now. I've only seen 2 all league, and I only saw them for like the normal exalts, not the targeted ones. Remove non-add. I have not seen a single one of these, but this is you annul like a non-critical strike modifier and add a critical strike modifier. Remove a random influence mod from an item. I have not seen one of these. I'm not sure it's in the game anymore, but yeah, I guess you could remove an influence mod from an item. Reforge, this is basically the most common thing. So when it says of a certain group, the certain groups are like fire, crit, speed, cold, all those like the big tag groups. And so what you can do is guaranteeing 1 or 2 mods. So you can do a Reforge, and so as I talked about like the meta mods earlier, this is like the unique kind of interaction here is we can say prefixes cannot be changed. Reforge with fire. So then I guarantee nothing's going to get added to my prefixes, or rather, if there's an open prefix, it can still add one, but it will remove all of the suffixes and guarantee within the open modifiers, something fire will show up. And then there's also an improved version of that that says Reforge guaranteeing, but also more common. If you want to get more than one fire modifier, for example, you want to do the one that's more common. We call that Reforge Plus. The upgrade magic item to a rare item, destroying all mods. This one's not used very often. So Reforge a rare, keeping all prefix or suffixes. This is very, very valuable. They sell for about 1 exalt if you're trading it with people. Reforge a rare item with more or less likely to receive the same mods. There's some interesting tech here. It's kind of more advanced. So reforging a rare item, keeping all prefixes and suffixes. You know, if you, for example, if you do the Awakening Orb, right, and you're just putting together 2 good suffixes, you keep those suffixes, and you can just, if you get bad prefixes, you can do that to just clean off your prefixes, and then you can craft suffixes cannot be changed, and, you know, reforge fire or something and try to get a fire prefix. And you can do steps like that to try to finish an item after your Awakener's Orb. And that's like a very common thing that is done right now. Super, super useful. Change the modifier that grants fire, cold, or lightning resistance into a similar one. You know, this is good for just fixing your res. If you have like too much lightning res on your items, change one lightning to fire, something like that. The other thing is there's the temple mod on gloves, which is a hybrid of like lightning res, but also damage against shock targets. You can change that one to fire res and damage against ignited targets, and or cold and against frozen targets, right? Or chilled targets. And so like that's like the one, like not advanced, but like the trick that people are doing to make the temple mod more valuable. You know, if the temple mod drops on a pair of gloves, you can just change it into the one that's more valuable that you want to craft. Then you can enchant armor or weapons with better things. So like if you don't care about what quality does on a weapon, like if you have a spellcaster wand, you can make the quality give you spell damage or fire damage or whatever instead of, or increased AoE. That's actually one of the more valuable ones. Increased AoE for quality instead of physical damage, because you don't care about the physical damage on your wand. Big thing is reroll numeric values. You can do this for free divine orbs. So that's just a quick overview of Harvest. The interaction between Harvest and the meta mods that I mentioned before, that's where all of the really, really complicated crafting stuff goes into. I'll probably make a video about just that type of stuff, but I think it's out of the scope for this already very long video. I really wanted to make something that's just, here's the basics, you know, getting into a little bit more advanced stuff with influence modifiers, but here's to get you up to speed. Like if you're scared of crafting and you have been hesitant to even hop into it, here's the basics that if you learn that, at least you can watch videos and you know what they're doing, and you can say, hey, I don't have the currency for that, but I know how it works. And maybe next league, I'll find a way to make enough currency and get into that market, or get into crafting items for myself. Subtract them from 2 days later here. I missed one thing while I was recording previously, and that is the brand new Veiled Chaos modifiers. So as part of Betrayal, Veiled modifiers have been in the game for a while. However, just in this patch, 3.14 Ultimatum, they kind of got a little bit of a makeover, and they're way better now. So previously, you could unveil modifiers from your item, from things that you picked up, from doing Betrayal, and they would be the same tier as what you could actually craft on your crafting bench. And those were modifiers that you would target farm, like Elrion on rings for minus mana cost on your skills, or trigger socketed spells. So this patch, they reworked a lot of it. Trigger socketed spells is actually weaker now, but if you unveil it on that item, it's actually a higher tier. Some of them are as good as they were before this patch. So trigger socketed spells, for example, on a weapon, it used to be every 4 seconds, and now it's every 8 seconds unless you unveil it, and then it's every 4 seconds. So what does that mean by unveiling it? Well, they added something called the Veiled Chaos Orb, which, much like a Chaos Orb, it allows you to just do a full reroll on an item, and it will have one veiled modifier. That veiled modifier will come from the pool of mods that you can get from unveiling on June, and they are actually a higher tier, and they're actually, some of them are special, and they don't show up anywhere else. So if we look at Craft of Exile, under all of the influence modifiers, there's actually veiled modifiers. So these are the ones that June can unveil, and some of them are very, very nice and powerful. I'm a big fan of the power, endurance, and frenzy charge ones. These are really, really nice as a way to get those charges on your character, or even just to get a little boost from just having +1 to the minimum. There's also the big thing that I really like is I'm a big fan of trying to cap out my Chaos Res in every build. With a lot of the stuff that they've added to the game over the past few leagues, there's more and more Chaos damage than there used to be. For example, fighting El Hasmin or fighting Cirrus, who does like all of his damage is 25% converted to Chaos. So you can get these nice hybrid mods that give you 20 of an element and Chaos Res. And you can get that by getting a veiled modifier on your item and then going to June and unveiling that. There's two ways actually to get a veiled modifier on an item. It is using the veiled Chaos Orb, which will just, full Chaos reforge and give you just exactly one veiled modifier. However, if you have Ashling in your research safe house at level 3, she doesn't have to be the leader. If she's level 3 with 3 stars and you run Katarina, in that safe house, after you kill Katarina, you will get an Ashling Slam, is what it's called. So it's tier 4 Ashling. That's a new thing that was added in 3.14. And a tier 4 Ashling will actually give you at least one veiled modifier, or a small chance. I've only seen one out of like 20 this whole league. A small chance of getting 2 modifiers. And some of them are really, really powerful. For example, that's how I crafted this ring. I actually had 1 open prefix and 2 open suffixes. I ran the tier 4 Ashling, and it gave me that minimum endurance charges and the cold and chaos res. And that's how I created this really, really unique, cool ring. So it's called just an Ashling Slam or tier 4 Ashling. The one thing to note is you cannot do it if you already have any unveiled modifier on it. So it'll say chosen or of the order. The prefix is called chosen, and the suffix is called of the order, or if you have any crafted modifier on it whatsoever. So you have to remove all your crafted modifiers before you do an Ashling Slam. Conversely, a Veiled Chaos Orb is you just do it. It has to be rare first. And then you just do it, and you'll get a whole new item with a veiled modifier. You can actually tell if it's a prefix or suffix, if it's long or short. Prefixes are long and suffixes are short. So you can tell right away if this is, and I know this is a suffix already because it's short. Now, what you can do is if you are looking for specifically a prefix or suffix, if you unveil now, an unveiled modifier is no longer just a crafted thing that you can remove. It actually becomes a permanent modifier on the item. And then you can craft your own thing on top of that. But while it's still veiled, it actually counts as a crafted modifier. So if you got a suffix and you don't like that, you can actually just go here and do remove crafted mods, and that will remove the suffix. And then, but if you like what you got, you can go into June and unveil, and you will usually be looking for very specific things. Like in this case, 12% chance to deal double damage is very, very nice. And so we can just craft it on, and you'll see that it becomes a permanent suffix on the item. And then we can go over here and actually just craft whatever the heck we want on top of that. So it's a really nice way to get these super special targeted modifiers on your item. The one thing to note is when you're looking in Craft of Exile, some of these have a weight of NA, not applicable, not available. That means that you actually cannot get that from Ashling from a slam. Or a Veiled Chaos Orb. You can only get that from an item that was already veiled from a Betrayal Master. So some little extra tech that you can do, and actually how you get additional ones using Veiled Chaos Orb. So normally a Veiled Chaos Orb will just give you 1 modifier. So what we can do, if you remember from the meta mod discussion, is we can, for example, do prefixes cannot be changed, or I guess in this example, suffixes cannot be changed. And then we can do a Veiled Chaos Orb, and the suffixes will not change. The prefixes will get fully re-rolled, and then we will have a guaranteed prefix veiled modifier. And that's actually how I crafted this bow. Is I started with the bow attacks fire 2 additional arrows. I crafted suffixes cannot be changed. I used a veiled chaos orb. I then unveiled chance to deal double damage on the suffix. Then I crafted can have 3 crafted modifiers. Suffixes cannot be changed. And then I used another veiled chaos orb, and I got the attacks with weapon penetrate elemental resistances. And then I did a YOLO slam. I hit T1, increased elemental damage with attack skills. Cannot roll attack modifiers, +1 socketed gems with just, slam it with an exalt. And that is the entire steps for crafting this bow. Now, there were some missteps in the middle, using imprints and doing all that and going back. But if you just remove the failure states, that is all of the steps to craft this bow. All you do is, so those are the steps to craft the bow, and then the failure states in the middle are using an imprint or doing reforged keeping suffixes and stuff like that. So you can try to like clean bad states. And that's really like the summary of all of crafting. There's some additional subtle things that I kind of hinted at, but in terms of like, I've already given you guys all of the tools for crafting this bow that, depending on the state of the league or whatever, this is a 60 to 100 exalt bow, and I crafted it for about 20 to 30x. And there's not a single thing that I did with this craft that I didn't tell you guys how to do in this video. All right, that was a lot of talking. Hopefully I presented the information with enough examples that was useful for everybody. I really wanted to make something that was just, here's, if you don't know anything about how crafting works from zero to at least understanding the bits and pieces, or at least like an overview without going into extreme detail. And we're already on a very long video. I want to make something that you can reference. Like if you have a friend that knows absolutely nothing about crafting, they're scared of it, they could just sit here and watch this video, and hopefully it's not too boring, and pick up enough information to get on the right foot, at least crafting, and be on the right path to get ahead with crafting. So the big thing is I am also making a spreadsheet that's going to have all of the detail in here with links to different Craft of Exile things, to the wiki with picture examples of different crafts, stuff like that. And you can reference it and share it with people. And the most important thing that I want is crafting. I played this game. I've played this game for about 5 years now, and I basically didn't craft for the first 4 years. And I think that was to my detriment. And I really, really want people to feel comfortable crafting, feel comfortable hopping into it and not being scared to spend some of that currency. Because the currency has the value on the market, people might be scared of doing it. Maybe even just make a solo self-found character, so you're forced to use that currency. If you can't get over that hump of just like, hey, I'm going to spend 20, 30 chaos just spamming on something and see what I get. So hopefully I encourage people to craft. I really want more and more people to craft. I think it's good for the game. It's good for the community. It's good for the market overall for having more good crafts out there, and just really, really healthy for the game overall. So yeah, if you like this video, thank you. I just sat here and talked for a number of hours, and I hope I can edit this down into something that is super digestible and nice for y'all to watch. So if you liked it, let me know, and I would appreciate any support for that. And hope to see you next time. Thank you.
Alrighty, time to get started. And unfortunately, I don't have very good sentinels, but I don't feel like buying more right now. So I'm just going to hope that a good sentinel drops. To start off with, I'm going to be doing the thing that I've been doing, which is running maps really quickly. To get, hopefully, a couple more logbooks, and then it'll be time to run all the logbooks I got. Because I've been farming for a couple days, and these are the logbooks that I've dropped so far. So 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36. I've gotten 38 logbook drops in a couple days. I'm very sorry to hear that your video card died. That sucks. Hopefully you're able to buy a replacement. I don't know what the supply is like, but I have heard it's better than it was.
Hurry, there are monsters about.
I did use some gilded scarabs, and I used about 10 polished scarabs, so that helped a lot. But a lot of them have just dropped in maps like this as well. That's fine. Block is fine.
You sure about that placement?
My corrupting fever's off. Alright, let's turn that back on and nuke all these guys. And I'll just waste the last one because this is a terrible layout. You go cook for a bit. Map boss drops maps. Maps are decent. Make sure they're all properly maimed. I'll do this and then circle back and do the logbook. I am not using Grand Design now. Grand Design is not good for low investment mapping. Grand Design is good for high investment mapping. Usually when people say that to me, what it means is they haven't, despite having a relatively high playtime, they haven't run as many maps as I have. So I got 38 logbooks in probably, well, not probably, but definitely almost 50 maps. Because after I use these 8, it'll be 60. So that's very close to 50, slightly over. If you, in that time, haven't run that many maps, you're going to be getting a lot less logbooks. It's not always about time played, it's about maps run. This time I didn't drop one. At least I don't think. Unless it's back over here and I wasn't paying attention, which could entirely be possible. I was not paying very much attention when I killed the first few enemies here. Because I was trying to line up my sentinel. Okay, yeah, no logbook this time. God damn it, I picked up a contract again. I keep meaning to mouse over them instead of picking them up. I might hide them on my filter soon, because they're annoying. That happens. The best thing I can recommend, if you feel like you don't know what you're doing, is pick one aspect where you know you're not as good as you want to be, and improve that aspect. Then next league, pick another aspect. Nope. I stopped giving out my Atlas tree because I got too many complaints about it not working for people, so I don't give it out anymore. TLDR, unless you can do what I am able to do, you will not want to run this Atlas tree. But it's really just expedition plus boss stuff plus... What else did I put on it? Expedition, boss stuff, and essences. I don't know, maybe I'll make a video talking about my mapping strategy. The problem is every time I do that, I get so many complaints of, I did your mapping strategy and I lost all my money, that I kind of don't want to talk about my mapping strategies anymore, because I'm tired of getting angry comments and angry messages on Discord.
Just in time.
How's it going?
There you are.
Hopefully you are enjoying your private league experience still. Did I misclick? Yeah, I definitely misclicked. Come on, Alva. Fire up the temple. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of people were saying essences were dangerous, and my build just melts them. So, depends. For me, essences are definitely not dangerous. Yeah, crafting is always a good area to learn, since that helps so many other areas of your gameplay. Ah, the Annihilating Light. Hard to use, very, very powerful. I've got... Totally fine for bosses. The only boss that's problematic is Uhtred. I think it's Uhtred. The Rog boss. And honestly, he is just problematic on every build because he has a billion phases and his rewards aren't very good. So that's not really a Corrupting Fever thing. That's just an Uhtred is a bad boss thing. Pretty sure it's Uhtred. Ooh, an expedition reward. Why did I give the Soul Eater all the souls? What's wrong with me? Oh, also I'm not in Blood Stance. That's probably what's wrong with me.